Chapter 37, Land of Water Arc, Cold Shores. Naruto. Drifting. Cold Shores. 3 days later. Land of Water? On one of the many islands making up the northeasterly regions of the ocean-established nation surrounding Kirigakure, far out of the way of any prying or curious eyes, there sat an enormous, jungle-covered island. Shrouded in mist and surrounded by various other, smaller spots of land also veiled by the cloak of fog, this one mass of rock served as the center point for the entire collection of limestone isles jutting out of the sea, as well as a marker for any ships passing by the area. Very few ventured out here and very few would even dare to tread upon the island. Whether this was because the area was uninhabited, sacred or too dangerous to approach due to the shallows and rocks surrounding the rise, it was uncertain. However, what stuck out the most above all these was the fact this island was deserted and watched on from afar by a small base of troops allied to the Land of Water. Though it was their job to oversee this region and to ensure the continued safety of their homeland, the soldiers' eagle-like eyes were unable to pierce the wall of mist hanging in their way, which meant they were unable to spot the very small vessel that managed to dock itself on the main island within the cluster, and the 3 individuals aboard it disembark. Treading upon the sand and listening to the sounds of waves gently rocking against the shores of the deserted piece of real estate, the trespassers spread themselves out over the beach. One of them, the tallest, was a woman with light blue hair tied into a spiky ponytail and strands framing her face, dark eyes, fair skin, and was wearing an outfit consisting of a green dress with a long sleeve and a short sleeve, a red turtleneck with a white, fluffy collar and brown gloves. She was also wearing brown sandal boots as opposed to the traditional shinobi footwear. The second was a man with pale skin, vivid green eyes, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead, shoulder-length white hair, and was wearing a long-sleeved, loose-fitted white shirt, black pants cut off mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his shins, black sandals, and a purple rope belt. Accompanying him was a large, portly and imposing young man, with orange eyes, orange tufts of hair, and was wearing a sleeveless tunic, black arm warmers, pants, a necklace, and a purple rope tied around his beltline. Upon leaving the boat behind, out of sight behind some rocks, the trio faced the island before them and spent the next few minutes examining the jungle. So what plans does Orochimaru-sama have with this dump? The portly, orange-haired member of the group asked out loud. Looking around, he couldn't find anything even remotely of value on first glance, leaving him doubtful and irritable at being sent out here in the first place. Hell, there wasn't even anything good to eat around here, which contributed to his crabbiness. Frowning across at the weakest member of the Sound Four, the blue-haired woman gave a deep scowl towards the elite subordinate before speaking up. What does it matter to you, fat man? Are you questioning our master's orders? Flinching at the tone of his superior's voice, the muscle with the mohawk looked away nervously and swallowed. And no. Not at all. It's just that I wasn't given any details whatsoever of our assignment before leaving the base. I felt like I was being kidnapped. Grunting, the kunoichi looked away again while folding her arms. Well, just so you're not completely out of the loop, Master wishes for us to rendezvous with the platoon of cronies he had posted out here several weeks ago and to check out some of the points of significance the men were able to dig up while they were searching the place. As to exactly what kind of points they were referring to in their report we are uncertain, but there was something in their information that perked Orochimaru-sama's interest. Master intends to put this region to good use once he's made certain of its value, the white-haired member of their troop added while his eyes scanned the forest before them. It is our job today to make an accurate scan of this island before moving on to the next one. This is why we are out here. The burly warrior grunted, at the same time folding his own arms. Should have called in some of the others for this. Let them share the load. Smirking, the intimidating kunoichi then glanced over at her other partner. You know? I still don't see why I was brought in to replace the twin idiots after they copped it big and ended up a bloody smear on a cliff in the first place. If I'm being completely honest with you, I think I'm way too overqualified for a job like this. Why don't you go bother somebody else with your problems, Kimimaro-kun? She then looked over at their other team member and leered in his direction. For being the so-called elite of the organization, you guys aren't as tough as a lot of the other big shots I keep hearing about across the continent. It's kind of hilarious. The boy easily identified as Kimimaro frowned and glared her way in response. Do you wish to back up that claim of yours, Giran-san? Sending the woman a wave of killing intent and receiving a sly smile in return, the boy then stretched his fingers out a little and narrowed his gaze, because I'd be more than happy to volunteer for a little demonstration of your superior abilities. Seeing bones protrude from the young man's fingers and more start to grow out of his chest and neck, the blue-haired woman then gave a more excited smirk and extended her own hand. The moment she did so, a sapphire, crystal-like substance began to bleed out of her skin and clothing to cover her arm in a protective layer of armor, with a razor-sharp blade also sprouting from the plate to flash underneath the sun. Be careful, runt. Unlike the other drones hanging around Master's little collection of beehives, I don't play nice. Just as the pair were about to square off with their shoulders facing one another and Jirobo looking between the 2 most powerful members of Orochimaru's forces nervously, worried that they were about to have it out right there on the beach of the island they had just arrived at, he then saw them retract their signature weapons and stand down. After giving each other the 1,000-yard stare, both Kimimaro and Giran then turned their backs to each other, with the later speaking up in a clear yet firm voice. We'll settle this little pissing contest later, the kunoichi spoke before nodding inland. Jirobo and I will take the high road and meet up with the forward reconnaissance team. You circle the island and make sure nobody drops in on us while we're taking care of the paperweights. Basically she was setting Orochimaru's best taijutsu fighter and supposedly his most powerful subordinate on guard duty. It seemed a little harsh, yes, but when it came to dispersing intruders and taking on a heavily armed enemy force en masse, the damn near unkillable bone user was the perfect man for the job. The teenager with the white hair nodded affirmatively before turning heel and beginning to march away at his own pace. Don't keep me waiting. Will do, Giran responded cheerfully. Once she saw the boy march out of earshot, the older woman then turned her attention to her other associate and gestured him to follow. Let's get moving, and please try to keep up with me this time, Lardo. I swear, if we have to stop to take another snack break again, I'm going to nail you to the floor and leave you for the sport of the crows and animals living on this island. She started walking when she said that, earning an annoyed tick from the young man that came stomping after her shadow. I think I might get some enjoyment watching your ass get eaten alive. I really hate my bosses sometimes, the rotund assassin grumbled inwardly to himself. Lead the way, Giran-san. Very well, the woman chirped, reverting back to her usual self as she and Jirobo entered the dense jungle standing in their way, following the path forged by nature up into the highlands. She was set on getting through this assignment quickly. It wasn't very often she was personally sent out on a mission by Orochimaru. Every opportunity she got to do service for him was another opportunity to prove her worth to the Sannin. Even though the man seemed to favor others more than her, she was still determined to prove herself, if not for her master but for her own sense of worth and ego. For this mission especially, she was expecting a smooth transition from start to finish, through and through. There was a strong certainty that they wouldn't be running into any trouble all the way out here. Since they had Kimimaro on their front porch, what could possibly go wrong? Oh. A few miles away. Achoo! Naruto sneezed loudly, before running his hand under his nose at the unexpected expulsion of dust. His sudden break in monotony caused the others sharing the deck of the boat with him to look in his direction in surprise, where they saw the young man sniffle before going back to staring irritably out over the ocean. Damn it. I think somebody's talking about me. Tsubaki, standing by the mast with her arms folded, chuckled at his statement. It's that kind of a sneeze, huh? Yeah. I can tell from the chill. You know, sort of like when a ghost walks through you and spits on the floor before vacating the premises. It's pretty much self-explanatory. You're pretty superstitious, aren't you? The Kiri Kunoichi asked with a furtive smile. Hey, if you ever find yourself wandering through a volcano that just happens to erupt when you get into a fight around an enormous Buddha statue carved into the rock, then you can tell me whether or not you start feeling a little bit more suspicious about the mysteries of the universe. The blonde pointed back, earning snickers from said orange-haired girl and his red-haired girlfriend positioned alongside him. Upon hearing the latter giggle, the blonde threw her a mock glare. Oh, and I suppose you're not superstitious at all. Tayuya grinned at the blonde when he looked her way with a cheeky visage. This is your therapy session, shithead. Not mine. Glancing around when he heard another snicker, Naruto's eyes landed on Choji, who was sitting on the floor munching on a bag of chips. You're one of the toughest guys I've ever met, Naruto. How can you believe in silly stuff like ghosts? What's not to believe? After everything I've been through in my life so far, I'll bet you the worst we're likely to come across on this mission today is probably silverback gorillas carrying flamethrowers. This comment had Tsubaki and Tayuya, as well as the other two sitting nearby, laugh a little more, both inside and outside. The last giggle out of that chorus came from Hinata, the timid, blue-haired girl standing by the relaxing Akimichi. With her fingers laced together and hands brought up to her chin, the young girl beamed across at the Jinchuriki as he leant back against the railings alongside his red-haired roommate, the latter of which was currently gazing out across the midday sea. You always do like to think ahead, Naruto-kun. Several steps, Hinata, the Jinchuriki replied with a nod and a tap of his cranium. Several steps. Sometimes it's hit and miss on your off days though, Tayuya added while elbowing him in the side. Seriously. You're like the wild card of fortune tellers / intrepid explorers. But look on the bright side. At least I always wind up pulling through in the end, no matter what, right? The Jinchuriki asked, rolling his head about and gluing his attention onto the lightning user across from him for the 10th time that trip. All of the people I've beaten so far can attest to that. Jocko, his band of hoodlums, Gato, those two dumbass swordsmen he had guarding him and the guy that tried to knife me on the road on my last mission. Am I to assume the poor bastard is paying for his stupidity right now? Oh yeah. With interest, the blonde chirped, as if it didn't bother him one bit. Nobody stabs me in the back and gets away with it. Nobody. It kind of makes you wonder, Tsubaki then murmured quietly to herself. About what? Naruto asked, glancing at the orange-haired girl just as the others did. Since they'd managed to catch their host's whisper across the deck, she was quick to spike their interests, including Hinata's, who they remembered had suffered a very crushing defeat at her hands during the second stage of the exams. Looking amused, the hidden Miss Jonin turned back to her allies with a small smile. After hearing about all these little side quests and adventures you've been on, it wouldn't surprise me one bit to hear that you've probably driven a great number of bad guys who've managed to survive an encounter with you, to alcoholism. The very thought of that actually drew a series of laughs from Tayuya and an amused snort from Choji, leaving Naruto scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. True. I am a bit of a hellraiser, the blonde chuckled while shrugging. But hey, it's one of the many things I excel at. You've probably caused a few splitting headaches yourself, Tsubaki. The hidden mist Kunoichi chuckled and raised a hand, guilty. A lot of the pirates and mercenaries I'd fought around here ended up regretting crossing paths with me. No surprises there. After the stuff we saw you pull, even some of our teachers would have second thoughts about going head to head with you. Choji spoke up from his spot, a big smile on his face as he scrunched up the bag of chips he'd finished consuming. I'm just glad you're on our side. He said this while beaming across at the cool, tall girl posted by the mast. Appreciating the remark, Tsubaki nodded back with an equally pleasant expression in play. Same here. The mature giggle at the end brought a small shade of red to Choji's face, with the boy also looking away while scratching his cheek in a very shy manner. As the group sat there on deck bantering between one another over recent events, history and whatnot, Naruto used that opportunity to once again gaze out over the vast expanse of ocean they were currently crossing. After a full day of sailing from the mainland and hopping from island to island, the group soon found themselves exiting their most current stretch of sea into a region filled to the brim with isles. The forest-covered patches of land dotted the ocean around them for miles and miles, and across the entire horizon from vanishing point to vanishing point. This meant that the squad of shinobi on board the vessel had more than enough time to admire the breathtaking sights passing them by, before making the final leg for their destination. It was worth noting that the region surrounding them bore a striking resemblance to Ha Long Bay, from the appearance of the islands, the flora, the stillness of the waters, and the proximity between each isle. The time traveling through this awe-inspiring locale also left the party enough of a gap to talk and get to know one another a little better, particularly Hinata, who had spent the majority of their trip thus far chatting with Naruto and adjusting to the presence of Tsubaki. For someone who was renowned village-wide for being shy, timid, and at oftentimes lacking in any self-esteem, the girl was really holding her own standing next to the once feared antagonist of the Rookie 9. But now that Tsubaki was functioning as an ally and an escort on this trip, the newly promoted Jonin was proving to be an incredibly fun person to be around, probably because of her change in persona from the cold, uptight and serious character they identified her as, to this more open, laid-back and chipper girl with a much more noticeable sense of humor. She was sort of like Sasuke in a way, but without the brooding and wanting to be alone characteristic. Even Choji had become used to the once terrifying Kunoichi, to the point that he would approach her more often than most. Naruto couldn't help but notice his friend seemed quite taken with the orange-haired teen, which brought a momentary bit of discussion between him and Tayuya over the genin's possible interest in her before choosing to disperse the topic. The Kirigakure girl was quite fetching after all, if you could get past her killer Kekii Genkai and insane combat prowess, so it didn't surprise them one bit if Choji had become fond of her. She's really nice, a soft voice spoke up that drew Naruto's gaze over to Hinata, who was now standing alongside him and looking across at the Kirigakure girl now conferencing with the Akimichi. Seeing Choji had gone on over to chat with her some more and noticing that the Hyuga had also came in close to trade pleasantries, brought a smile to the Jinchuriki's face as he remained in station with his arms folded. You can't always judge a book by its cover. Though it may not be your preferred type of story or something you'd want to read all the way through, it's always good to give it a try. Even though she's so strong, she can still speak so kindly with people like me, Hinata continued with a bit of a low voice, one that did not go amiss by the people beside her. Hang on, surely you can't be suggesting that you're a weakling, Hinata, the Jinchuriki exclaimed with a bit of recoil in both his voice and actions. He then gave her a hard look when he saw the girl wince a little at the tone of his words, because believe me when I say this, you're not a weak person. I've seen you train before and I've seen what you can do. You're just as strong as every other member on this team, and perhaps one of the strongest kunoichi I know. Why you think so? The blue-haired girl asked, fixing her attention on the blonde in momentary surprise. Yes, the Jinchuriki responded with a nod, at the same time jabbing himself in the chest. When I say something like that, I mean it. No fibs. Even if other people may not be able to see how strong you are, I sure as hell can. I'd trust you to watch my back on any mission we're given, genin or not. Eyes shimmering at the young Jonin's sincerity, the Hyuga looked down and thought. Upon visually examining the red-haired musician standing nearby, while also sparing a glance towards the beguiling kunoichi from the hidden mist, she then focused her full attention on the Jinchuriki before her, seeing that his eyes had not strained from her for even a second. Do you like her, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in a gentle and honest voice, at the same time giving the boy an unflinching gaze. This question quickly drew a brief look from Tayuya, who merely shrugged before going on to staring across the waves again. Naruto on the other hand took a second to ponder over the inquiry while glancing over at the other two members of their troop. Rolling the idea around a couple of times in his head and testing the weight of it, he eventually gave way to the sincere query with a smile. She's a good person. Though she appears tough and brittle on the outside and has a very strong sense of what's right and wrong, she's very kind and gentle on the inside, just like her friend Kyoko. He then chuckled slightly when he remembered that particular blonde and how she normally acted around public. That one though is bright and bubbly all over, so let's just use her as a general example. But she's friendly and isn't afraid to approach people, Hinata continued while continuing to switch her attention from their host to the team leader. I am just wondering if that's the kind of person you admire most, Naruto-kun, somebody who is beautiful, brave and strong, both inside and out, and isn't afraid to look another person in the eye. The blonde chuckled, well, I won't deny that Tsubaki is really cute. But, if I'm being completely honest with you, she's not really my type, at least, in a couple of ways she's not. Sensing the surprise from Hinata as opposed to seeing it, the Jinchuriki turned to her with absolute self-certainty on his face. It's a heart's feeling, something that my inner voice is telling me. Everyone has a right to like and choose who they want to be with, and whether or not you want to accept their feelings is entirely up to you. Those are my thoughts on it anyway. So, you don't have any particular interests? Hinata asked, as if seeking clarification on an issue. Not really, the Jinchuriki replied, turning back to look ahead of him again with a grin. Don't get me wrong, I like Tsubaki-chan as a friend. Liking somebody beyond that is just something that happens. It's not an easy thing that I can explain. It just jumps out at you when you least expect it. The moment he said that, he felt a shoulder press against his and glanced down to see Tayuya grinning at him. Right? I've said it many times before and I'll say it again, you're such a gooey, soft-hearted romantic, you blonde-haired lug, the musician murmured to him, at the same time leaning over to playfully bite him in the shoulder. Naruto feigned silently screaming in pain before gently head-butting the girl and looking across at their other team member, where he saw Hinata looking between them curiously. It's the time you spend closest with the people around you that counts. Everything else is just a bonus. I see, Hinata whispered, clasped hands moving up to cover her mouth to hide the small smile that brimmed, as she then beamed up at the Jinchuriki still giving her his full and complete attention. You're very knowledgeable, and Naruto-kun. The boy in question grinned. Thanks. Got anything else interesting to add to that? Tayuya asked, leaning her head against the boy's shoulder at the same time. Not really, the blonde replied, throwing the girl a questioning look. How about flaws in a person's character? That sounds like a fun game. Well, I was going to say you're too trusting of people, but that's more of a fucking coin flip flaw than anything else. You never know if you're going to end up with heads or tails with the person you're associating with, the redhead pointed out while wagging a finger at him. The world is a big, damn, asshole of a place. You know that better than a lot of people, shithead. Yeah. No kidding, he then scratched his head and, smirking, pointed across at the girl cheekily. Alright then, how about this, you swear a lot. That fact's a given, shithead, Tayuya rolled her eyes before grinning at him, that just shows I'm not the perfect little flower a lot of people make me out to be, and neither are you Mr. Broth for Brains. She then snapped her fingers triumphantly and jabbed in his direction. You eat way too much ramen, even for an addict. I second that motion, Choji spoke up from where he was standing by Tsubaki, the two of them also deciding to glue themselves to the new conversation that had just started up over by the railings. From the intrigued gazes the pair wore, you could tell the topic the couple had selected to kill the time had definitely caught their attentions. Naruto smirked at his delinquent friend from the academy. Oh, you want to dance too, pal? The Jinchuriki then pointed across at him. You eat too many snack foods. Why don't you think about adding more fruits and vegetables to your diet? There's no way eating that many chips can be healthy. The Akimichi frowned and turned away, hiding his backpack from view as he knew that he had a couple of bars sticking out of the side pocket. No way. I'm not giving up this habit even for the world. He then nodded back to the blonde determinedly. You end a lot of your sentences with a weird word that nobody understands. Well, of course, databeo. It's in my blood, and not something I'm going to give up so easily. This had Tsubaki shake her head and Tayuya and Hinata giggle respectively, since the two of them were well aware of that little kink in the blonde's vocabulary. Not wanting to get shot down too early, the blonde then trained his guns on the former of the Kunoichi from Konohagakure and pointed at her accusingly. Your turn. You can't cook bacon for shit. What? Of course I can, the redhead shot back. Staring at her blankly, Naruto then spoke with an unflinching gaze in play, you ruined a perfectly good stove and 26 frying pans. I figured you'd have learned by the 15th one that there was a problem. Blushing brilliantly under his shit-eating grin, the musician decided to return fire with gusto. Okay then. You want to play rough? Whenever you squint, your face takes on the appearance of a fox. She snickered when she saw him balk at her statement and, blushing a little bit, the redhead looked away while rubbing her cheek in a bashful manner. I actually think it's kind of cute. Naruto narrowed his eyes and stared at her for a moment. After which he then turned when he realized Tsubaki, Choji and Hinata had stepped a little bit closer to stare at him. Several moments of analyzing the boy's squint-eyed expression, all three of them then gave a collective nod of agreement and a drawn-out ooh of realization when they saw what Tayuya was pointing out and leaned back. Oh yeah, Choji chuckled. Tsubaki smiled in amusement, I can definitely see it. It really is cute, Hinata murmured timidly with a shade of red on her own cheeks, beaming at the boy when he looked around at each of them strangely. You see, databeo, Tayuya replied victoriously, only to slap her hand over her mouth when she realized what she'd just uttered in her excitement. It was a word that had everyone in the vicinity look in her direction and stare at her silently, before the musician turned a blazing scarlet and glanced away, cursing under her breath. Oh, damn it. And so the laughter and banter continued, once the first chorus of chuckles from Tsubaki and Choji settled down following the redhead's unexpected babble. The vessel they were sailing on, a medium-sized ferry with a standard-issue motor and sail, continued to cut through the ocean at a comfortable speed. Bouncing over waves effortlessly and watching more islands drift past them, the group eventually passed into another collection of isles, where they then happened upon a rocky outcrop with what looked to a lighthouse built on top of it. The captain steered the vessel in its direction, making sure to avoid the shallows and jagged spikes sticking out of the waves before eventually arriving at the pier. There were a couple of other boats tied down along the cement dock, with plenty of room for a couple more to be parked should the need arise for it. It didn't take too long for the ship to drop anchor and steer itself into place, before the gangplank was lowered and everyone was granted passage off. Tsubaki lead first, thanking the crew for the quick lift before heading up the footpath towards the lighthouse, followed closely by Naruto, Tayuya, Hinata and Choji. By the time they reached the end of the climb, three of them were still continuing with the interesting new game they'd started back on the boat. And the competition was heating up. You put too much water in your oatmeal, Tayuya shot across at Naruto with a competitive tone in her voice. Yes. I drowned the son of a bitch. The Jinchuriki then looked across at Choji. You can't wink. What? Sure I can. Watch, the Akimichi sputtered and then tried to do just that. The pair walking alongside him then had the pleasure of watching the boy's eyes twitch and flutter, one after the other and at the same time, when he attempted to pull off what they knew was the impossible. After about a minute of seeing Choji's face jerk and contort in an effort to go through with the gesture, the red-haired Kunoichi reached over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't strain yourself too much, okay buddy. Frowning distastefully, the Akimichi then directed his attention towards Tayuya. Okay then. Here's one for you. I notice you keep missing a buttonhole on your coat whenever you try to do it up. The girl threw her arms out as if it didn't matter, it's like I'm blind. She then turned her gaze on her boyfriend and threw him a sneaky smirk, which had the blonde lean away at its intensity. You sprawl in your sleep. Naruto smirked, so do you. You lie. Oh no, you sprawl alright. Not to mention you hog and spoon the covers whenever you get your hands on them. If we didn't have so many lying about, I'd be sleeping out in the open in the unforgiving coldness of my bedroom, the Jinchuriki chuckled, seeing the girl blush and look away with a cute expression appearing on her mug. Smile tugging at his lips, the boy then leaned forward to try and get a better look at his girlfriend's red face. Ah. You look so adorable when you're flustered, Tayuya-chan. Shut up, you idiot, the musician stammered, trying to slap him at the same time. She ended up missing when he dodged and laughed, giving her something to playfully scowl at when he eventually settled down. Smiling when he wrapped an arm around her jokingly, Tayuya then looked up at the snake charmer when they proceeded into the building. We need to do this for the others when we get back home, mix it up a little and let them feel a bit of the sting. Maybe on the return trip. Perhaps we'll have all of Sasuke covered by the time we get back home, Naruto suggested, getting a nod of agreement from his roommate before turning to Choji. For now, let's concentrate on the job, alright? Yeah, the Akimichi replied boisterously, stretching his arms out as well. Time to get my head in the game. He then slapped himself a couple of times in the cheeks to wake his body up for the day ahead, knowing that the ride they were about to take was going to be a good one. While Naruto had his arm wrapped protectively around Tayuya and was beaming cheerfully at her, he failed to notice Hinata standing on his left gazing across at him admiringly and watching his interactions with the others. When the group eventually made it to their first stopping point on that island, the Hyuga Kunoichi then gave a smile when she saw the boy look back at her, before turning away with a blush, her fingers laced together and hands held to her chin. No matter how many times she watched him, she just couldn't help but marvel at the way his personality shone. It was simply captivating. The building the troop arrived at the doorstep of was a basic station. Vaguely similar to the checkpoint of the second stage of the exams back in Yugakure, this structure had all the makings of a military outpost. It had a barracks and weapons shed separate from the mess hall, which was attached to the main office and the lighthouse. The lighthouse, of course, was actually a watchtower that functioned as a standard ocean marker as well, with a soldier posted on the top balcony, visible, and looking out across the water. It was quite large and looked like a bit of a climb, but to the group it didn't appear to them as anything more than an established base. So this is the place we're supposed to be meeting the other team? Hinata murmured curiously, at the same time looking at Tsubaki. The orange-haired girl quickly answered her inquiry, yes. This is one of the hundreds of watchtowers built by the daimyo during the last great shinobi war many years ago, and is still in active service today. However, instead of functioning as a construct of war, it is now serving its nation as a checkpoint to re-establish communications around our country's islands. She then gestured their attention towards the tower. This outpost not only acts as an advanced warning system, but also as the rallying point for all the squads dispatched from Kirigakure to explore the surrounding territories, and the place where the reports are sent to from the scouting teams via Messenger Hawk. Noting the acknowledging stares from the Konoha group, the lightning user then returned her attention to the facility, where they saw two soldiers carrying bows and arrows open up the front door to the main tower, and exited shortly afterwards by who appeared to be the head officer. The soldier, wearing the blue uniform and vest of a regular forces unit of Mizu no Kuni, complete with katana and single-handed crossbow on his utility belt, approached the team of shinobi waiting on the dirt courtyard at the exit to the stairs they had climbed. He looked around at them briefly to see the squad straighten up, before then saluting the jonin from his nation's hidden village leading the party. Welcome to North Wind Tower, ma'am. The orange-haired girl bowed back respectfully, thank you for having us. I'm Tsubaki, jonin from Kirigakure and leader of the two village teams sent here for the investigation. I'm Captain Hanada, commanding officer on this island, the man stated before receiving the scroll from the team leader. Opening it up and giving the specs a 1-second look over, as well as taking count of the Konohagakure shinobi standing behind Tsubaki, the head of the base lowered the document and smiled pleasantly at his guests. We were expecting you for a little while now. Cool me? The other group is waiting for you. Upon holstering the scroll at his side, the officer then led the entire team into the watchtower. As it so happens, the very first area they arrived at was the mess hall, a dining room for the encampment combined with a lounge and recreational quarter. It was a large room with a line of tables and a cafeteria on one side, and another floor space with couches, a television, a card table and a bar. It was all specially outfitted for the soldiers staying out here, so it was all pretty standard operation equipment. Nothing expensive at all. Just surplus. Passing by the other soldiers posted at the facility, Hanada took his guests up the tower, directly to the main office. Following the stairs for the next few minutes, they then arrived at the top of the spire overlooking all of the islands in the surrounding region. There, the new arrivals found a small squad of other enlisted men going about their duties and another team of shinobi scattered across the floor, a couple of them posted inside while the others were out on the metal balcony that wrapped around the entire tower. The identity of the team stationed there did come as a bit of a surprise to the squad from Konoha, especially Naruto, who recognized them immediately on sight. Samui-chan? Hearing her name, the kunoichi in question perked up and glanced over her shoulder, where she immediately spotted both the team from Konohagakure and the boy that had spoken. A smile quickly appeared on her beautiful face when she recognized the spiky-haired mop that had just entered their midst and quickly responded in kind. Naruto-kun. She then turned and hurried over to him, with the boy moving to meet her halfway and ending in the two of them jogging to a quick stop in front of one another. Long time. Yeah. Wow, Naruto grinned, looking the girl over from head to toe. It's been a month or two. Did you get my letters? Yes, the kunoichi answered with a clearly cheerful nod, both of them. When did the last one end up arriving? About 2 weeks ago. Seriously? Man, Naruto scratched his head, and I sent it out 3 weeks before that. Stupid censorships. I don't even know your damn address. All I did was send the letters with your full name and Kumogakure attached to it, and told them to deliver it as soon as possible. The teenage girl chuckled at that and rubbed the back of her neck as the others gathered around them. Well, let's just be grateful they were short ones that didn't have anything sensitive in them that required the security systems to completely black out. That stuff can really spoil a perfectly good get well or best wishes card, the Jinchuriki added with an amused chuckle. Indeed. But you have to admire the spirit of the courier ninja. Sure, they can get the job done for you at a reasonable price, but we regular shinobi can trump them any day of the week. I can see Konohagakure's spirit hasn't wavered an inch in the past couple of months. And I can see Kumogakure's poise, beauty and character hasn't dwindled any either. When the pair shared a smile, Samui then did something that her teammates and the rest of the crew did not expect and greeted the boy with an embrace and a kiss, with the young Jonin from the Hidden Leaf doing the exact same thing and returning the show of affection. While Choji, Tsubaki and Tayuya watched the pair with interest and surprise, the three of them then became aware of a growing chilling sensation forming between them, and looked to see Hinata scowling with a noticeable dark aura surrounding her. Though this initially didn't concern either of them, it was the sound of her teeth grinding and knuckles popping that had the trio start sweating bullets. For their own safety, the team took a step away, and an even larger step when they saw her Byakugan activate out of reflex. Hello. SS Samui-san. Hinata forced out under her breath in a voice filled with venom, her words going unheard by the pair in the center but being loud enough for the others alongside her to hear. The killing intent she was emitting at that proximity was so potent in fact, it had Tsubaki and Choji lean away some more out of fear. The jealousy of the young Hyuga was damn near palpable. Naruto and Samui remained embraced for several moments longer after that, the kunoichi holding the boy tightly when he lifted her before they separated and ended in the pair beaming at one another fondly. It was a sight that gave everyone pause, after which the two Jonin stepped away and turned to the crowd surrounding them, where they noted the inquisitive stares from Tsubaki, Chojuro and Choji, the smiles from Tayuya and Omoi, and the annoyed glare from Hinata and Karui, both for entirely different reasons. So, this is it, huh? Everyone that's going to be taking part on this assignment is here? Naruto asked, looking around at his girlfriend's team and then towards the lightning user on his group, who nodded to him her answer. Sweet. Looks like we've got all the firepower we need, and then some. The Jinchuriki then looked across and blinked in surprise when he saw Kyoko poke her head out from behind Omoi and, upon spotting him, waved cheerfully. Oh, Kyoko-chan. Naruto-kun, the girl sang out and skipped over. She giggled when she skidded to a stop in front of him and leaned forward with her hands behind her back. How are you? I'm doing great. You? Super, the teen answered while flexing her arm and grabbing her bicep. I've been training like mad since the tournament so that I could overcome my weaknesses. Are you ready to kick some major butt on this trip? Hell yeah, I am. That's only if we have to, Tsubaki spoke up while stepping forward and cutting the pair's growing excitement off, beckoning the rest of the team to gather around. With Chojuro also approaching from his end and Choji coming to stand quietly next to the orange-haired girl, the group gathered around the map table, where the captain placed the mission scroll and allowed the team of shinobi to take a gander at the information they'd accumulated. Once all Jonin, Chunin and Genin had been assembled, the meeting proceeded. So, I assume we all know what the assignment is? Seeing the other teenagers nod drew another from the Kiri Kunoichi. Good. That means we can skip the formalities and get right to the heart of the matter. She turned her attention to the officer of the base. Has there been any news from the island? Hanada shook his head, not a word from the team and no sign of them either. Nothing. Have there been any significant changes in the area? Sights? Sounds? Atmosphere? Personnel? Animal activity? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the man stepped forward and pointed down at the island in question, circling the mass of land and its length of shore on the map. Ever since we sent the message out to Kirigakure of the scouting team's disappearance, we haven't been able to detect any unusual anomalies occurring on the island or in the region's weather patterns. Any notable changes that have taken place in the time we sent the dispatch would be the fog this part of the ocean receives, which crawls in from the east to cover the whole of the island every morning before lifting 2 hours later. It's the only thing that's really affected our visibility of the landmass in the hours we were keeping watch over it. Do you get that out here very often? Naruto asked, as he was familiar with this kind of climate from when he was back in the land of waves. Almost regularly, Hanada answered while looking around at the squads of shinobi present. Ships rarely venture in close proximity to the isles. In fact, we rarely get vessels that close to the area, since they want to give the jagged rocks and shallows as wide a berth as possible. Since normal sailors and merchants tend to avoid these areas, this makes this the perfect hiding place for pirates to hang out, as the mist provides any ships ample enough time and cover to venture in and out of the region virtually undetected, if they have the balls of course. At least that's what we think. Acknowledging the man's thoughts on the matter, Sammy scanned the map and the enormous center island for a moment longer before turning her gaze to the window. When she approached it and collected the pair of binoculars positioned on the sill, she then held them up and looked out towards the area that was the reason for her group's presence here. So the island is uninhabited? Hinata murmured uneasily. Choji scrunched his face up as he stood alongside Tsubaki and looked towards his friends. It seems kind of spooky. Maybe it really could be just a band of pirates or mercenaries causing the row up here, Karui suggested from her spot, arms folded and face hardened seriously as she scowled at the details. Why else would an entire squad of shinobi just up and disappear? It's not like there's anything supernatural taking place, just some ups and downs in the area's temperature, and a secluded island that supposedly doesn't have anything going on it. Hell, there might not even be people on that island. Just a bunch of dangerous animals, Tayuya also added with a shrug, glancing over at Chojuro to see the Chunin looking at her agreeably. Your team may have had an unfortunate run-in with a bear or something. That's plausible, the blue-haired boy with the glasses said while nudging his spectacles up his nose. However, if that is not the case, and it is in fact something far more sinister at work, it is best that we go out there in force to investigate the problem. This had the redhead and her group gesture in understanding before the Chunin looked back down at the map before them. Should the truth pose any kind of a threat to our village, we are to dispose of it with extreme prejudice. I assume that neither of you have a problem with this. He then noticed the stares he received from Naruto and the newcomers from Konohagakure, getting the boy to recoil momentarily until a smile graced his lips once more. Oh, my apologies. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Chojuro, newly prompted Chunin from Kirigakure and leader of the Kumokiri half of the detachment. Hinata, beaming, bowed kindly to the young man. It's nice to meet you. Samui, nose crinkling as she adjusted the binoculars, then lowered it as the chatter behind her continued. How often do your men keep tabs on the island's beaches? Her sudden question had everyone in the room look in her direction, including her teammates and the base captain. We keep an eye on every single one of the isles surrounding us at all times. We have guards posted up here facing north, south, east and west. Our position gives us a clear view of all of the beaches and inlets in sight, Hinata replied before then narrowing his eyes. Why? The blonde Kunoichi then pointed towards the island they were all talking about, because I think somebody just slipped through your security system. Jump-started out of his reverie, Naruto fast-marched over to the window alongside Tsubaki, both of them coming to stand on either side of her while the Kumo Kunoichi handed the boy the binoculars. As he raised them up to his eyes, the rest of the people present approached their side of the tower too, with a handful of them proceeding to survey the area. Samui was sure to relay her instructions to them so that her company didn't overshoot it and so that they could see exactly what she was talking about. The enormous landmass over there with the forest surrounding the peak that looks like a volcano, 5 degrees off the marker, the Kunoichi informed, directing the Jinchuriki across the wide expanse of sea. On the far side by the rocks, at the top of that cliff. Through the light mist and across the waves, Naruto easily spotted the island in question. It was an enormous landmass surrounded by smaller isles, with the center one being large enough to accommodate a handful of towns. If it weren't for the isolated location, the changing weather patterns and the inconvenience presented by the smaller islands, it seemed like the ideal vacation spot. However, the dense jungle surrounding the base of the elevated land didn't make it seem like a very safe and quaint place to be, at least from a normal person's point of view. In the case of Naruto, with his upbringing and whatnot, it looked like paradise. However, the incredibly dense jungle of doom and the look of the island was not his current concern. What quickly grabbed and held his attention from the second he landed on the point Samui had directed him towards, was what looked to be a pale young male with white hair, wearing a loose-fitted, long-sleeved top with a purple belt wrapped around his waist, standing on the cliff against the light breeze of the ocean. The waves crashing against the rocks beneath the individual kicked up a spray, helping to frame the figure, while Naruto and the others who had managed to acquire binoculars of their own zoomed in on him. The details of the young man became all that more clear, especially to those with good enough eyesight to give an accurate description of him. Gender, male. Height, approximately 160 centimeters. Skin and hair color, white, Samui read as she then looked over at Naruto and then towards Tsubaki. Given his state of dress and the fact he's taken up watch on a cliff that would give him a perfect view of the island's beaches on either side of him, I do not believe he is one of yours. Continuing to stare through the long-reaching field glasses, Tsubaki surveyed the young man on the far island a kilometer or so away for several more seconds, before her eyes eventually narrowed and her body suddenly recoiled in surprise. Blinking in disbelief, the Jonin then turned to Kyoko sitting up on top of the windowsill and tossed her the binoculars, which she reflexively caught with one hand. That mark on his forehead, Kyoko. Do you recognize it? Puzzled, the girl also decided to take a look for herself what her friend was pointing out. When she spotted the figure and made out the marking emblazoned upon his crown, the blonde's jaw dropped momentarily and she lowered the specs. Those 2 red dots. I know that symbol. Kyoko then looked towards Chojuro, who'd also spotted the marks himself through his own set of binoculars. He's from the Kagaya clan. But, that's not possible. I thought they were all wiped out during the last uprising in our village all those years ago, the blue-haired boy murmured. Obviously not, Tsubaki murmured, frowning deeply as she glared across at the island distastefully. But what's a Kagaya clan member doing all the way out here, and why is he on that island? Surely he hadn't been hiding on that secluded piece of rock the entire time, even though it made perfect sense that someone of his descent would. However, there was just something off about the way he looked that filled the orange-haired girl with a momentary sense of dread. It was this issue that was eventually pointed out by Naruto when he spoke up from his end of the line. He's wearing a purple rope around his waist. The Jinchuriki lowered his binoculars and handed them over to Tayuya to take a look, before then turning his attention to the other squads beside him. There's also a symbol on his robe that I've seen before. I think this guy is connected to Orochimaru. This name had everyone in the tower go dead silent, with Chojuro, Karui, Omoi, Choji and Hanada gawking at the blonde in disbelief. The Sannin Orochimaru? Choji stammered and gulped, the legendary ninja formerly of our village? Yeah, Naruto answered before looking back out the window. There's no way I can forget a getup like that, because I was attacked outside of Takigakure by two shinobi wearing the exact same markings. Immediately concerned by the boy's telling of his encounter, Hinata gently nudged her way to the front. When everyone fixed their attention onto her, they saw the girl's gaze harden before veins pumped up around her eyes, which sharpened considerably. Byakugan activating, this time on her command, the girl zoomed in on the island beyond, piercing the light mist and the waves to fix on the individual in question. Confirming that the description on the boy was spot on, she then did a quick scan of the island from her distance, where she then spotted several more figures weaving their way up the mountain, following a path into the rocky outcrop. The sight of the uniformed group all bearing a musical note symbol on their forehead protectors had Hinata frowned deeply and, upon deactivating her Kekkai Genkai, glanced back at the others. He's not alone. There's a whole platoon of shinobi making their way further into the island, all of them aligned to the village hidden in the sound. Kyoko blinked in surprise. There are more of them? Okay, Karui breathed out, holding out her hands. This has officially become creepy. Are you saying that one of the most dangerous missing ninja in the world has sent an entire force of shinobi to that island, and that one of them just so happens to be the last surviving member of the war-loving Kagaya clan? Omoi read, looking around at the others to see if he was right on the mark with his summary. What does someone like Orochimaru want with a place like that, and why? Do they have a base set up there or something? Maybe, Tsubaki murmured, looking towards Naruto, Samui and Chojuro while everyone else finished up peering through the binoculars. When she saw their steel-hard eyes turn back to her, the Jonin from the hidden mist nodded with a smirk growing on her face. I suppose it's our job to go check it out. The Jinchuriki amongst their ranks smiled and nodded. Yeah. Grin sprouting on her own lips, Tayuya set down her field glasses and stepped away for space, placing her hands on her hips comfortably while confronting her group of friends. Well gang, it looks like we've got another mystery on our hands. Turning her enthusiasm towards her foreign associates, she gave all of them an upward nod before then gesturing in the direction they'd all been looking. Taking stock of what we know, we have a group of dangerous shinobi from another village encroaching upon an allied nation's soil and possibly searching for something of value hidden on that rock. Considering the people we're dealing with, they're also not the kind we want to take lightly either. They won't hesitate to kill you. Those guys may also be responsible for the disappearance of the scouting party sent up here from Kiri several days ago, Samui added, turning to Hanada for a second opinion on the matter. Bearing in mind the team only numbered 4, it is highly likely that they may have been set upon and overwhelmed by the enemy force. Don't you agree? The captain of the base, with his soldiers flanking him on either side, hardened his glare and nodded affirmatively. That would be the most logical explanation. Seeing the round of fire light up in the eyes of those present, Tayuya then chose to continue with the assessment of the situation. Seeing as that the trespassers have left only one guy to stand guard over the beach, I think it's safe to say that the white-haired albino positioned on the cliff means serious business. So, she then looked around at the commanders of their company and the leaders of their respective groups Tsubaki, Naruto, Samui and Chojuro. Who gets to take care of tall, dark and creepy? Glancing at each other in silence for about 5 seconds, those interested then looked back at the redhead quickly and spoke up with the only answer they could come up with in that instant. Shotgun. Kyoko shouted. Shotgun. Tsubaki, Samui, Tayuya and Naruto followed, with the 4 of them then snapping their fingers irritably at the miss. Damn, the Kumo Kunoichi said while kicking the ground. Fuck, Tayuya cursed under her breath. Just missed, the Jinchuriki also spoke, grumbling as he then glanced across at the Cheshire grin worn by the main-haired girl sitting at the window. Fine. You can take on the white-haired guy. Yay! Kyoko cheered excitedly as she then began bounding across the room excitedly, dancing around the squad of bewildered soldiers and genin in the area. Woohoo! I get first dibs. Yes. This is going to be awesome. Okay, so what now? Choji asked while looking around at the others, his eyes quickly gluing onto Tsubaki and Naruto standing side by side. How are we going to get onto that island to take a closer look without being spotted? Hinata, pressing her fingers together nervously, also added her own 2 cents on the matter. There are about 30 plus enemy shinobi patrolling the jungles. I could see them from here. Chojuro, feeling confident, then drew a circle in the air above him while looking across at the highest-ranking member from his village. This will be a simple cleanup assignment. We'll split up our squads and approach the island from different sides. While one group distracts the guard on the beach, the rest of us will enter the jungle and wash through the enemy troops patrolling the woods and take them out one at a time. We hit them hard and fast and work our way up. Agreeing with her friend's plan, Tsubaki took the floor next and pointed around at each of the shinobi present, those from her hometown, and those she counted as her friends and comrades. We'll do this in groups. Tayuya-san, you're with me. She gestured towards the musician, whom she saw nod in acknowledgement before then turning towards Kyoko. You, Chojuro and Samui's squad get the guard's attention. I'm sure there's no way he'll be able to ignore all 5 of you coming at him from the front. The blonde-haired, happy-go-lucky Kunoichi saluted proudly. Aye, Captain. Game face on, Naruto turned to Hinata and pointed to both her and Choji. You two are with me on this one, alright? We'll watch each other's backs. Stammering when she saw her crush's kind eyes fall upon her, the Hyuga tucked some hair behind her ear and nodded quickly. Hi, Naruto-kun. You can count on us, the Akimichi said while pumping his chest out. Approving of the assembly, Tsubaki then concluded their battle plan with a few more words of instruction. Samui's team will enter from the south and march on the mountain as soon as they are able to clear out the jungle and caves. Naruto's group will enter from the east and our group from the northwest. We'll box them in and converge on the mountain passes. She then turned her attention to the captain and his guard and gave them a once-over. A lot of us are going to need a ride. Hinata nodded and gave them a determined look. Don't worry. We have just the rafts you need for this trip. Oh. An hour later? On the island? Upon passing into the high folds of the island's hills and entering the caves to the very heart of the landmass itself, Giran, Jirobo and the squad of shinobi escorting them made their way towards the very spot that was the sole reason for their presence here. Entering the cave system and following the path provided, the team slowly wormed their way further and further into the rock, until they found themselves inside of an enormous chamber. A huge cave with stalactites and stalagmites sticking out all around the place, and lit up by the minerals embedded within the earth itself, it was a truly spectacular place, which was only given further illumination by the torches the shinobi then lit up within the construct. Treading forward, the Kunoichi and leader of the detachment inspected the mammoth cave from top to bottom. Shortly thereafter, Giran then stood at the edge of the cliff, where she slowly peeked over the side and into the abyss below, which turned out to be a small beach of sand and pebbles surrounding a large pool of water. Raising an eyebrow, the Kunoichi took her investigation a step further by then absently kicking a small stone over the cliff and watching it hit the center of the lake. The sound of a splash reverberated off of the cave walls, creating an echo as the ripples from the pebble spread over the calm surface to wash against the sand and shallows surrounding the pond. The sight coaxed a chuckle from the young woman as she was then joined by her team, Jirobo and a couple other shinobi approaching the same cliff to also look over the side. So this is the place, the summer home of the Sanbai, Giran murmured loudly while looking around at the spikes sticking out of the ceiling. The eerie picture presented to her through use of the natural lighting had the woman nod her head in approval. The beast has good tastes. If this is the dwellings of the Three Tails, then where the hell is the bastard? Jirobo asked, glancing across at the woman as she gazed into the blackness of the water. Frowning, the blue-haired woman then glanced across at the Sound 4 member with a firm look in play. Well, obviously it's not here right now, is it? Seeing the rotund man flinch at her tone, she then turned back to the underground lake before them. No. This is just one of the many caves across the land of water the creature uses as its domain. Ever since it escaped its captors, the beast has apparently spent its free days roaming the oceans, with reports coming in here and there of it popping up in the most unexpected places to chase off any curious bystanders. Normally it spends its days in the sea, but every once in a while retreats to a cave system like this to rest from its 1,000-mile journeys. A smirk tugged on her lips again. I have to say, for something so damn big, it's pretty fucking elusive. Since it has the entire ocean to hide itself in, it's been pretty difficult for us to track it down. Looks like we've picked up its trail. Murmuring uneasily, Jirobo turned back to the cave and narrowed his eyes. Alright then, so it's out at sea right now or resting someplace else. That's good and all, but how does something the size of a mountain actually enter this place? I don't see any doors or entrances. Happy to answer the boy's question, Giran produced a bar-shaped crystal from her palm. With the mineral shining a brilliant pink, the shinobi surrounding her then watched the woman drop the rock over the side of the cliff. They then saw the glowing stick of crystal hit the water and begin to sink, before suddenly getting sucked into a current and into what looked like an enormous tunnel. The sight had Jirobo and the shinobi around the Kunoichi blink in surprise. That answer your question? The woman asked, earning a nod from the large elite beside her. Good. So, what do we do now? Jirobo asked curiously. Simple. We set up point here, mark this spot on the map and move on to the next location. Obviously the beast isn't home, so all we have to do now is post a guard here to watch over this cave and have him send a message through to the boss if the Leviathan decides to show up, Giran stated, glancing around at the Sound 4 member with a smirk. Orochimaru-sama wishes to capture this creature to add to his already immense power. With a Biju in his grasp, he will be one step closer to accomplishing his goal of inheriting all the ninjutsu in the world and becoming the most powerful shinobi in existence. It is an ideal he wishes to achieve, and one that I hope to be a part of. Jirobo smiled at this. Master is most ambitious. Very well then. He then turned back to the lake just as the Kunoichi did. So all we have to do is chase up the remainder of the Three Tails' little hidey holes and ambush it the next time it stops at one of them to rest. What if it catches wise of our intent? We're going to take this slowly, Giran stated, turning away and leaving the edge of the cliff to return to the exit. As the Otogekyure forces around her spread themselves out over the flat surface, the woman adjusted her fur collar as she swaggered along at her own pace. We keep our distance, get a more accurate bead on the beast's habits and moving patterns, and capture it when it stops at an island, one where we're going to be waiting for it. What's more, she was sure that her master also had a plan of cornering and sealing the beast as well. A creature like the three-tailed giant turtle was not one to be trifled with. Just like all of the other Biju in the world, the demon was capable of leveling entire battlefields with a single swing of its tails and blast entire mountains into oblivion. With power of that magnitude, it came as no surprise to the woman as to why her master desired a creature like that. A beast capable of literally turning the tides of war was a valuable commodity to any village, and she was sure Orochimaru would put its strength to good use. However, before she could meditate on this matter any further, the sound of rushing footsteps reached Girin's ears, causing both her and Jirobo to look ahead to see a shinobi from their force enter the chamber through their tunnel and skid to a stop in front of the woman. "Girin Taishu, we have a problem." "What is it?" the kunoichi asked, scrunching her brow irritably at the foot soldier. "One of the squads we sent to patrol the western parts of the island has been found dead," the masked Odo shinobi replied, shaking his head. "We don't know what happened to them, but it looks like they got into a fight." "With who?" "We don't know. Some of the bodies looked like they were cut down by a sword, others by a spiked weapon, and..." The man then paused and shivered when he remembered the appearance of a couple of the other corpses they'd found. "Well, it's strange. 3 of the other men that were patrolling the jungle looked like they'd been mauled to death by an animal, and one of them appeared to have had bits of his midsection eaten." Raising an eyebrow at the report, Girin pondered on the information for a moment. When she glanced around at the other shinobi surrounding her, particularly Jirobo, whom now had a serious expression of his own, a smile formed on her face and her eyes narrowed. "Somebody's crashed our party." She then pointed at the messenger that had reported to her of this development. "You, stay here with this squad and guard the cave. Jirobo, you're with me." Waving the boy over, she then pushed past the soldier in front of her and entered the tunnel leading to the outside world. She was quickly followed by Jirobo, who started massaging his knuckles for what he anticipated to be a good time. On her climb back to the surface, the blue-haired kunoichi couldn't help the excited grin that crept across her lips, which she licked in a show of enthusiasm towards a potentially dangerous threat. "Looks like I'm going to have some fun on this little errand after all." Oh. Meanwhile, down on the beach, disembarking from the motorboat they'd used to transport themselves here from the tower outpost, Samui, Omoi, Karui, Kyoko and Chojuro quickly leapt onto the sands of the island shore and began marching towards the jungle. With the Chunin from Kirigakure leading them, the group spread themselves out as they approached the line of trees and its creepy shadow stretching out to greet them. Those with swords were quick to draw them for a fight, whereas the Jonin from Kumo took out her tanto and set her sights squarely on the mountain ahead. However, before any of them could make any progress into the dense undergrowth of overhanging vines and bushes, the team was suddenly intercepted by a primarily white form dropping down from the sky above and landing on the fore-dune before them. Kicking up dust with a flutter of his robe, the nimble figure then rose up and revealed himself to the squad to be the very same man that had been standing watch on the cliffs. Green eyes narrowing upon the startled party, the elite from Odogekure lowered his head and cast a threatening shadow over his gaze. "You are trespassing on private property," Kimimaro said with a completely take-no-bullshit tone of voice. "If you value your lives, you will turn around and leave this shore immediately. If you do not, then I will have no choice but to use deadly force to remove you from the premises, permanently." Wow. That was a ridiculously fast response time, even for a Jonin. "Oh yeah?" Karui spoke up while stepping forward with a harsh glare, "and how are you going to do that?" Her question was left hanging in the air for several seconds, until the group then heard the disgusting yet distinct sound of bones snapping when, all of a sudden, they saw a white, bony protrusion jut out of Kimimaro's neck. The squad then looked on with morbid intrigue as the young male then yanked it out and held it towards them threateningly, the length sharpened into a fine, white knife that flashed under the sun. It was a sight that had Omoi, Chojuro and Karui's jaws drop. "Okay, that's disgusting." Chojuro, slightly stunned, then had a bead of sweat run down his face as he pushed his gases back up his nose. "This is bad." "That's the Shikatsu Miyaku, dead bone pulse," Samui spoke up when she quickly worked out what she just saw from the teenager in front of them, the Kekkei Genkai of the Kagaya clan, and one of the rarest bloodline abilities in the world. It's a Kekkei Genkai that allows the user to manipulate their own skeletal structure at will by using their chakra to control the calcium levels in their system. Bringing her tanto up and producing from it a sheath of lightning, the kunoichi narrowed her eyes on their enemy and the potential danger he presented to them. "Now I can see why Orochimaru has someone like this working under them." Karui then frowned deeply as she stepped forward with her sword. "So he can control his bones. Big deal. What's the worst this guy can do?" Before she could begin approaching the white-haired shinobi, Kyoko's hand suddenly shot up and blocked her path, keeping the dark-skinned girl from moving forward. "What? Don't you remember? I called dibs on this guy," the Chunin from Kiri exclaimed with a smile forming on her determined face. She then nodded to her left, silently gesturing for the group to follow her directions. "You four go on ahead. I've got you covered." Chojuro looked across at his teammate and friend with concern. "Are you sure you can handle him on your own?" "Positive. Now go." Not needing to be told twice, the group cautiously eased to the side for several feet before sprinting off, intent on heading towards the mountain as quick as they could. However, just as the group swung out and began advancing on the woods, they suddenly saw the sand at Kimimaro's feet explode and the boy come sprinting straight at them from their flank, with the boy's bone blade held back and his emotionless stare fixed on them like a hawk. The speed he approached them at had the two Kumo sword users and Chojuro balk when he came swinging at them with the intent to cut them off, covering the distance of 20 meters between their two teams in the blink of an eye. "I don't think so." Just as Samui was about to respond with her own blade, aiming to defend her group from his attack, a loud gunshot ringing out had Kimimaro skid to a sudden stop and throw his body back, where he barely avoided a projectile no bigger than a fingernail shoot straight past him. Immediately after the sudden stoppage, the youngster from the hidden sound turned around to see Kyoko with her finger outstretched and a smirk worn on her face. Turning your back on an opponent? Now that's just rude. She then tilted her head and gave the enemy a happy smile. I'm surprised you were able to dodge that. Blinking, Kimimaro then sprouted a small smile of his own and turned towards the girl. Interesting. Caught up, he spared one last glance to the squad he'd attempted to blindside, but saw that they'd already escaped into the jungle. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he then refocused his attention on the kunoichi still on the beach below and lowered his blade to his side. It seems that our respective attempts to kill our intended targets have been thwarted. No matter. Once I take care of you, I will hunt down each of your little friends and destroy them for sullying this island with their feet. Giggling, the ever-cheerful Kyoko then lowered her finger and held her hands a little bit out to the sides. Fingers twitching, she then willed chakra into her fingertips, resulting in her nails and digits suddenly turning a metallic black. Like I'm going to let you do that. I may look like a pretty, little cherry blossom in your eyes, but I'm not as delicate as you might think, pal. The sight of Kyoko readying for a fight put Kimimaro on guard, who responded in kind by lifting his free hand ever so slightly and extending his own fingers. Come on, let's have some fun. Kimimaro's frown deepened, as you wish. Springing off the ground without another word, the boy sprinted to the side and swung his hand out in front of him at the same time, the sound of cracking air ringing out when he suddenly launched a barrage of white projectiles from his fingertips towards his opponent. Teshi Sendan. 10-finger drilling bullets. Expression switching from cheerful to dead serious, Kyoko expertly head-slipped the projectiles as they shot past her, the bone bullets striking the ocean water behind her and kicking up 5 separate sprays before the girl blasted forward as well. In response to the opening assault, the girl also threw both hands forward and, with the sound of simultaneous gunshots, launched her own projectiles from her metallic black fingertips. Koton, Sendan. Steel release, drilling bullets. Showcasing momentary surprise, Kimimaro swiftly dodged the barrage and responded with another, only to see the girl duck right under it and let fly a second salvo. This quick counterattack for his counterattack knocked the bone knife out of the young man's grip from a straight shot, which freed up both of the Kagaya's hands to fire away at the girl. All at once, bone bullets and steel bullets began cutting across the sands as the two adversaries circled each other, the sounds of gunfire ringing out from the incredible exchange with the pair engaging in high-level combat. This was accompanied by the distinct chime of ricochets when the two fighters managed to shoot the other's bullets out of the air in mid-flight with murderous precision, which their firefight inevitably boiled down to with both foes knocking the other's rounds off of their respective flight paths. Eventually, the pair closed in on each other at the center of the field and leapt, where they both then collided in midair and spun to the ground, still firing shots from their fingers until they hit the soft sands of the beach. The seconds they did, the two fighters spun like tops and slammed a kick into the other's chest, sending their opponent rolling across the floor and away, where they then righted themselves and slid to a stop. With excitement burning in Kyoko's eyes and Kimimaro looking impassive as usual, the two then went at each other. The bone user started off strong, sprinting straight towards his opponent while picking up his fallen bone dagger at the same time. Blade held back, he slashed out at the girl, who slipped and ducked around his opening strikes, before countering with a swift left-right combo and a kick. Parrying the blows, the Kagaya exchanged lethal knife blows and strikes with the girl. When an opening presented itself, the boy then hiked up the blonde's leg when she swung in with a hook and attempted to stab down at her, only for the girl to swiftly grab the boy's wrist and toss him over her shoulder, straight into the ground. Kimimaro struck the sand dune with a dull thud, an audible oof escaping his lips as he then glared up at his opponent to see her raise her foot and bring it down in an effort to stomp him out. The boy responded by rolling right out of the way and leaping back into his own stance, which he took while holding his bone dagger back defensively. This girl, the stoic boy thought with surprise clearly reflected in his tone, before seeing the kunoichi turn on him once again. Kyoko threw her opponent an enthusiastic grin, showing the amount of fun she was having. Wow, you're quick. Giggling, the kunoichi then slid forward and took on an entirely new stance, one which had the bone user frown and hold his blade back further. With her left fist extended to about halfway and her right fist held at her chin, the girl began bobbing on her feet while her knuckles took aim at the young man standing several feet away. Let's take this up a notch. Expression reflecting his seriousness, the Kagaya waited for a few moments while trying to work out what this new stance his opponent had taken was. After several moments of contemplation, Kimimaro then went for it, dashing straight at the girl with his primary weapon. Attempting to lash out at her, his gaze hardened when he was then forced to duck the jab she threw at him with her extended left. The boy effortlessly slipped around it and dove in for the opening. Such a basic attack won't be enough to stop me, the young taijutsu genius thought as he came up with his blade, aiming to impale the girl the moment he was in range. However, just as he was closing the distance and following her fist as it retracted, his eyes then widened considerably when he saw it pull back to about halfway and load itself. What? The boy then had to cut off his approach when he saw the girl's fist suddenly become big, and crossed his arms over his face in time to block the sledgehammer that would have crashed into his nose. A loud gunshot rang out when the punch landed, sending Kimimaro sliding back across the sand at a shocking speed. Coming to a stop, the boy cringed painfully as he lowered his hand, revealing blood dribbling out of his nose. Even with a guard up, the damage still got through to him. What the hell? That was no ordinary jab, Kimimaro thought in alarm, seeing the girl had reset her stance and had her fist ready and waiting once again. Wiping the blood away, the boy hardened his gaze on his target once more before diving in again, intent on continuing the battle and seeing what this new taijutsu style was. When he got within range again, he dodged another swift left, but just as he was spinning in to nail the girl with a kick, the boy was then forced to duck and weave repeatedly when more jabs came flying out at him. The salvo of lightning-fast shots had the Kagaya backing down as the girl advanced on him, throwing left after his head, with the sound of potentially concussive blows flying past his ears. TSK. So she's not just using that fist to block my field of vision. She also had it extended so that she didn't need to bring her fist all the way back to her cheek, meaning that she was able to eliminate the time and space allowing an opponent to launch a counter. Normally a taijutsu user would be able to close the distance when a shinobi retracted their fist, but this girl didn't need to do that. She only brought it back halfway, which then allowed her to fire it off again the second it was loaded. The power it also had was also equivalent to a fully loaded punch. This was normally achieved with a right straight when a person would twist in with their shoulder, body and hips, with the full weight of their person behind it. But this girl managed to apply all of that power to just her shoulder and wrist. By rotating both, she was able to fire off a jab with the strength of a fully loaded punch. That took an insane amount of upper body strength. Gritting his teeth, Kimimaro continued avoiding the left shots before deciding to parry one of them, having had enough of being on the receiving end of this girl's attacks. Immediately upon doing so he rushed in with a stabbing motion, going right for the jugular when Kyoko's jab failed to retract. However, the instant he attempted to dive for the opening with the aim to impale his opponent, he missed the smirk the girl threw him before. A split second later, a flash of white light hit him and the sound of a thunderclap rang out all around. The next thing the Kagaya felt was his brain ringing like a bell as he was sent blasting off of his feet, ending with him once again skidding backwards across the beach and coming to a jittering stop some meters away. Body slumping forward, Kimimaro looked ahead of him in astonishment as the girl smiled pleasantly his way. What was that? He didn't know whether he was tripping or not from the damage of the counter, but he swore he was hit by a bolt of lightning. Kyoko, still holding her stance defensively, watched the boy's knees shake and come close to buckling as he slowly righted himself, and began moving her fist from left to right, following the pendulum of his head. You can't beat me with such a flamboyant fighting style, not when I'm able to read all of your movements. With my dangon, bullet, left jab and my senku, flash, right straight, you won't be able to land any attacks with that knife. Her right straight was especially tricky to circumvent. The power and speed she threw the counter using this fighting style to nail the boy was as fast as a bolt of lightning, or at least comparatively from her opponent's perspective. It was her most explosive counterattack. It sure shook the Kagaya up something fierce. Reconnecting his brain to his legs and hopping on his feet to get life back into them, Kimimaro then clicked his tongue irritably and reset his focus on the person in front of him. Once he was certain he'd re-established equilibrium with the rest of his body, he tightened the grip over his bone dagger and held it out to his side. You're a lot stronger than I first thought, Kimimaro remarked. The comment immediately earned a blush from the girl and, breaking the monotony formed by their confrontation, she rubbed the back of her head bashfully, thanks. A small smile tugging on his lips, the Kagaya then took on his stoic visage once more and widened his stance. However, if you believe that you've bested me with a well-played fighting style then you are sadly mistaken. I figured you to be an unruly one and dismissed you as a possible threat entirely. But after seeing your little demonstration, it looks as though I'm going to have to take you a lot more seriously from now on. I have 5 dances in my arsenal, and I plan on using each and every one of them to kill you. With his weapon primed, and ignoring the blood dripping down his head and the corner of his mouth, the Kagaya took off once more, this time taking a non-linear approach as he closed in on his foe and saw her brace herself for another assault. This girl has superb reaction time, and her reflexes and talent for taijutsu are on par with that of my own. But her true strength lies in her ability to counterattack, which means it will be incredibly difficult for me to get through her defenses. Following a zigzag form of advance, the boy then spun in, his blade flashing through the air as he took aim, and went for the girl with his fastest attack. I'm not holding anything back. Here's my first. Tsubaki no Mai. Dance of the Camellia. As soon as he closed in, Kimimaro began lashing out at the girl with his bone dagger at blinding speed, his erratic stabbing motions creating multiple afterimages with the lag in an effort to confuse his opponent. However, despite the machine gun rate he opened up on his adversary with, Kyoko was still able to predict the motion of his attacks perfectly and, with a game face of her own in play and her eyes zipping about at an insane speed, stepped in and fired off a barrage of consecutive, lightning-fast jabs. Each of her bullet-fast, corkscrew punches nailed Kimimaro in the face each and every time he lunged in with a stab of his blade, slamming him in the face repeatedly with rapid-fire succession when he attempted to make his mark. The blows caused loud thuds to ring out like a machine gun, and sweat and blood to fly off of the boy's face whenever his mug was smashed in. Gritting his teeth in frustration at her continuous, devilishly fast counters, the Kagaya then spiraled towards the girl, at the same time sprouting thick lengths of bone from his knees, elbows and shoulders, in an attempt to carve into the girl all at once. Yanagi no Mai. Dance of the Willow, the boy shouted, lashing at the girl with a kick. Responding in kind, Kyoko also threw a swift roundhouse kick into the teen's chest, a loud crack ringing out when both their attacks collided in midair at the exact same time. A blast of sand shooting up from the force of the impact, the Kaguya then sprang off of the ground and attempted to stab down at the kunoichi with his dagger again, hoping the extended bone from his arm would give her pause. However, just as he was slashing in with his weapon, he suddenly saw the girl's hands become encased in the same black metal that she'd produced on her fingers, which allowed her to deflect his dagger effortlessly, while her other hand blocked the bone spike from his knee, which he also threw upwards in an effort to catch her in a scissor. Surprised at her reflexes, Kimimaro frowned and kicked off of the girl's arm, sparks flying from his leg colliding with her guard as he leapt away at speed. Flipping through the air, the taijutsu genius then landed in a crouched position and exploded forward, his form blurring out when the spikes protruding from his body retracted, before several more curved bones popped out of his arms, chest, back and shoulders. Taking on the appearance of a hedgehog, he lunged at the girl, startling her at his sudden change in appearance. Karamatsu no Mai. Dance of the Larch, the boy shouted as he dove at Kyoko, who attempted to kick at him, only for the boy to deflect it with the hardened bones protruding from his arm. As soon as he blocked the kick, Kimimaro spun at the kunoichi like a top, colliding with her metal-encased hands when they jumped up to block. However, the numerous spikes and blades he produced meant it was impossible for the girl to stop them all at once when he drove the attack home, piercing her arm in multiple places before he ground into her body, spurts of blood flying in all directions when he ground into her. The attack forced the girl to use a cross-arm block, with Kyoko withstanding the assault for several long seconds before countering in the midst of the boy's rapid spin attacks with her signature move. Shurgan. Finger gun, a loud bang rang out when the kunoichi's finger struck the boy's chest, causing Kimimaro's eyes to widen when he was hit square in the ribs before being sent staggering away. His attack, however, despite her desperate counter, caused the girl to fly off before bouncing across the sand uncontrollably. Crying out in pain, Kyoko hit the dunes hard, eventually rolling to a stop when her momentum ceased and quickly tried to pick herself up. When Kimimaro stopped stumbling, the boy choked up a bit of blood before glaring towards his foe again to see her stagger to her feet. Though he'd been hit by multiple blows to the head and stabbed by her finger, the kunoichi was now far worse off than he was. Despite holding her own at the beginning, the girl now found herself covered in multiple blade and stab wounds. Having had her arms and body gauged at the same time, the kunoichi could be seen bleeding from various scars and holes in her torso, which was a bit ironic considering the number of people she'd done this to. However, this was no competition or examination where her abilities were being tested and played out. This was an actual battle, and the sudden surprise from her opponent had dealt her a high level of physical damage. Panting heavily, Kyoko's eyes narrowed dangerously before she then glared up at her foe. Kimimaro, now recovering from the hit to his side, actually balked a little at the intensity in her eyes and the sudden spike in killing intent the once cheerful girl sent his way. Wiping the blood from the cuts in her cheeks, the kunoichi then looked down at her hand, where she found her palm had been cut into as well. She looked like she'd been tossed into a meat slicer. Clenching her fist, the girl straightened up. "Okay, you've got my attention," Kyoko growled, her voice carrying nothing but spit and rage. Upon taking a proper standing position, the now pissed-off girl then concentrated her chakra and performed her next technique, one that a great many from her village now knew was her most lethal. Kimimaro then watched on in silent surprise as the girl's entire body suddenly became encased in black metal. The substance bled out of her skin to hug and wrap around her entire person like a suit, giving her the form of a metal statue as she made sure to protect every inch of flesh, including her eyes. It was a sight very few have seen in combat, and a privilege that Kimimaro was now having. Koton, Kongo Yoroi. Steel release, adamantine armor. Once the protective plating had come to envelop her form, the girl then raised a hand and tightened it into a fist. The metallic grinding sound and the echo of her knuckles popping immediately put the bone user on high alert. "My armor is a lot stronger than it was when I faced Lee in the tournament. If you're planning on going head to head with me, then you'd better have more than just bones protecting you." So this was the other side of her. The scary, pissed off side. Warning taken, Kimimaro quickly rethought his options as well as the foe he was currently confronting. Upon taking the girl's new form into account as well as the anger she spoke with, the boy then decided to change tactics and push things further to his advantage. The ribs and spikes protruding from his body sinking back into him, the young man then activated the seal on his chest. At that exact moment, a series of inflamed markings began to spread across his body like water, the fiery red pattern glowing angrily until it covered his entire form. At the same time he activated his cursed seal, his body also began to warp and change, with a tail sprouting from his pelvis that had the spinal column visible and 6 enormous spines of bone growing out from his back. His appearance changed so much and so drastically that his body shape became almost lizard-like, were it not for the fact he was still standing upright. To go with his fearsome new look, black marks also formed around his eyes, which inverted to match the extent of his transformation. His chakra also spiked to an incredible level, a fact that did not surprise Kyoko one bit. Since she was fighting somebody who could use bones in such a weird way, changing the structure of his body to increase his physical prowess seemed like a viable option. "It seems that you and I are both monsters," in a manner of speaking, Kyoko spoke with a metallic tang in her voice, her glare hardening even more so as she saw the boy's tail whip around behind him. A grin then formed from her enraged scowl as she got a good bead on his presence, a good, old-fashioned smackdown between beasts. "I think I'm going to enjoy this." Her tongue running across her upper lip was a clear indication of her excitement. In response, Kimimaro crouched forward and prepared to set off. "In order to defeat an opponent like you, I cannot hold anything back." I learned that the first time I faced somebody with the ability to harden their skin to that of steel. Memories of his fight with Kakuzu all those months ago in the land if waves had him increase his glare. With the young man's brow scrunching tightly and a wave of killing intent blasting off of him, the bone user flexed his fingers and slammed his tail into the sand. I'll be sure to make your downfall one to remember. Kyoko chuckled, we'll see who's standing over whose corpse when I plow your ugly face into the ground and crush your skull beneath my heel. For the next few seconds the two warriors glared each other down, chakra-hardened steel against chakra-hardened bone. After several moments of feeling the breeze lick at their skin, the pair then clenched their fists and, with an explosion of dust blasting into the air behind them, they sprinted towards one another at an alarming speed. Enraged expressions coming across their faces, both Kimimaro and Kyoko let out a roar of anger before lunging at each other with a swinging overhand, a loud shockwave ringing out on impact and blasting a cloud of sand into the sky. Round 2 had begun. With Tayuya and Tsubaki. Having dumped their boat where they parked it, Tayuya and Tsubaki quickly began making their way toward the island center at their own pace. After handily dispatching a group of unfortunate Otogekyou shinobi on their way through the woods, who'd not only had to contend with the master snake charmer but her intangible lightning user friend as well, the pair shortly found themselves traversing the misty jungles that made up a great portion of the land's terrain. Pushing past bushes, stepping over logs, clambering up steep rises and avoiding low-hanging branches, the two Jonin-level kunoichi attempted to make their way as stealthily as they could to their next point of interest. Unfortunately for them, due to their chosen path being laid out with such a dense coating of flora, it made the task of finding their way to their marker all the more troublesome. Soon enough, the pair ended up walking into a part of the forest so choked up with fog that they could barely see 10 feet in front of them, and had to contend with having their eyes robbed of accurate sight. Geez. It's like we've stumbled into a fucking horror film, Tayuya commented distastefully as she pushed through some reeds, at the same time avoiding a puddle of mud lying in her way. No kidding, the impassive Tsubaki replied as she also pushed through the same shrubbery. Not wanting to waste chakra phasing through it like she normally did everything else, the orange-haired girl was forced to endure the same harsh settings as her hidden leaf companion, which didn't bother her one bit. However, the conditions did present them with a bit of a problem. We won't be able to find anything in this. The moisture in the air is throwing off my senses. Since you're a lightning user, I'm not surprised, Tayuya remarked, ducking under a branch and into a clearer area. Well, at least there's some good in this. What makes you say that? If we can't see 10 feet in front of our asses, then the scumbags walking around these jungles won't be able to see us sneaking up on the woe. The redhead stopped, both in speech and in stride when her gaze unexpectedly landed on the next big surprise for the day. When Tsubaki coasted to a halt behind her and also spotted the problem for herself, the two girls then stood there staring at the bodies of several Otogekyou shinobi lying all about the area in surprise, all of them looking like they'd been beaten to hell. I guess that's 6 enemy shinobi we won't have to worry about. No kidding, the kunoichi from Kirigakure murmured while marching forward. Taking a closer look at one of the fallen foes while her teammate just walked about the area checking the corpses in general, the orange-haired Jonin then made a bit of a startling discovery and looked up, her hand lifting from the person's chest. These wounds weren't made by any blade I've seen before. Attention grabbed, Tayuya worked her way back over to where Tsubaki was kneeling and took a closer look at the ninja lying on the ground. Giving the poor guy a quick go-over, the redhead also balked and rose to her feet. It almost looks like he was mauled to death. The fact someone had taken a huge chunk out of his neck and the guy had bite marks all over him was proof of that. She then turned to her fellow Jonin with a puzzled expression in play. What could have done this to him? Don't know, but something did, Tsubaki murmured, only for her attention to suddenly snap upwards. Quickly getting to her feet again, the girl then held out her hand in a shushing gesture. Hey, do you hear that? Eyes narrowing, the musician beside the orange-haired Jonin trained her gaze onto the jungle as well. Ignoring the bodies, the stench and the carnage, Tayuya began searching the trees, the bushes and the shrubs, trying her hardest to pierce through the gray veil hanging in the air around them. However, thanks to the thickness presented by the fog and the lack of light in the area, this task was made next to impossible for her to accomplish, which prompted her to instead hear out the problem just as Tsubaki suggested. It didn't take the redhead long to figure out what had caught the girl's attention. Yeah, Tayuya responded, at the same time pulling out a kunai and spinning it on her finger. Nothing, absolutely nothing. She then caught it and held it in a backwards-facing grip. There wasn't a single bird, cricket, cicada or anything making any noise whatsoever. When they first entered the island from the coast, there had been plenty of life around them, save for the squad of enemy ninja they themselves had ended up killing. There'd been plenty of birds and seagulls cawing, crickets chirping and wind blowing. But upon getting this deep into the forest and entering this part of the woods, they soon found themselves in an almost surreal setting. The white noise was almost deafening, and the creepy feeling on the back of their necks almost had their hair standing on end. After everything the two of them had been through in their careers as kunoichi, it was easy for them to deduce the cause for their restlessness. We're being watched, Tsubaki said. This had both girls' eyes narrow as they searched the area, trying to find whoever or whatever was keeping its gaze fixed on them. However, after a minute or so of searching the shadows of the wood, Tayuya lowered her blade and nudged her friend in the side. You know what, it's probably nothing. Clicking her tongue and having one last glance around, the lightning user nodded. Yeah. You may be right. Tapping her on the shoulder, the musician then gestured for Tsubaki to follow her, which she did, and soon the two of them began making their way out of the area. Let's just get out of here before we run into whatever's been chewing on these guys, Tayuya said, a suggestion that her companion wholeheartedly agreed with, and together exited the clearing back into the dense jungle. Unbeknownst to the two kunoichi, however, as their forms sunk back into the mist of the surrounding trees, they failed to notice a pair of glowing red eyes open up in the dark behind them, and the snarl of a wolf-like creature filter out over the bodies of the dead Odo shinobi. This piercing red gaze then shifted in the shadows, before beginning to follow the two girls through the jungle, keeping its distance. Oh, with Naruto. Getting off of the boat for the group of 3 Konoha ninja landing on the other side of the island was no problem. Actually needing to get where they needed to go after that was another matter entirely, especially when you had a bunch of Odo ninja standing in your way. Managing to dispatch the initial wave of about 8 enemy ninja, the group then began a quick dash through the jungle and up towards the mountain. Their way of travel was far less guarded and had far fewer obstacles to circumvent than the route the others had taken. However, the climb was still long and arduous, meaning the trio had to take the route less traveled via the treetops. Springing from branch to branch and flying through the canopy, Naruto, Hinata and Choji climbed higher and higher towards the mountain. When they reached a rocky tor, they had to go around it, and when they eventually approached a cliff, they had to climb it. Jumping from point to point, Naruto looked down to address his teammates to see if they were still right on his tail. So we all know what the plan is? We clear out the island and meet up with the rest of the team at the center of it. We'll do a quick sweep of the mountain before heading back down, alright? Right, Choji shouted back. Why yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata responded as well. Continuing to jump up the side of the cliff, the Jinchuriki and his crew eventually reached the top of it. When they arrived, they took a moment to catch their breaths and admire the scenery before then making their way towards the jungle waiting in their path to get back under cover. However, just before they could pass through into the tree line, 3 shadows dropping down in front of them had the squad stop in their tracks when the figures crashed into the earth, kicking up dust on impact. Skidding to a halt, the 3 hidden village shinobi fixed their eyes on the warriors that had appeared out of nowhere to see what they were up against. To their surprise, they weren't the Otogekyure cannon fodder they'd encountered when they first got off the beach. These guys were enormous, hulking figures adorned in some kind of metal armor the 3 of them had never seen before. It was almost foreign in design, like, not from their continent kind of armor. They were each adorned in matching metal-plated bodywear with thickly woven tops and pants, with shin and arm guards, shoulder pads, and helmets. What's more, each of them had a massive frame, were slightly hunched over, and each one of them was armed with an enormous club or mace, which appeared to be their weapons of choice. They were most befitting their sizes. Whoa! Naruto shouted, caught by surprise when the one in the middle of the formation suddenly rushed at him. Watch out guys! He then sprinted at it, jumping through the air and kicking off of the figure's head when it swung at him with its mace, the ball head crashing into the ground with explosive force, sending debris and rubble flying in all directions. Seeing the other 2 enemies charging at them prompted Hinata and Choji into action, the 2 genin springing away when the large, armored warriors lashed out with their respective weapons. Managing to roll out of the way while Hinata sprinted for some distance, the Akimichi began excessively dodging his foe when he came lashing at him again and again, its weapon carving into the ground repeatedly while also taking out a tree when Choji retreated towards the woods. After a minute or so of an endless pursuit from his relentless foe, the rotund genin then had enough of being chased and, springing off of the side of another tree, lunged at one of the armored figures with a swinging punch, which he drove straight into his attacker's face with a resounding clang. Got ya! Toppling the hulking individual with his counterattack, Choji was then caught by surprise when his voiceless foe suddenly grabbed him by the ankle and threw him straight into the ground, easily recovering from the bell-ringing punch. The result was the genin having his back buried into the earth with an ear-splitting crack, sticking him a foot into the hard surface before the armored warrior then raised his boot to bring down on top of him. Reacting in alarm, Choji rolled right out of the way, avoiding the enormous leg that smashed into the spot he'd been lying in and fractured the earth. Jumping back to his feet, the boy then reached behind him and pulled out a cluster of shuriken, which he then pitched at the enormous figure in an effort to get through the guy's solid form. However, even with his shoulder turned, when the ninja stars eventually made their mark, most of them bounced off of the figure without even leaving a scratch on the guy's armor. The metal projectile struck the man with a series of clangs, before all of them scattered across the ground and embedded uselessly in the dirt. While a couple of the stars managed to stick the figure in the neck and arm where there was no armor, it didn't seem to affect him at all. Surprised at the unfeeling nature of his enemy, Choji balked when the guy came charging at him again, club descending to bury him into the earth. Frowning, the Akimichi jumped out of the way again while the man's weapon crashed into the ground, sending debris and dust into the air like a landmine had gone off. Upon acquiring some distance, Choji gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal. Alright you. Take this. Baika no Jutsu. Multi-size technique. The moment he shouted the incantation, Choji's form expanded in the blink of an eye, giving him a much more rounded appearance. The moment his body size increased, the kid tucked his arms, legs and head inside, before beginning to spin like an accelerating wheel. With the sound of a tire screeching, the wily genin charged towards the armored warrior now removing his weapon from the ground. Nikuden Sensha. Human bullet tank. He advanced on the drone with ridiculous speed, the armored figure taking up its dual-handed weapon and taking a swing at the approaching human boulder. However, before his weapon could even touch the genin, the enormous human ball collided with the armored figure, grinding into him for a good moment before blasting the hulking man into a tree. The figure impacted the trunk with a loud bang, until Choji continued his charge and slammed into him once more, flattening the enemy with concussive force. A cloud of dust kicked up around the impact point, and when it eventually cleared, it revealed Choji standing victorious over his fallen adversary. Looking down at the warrior's mangled form and crushed remains, Choji raised an eyebrow when he saw that there was no blood or anything telling him that the person he'd been fighting was human. Apparently, the large suit of armor he'd been fighting this entire time looked like it was made out of a malleable material of some sorts and had been moving about on its own, like it was some kind of puppet. That's so weird. What the heck is this thing, the boy thought, the sight of the now dead soldier causing the Akimichi to frown distastefully before turning his attention toward the others to see how they were doing. He looked just in time to see another armored warrior fly across the clearing, backwards, at high speed, before impacting with another tree on the jungle's edge, the landing causing the entire structure to collapse right on top of it and bury the warrior underneath its weight. With its entire front armor cracked like glass, the soldier ended up flattened by the enormous trunk with ease, with Hinata standing several yards away with both her palms held forward and her Byakugan activated. Breathing out from the swift combination she nailed her adversary with and had then handily defeated, the Kunoichi then deactivated her eyes and looked across the field to where Naruto was. Seeing him descending from the sky towards his enemy jumping up to meet him, the boy spun through the air before unleashing a wicked spin kick into the figure's head. Chaser! His signature leg blow collided with the armored enemy's head with an ear-splitting bang, the force of the impact sending the warrior plummeting to the ground below. With another earth-shaking crash, the figure buried itself into the ground with an impact that sent rubble and debris all over. When the dust inevitably settled and Naruto eventually landed, it revealed his opponent stuck 6 feet underneath ground level, with the only thing remaining of it being its hand sticking up out of the rock-filled crater. Frowning at his decisive victory, the blonde then turned towards his teammates to see them approaching him, both of them just as equally troubled by this attack as he was. Who the hell were these guys? I don't know, Choji shrugged, giving the battlefield a quick look over. Scratching his head when he looked from one fallen figure to the next, he then looked back at the blonde-haired Jonin with an uneasy scowl, but one thing's for certain, they're not Otogekyou shinobi. Yeah. Their getup isn't even the same. Hell, I don't even think they're human, Naruto murmured, glancing at his dead foe and then turning his gaze towards their Kunoichi companion. When he gave the Hyuga his attention, he saw the girl looking around the jungle with a puzzled gaze and her hands held firmly at her sides. You could see underneath their armor, Hinata-chan. What were they? The white-eyed teen furrowed her brow and fixed onto her crush once more, there were no bodies inside of them. Just, chakra. She shook her head at the peculiarity of what she saw moments ago and then looked down at the soldier Naruto had defeated. I don't know exactly how to explain it. It's like they're puppets of some kind, living dolls made out of a strange energy I've never even seen before. Marionette soldiers that could be controlled from a distance. But even with her Byakugan, the Hyuga could not see or determine who exactly was controlling them or where they'd originated from. There weren't any chakra wires or resonance indicating the figures manipulating their actions from the shadows, which led to the conclusion that a person's chakra had been implanted in them and they were simply following a default command. It was almost like they were automated. However, what's done was done, and with the 3 ghost warriors downed, Naruto, Hinata and Choji could once again focus on more important matters, and that was getting to where they needed to go. Eyes fixing on the horizon again, the blonde pointed towards the trees. Come on. We've got a ways to go before the summit, so let's get this done, the Jinchuriki said, earning nods of agreement from the 2 accompanying him before they all took off into the woods again. Hopefully the others were having an easier time with this than they were. Oh. With Samui. Well, damn, Karui cursed to herself, at the same time drawing her katana from its sheath and pressing her back into that of her teammate. Assuming a fighting stance, the red-haired girl bared her teeth and focused her attention on the strange, armored group of warriors that had suddenly marched out of the jungle surrounding them and into the clearing her squad was holed up in. Needless to say, after the start they just had, things weren't going as swimmingly as they'd initially hoped, first Ninja and now these guys. This day just keeps getting better and better. Clicking his tongue, Omoi also took a stance and fixed his glare on the group of enemies in front of them, seeing their red eyes shine brightly and the maces they were holding get brought up into offensive stances. They came out of nowhere. Who the hell are these dudes, or what the hell are they? Whatever they were, he wasn't getting any human vibes from them as he did from other foes. It doesn't matter. As long as we can kill M, then that's good enough for me, Karui shot back, not tearing her eyes away from them for even a second. Having entered a clearing on their way up the mountain through the jungle, Samui and her team had suddenly found themselves set upon by an army's worth of enemy forces. However, instead of the hidden sound ninja they were expected to come across, they had run into a whole platoon's worth of armored warriors that weren't in any way aligned to Otogekyou. This presented them with a new problem, because not only was there a high number of them in the area, but they looked dangerous, were raring to fight and they were on them like a pack of dogs. Furthermore, they had the entire place locked down and surrounded, leaving Samui, Chojuro, Omoi and Karui standing back to back with one another. Upon seeing the army of warriors' eyes flash dangerously and their weapons crank back for a charge, Samui drew her tanto from her belt whereas Chojuro summoned an enlarged kunai with a curved blade, with a size comparable to that of a short blade. As all 4 of them were standing back to back, it meant the entire squad was watching all 4 sides, north, south, east and west. They had every flank covered, meaning they had little to nothing to worry about. Hearing the clanking of armor as the large soldiers began lumbering toward them, the blue-haired Chunin frowned and adjusted his glasses. It seems that we may have bitten off more than we can chew here. Karui glanced over her shoulder with a smirk. I thought Kirigakure ninja didn't mind odds like these, especially one stacked against them. Lenses flashing deviously, Chojuro allowed a more confident smile to form as he took count of their enemy. Well, I'm not like most Kirigakure ninja. However, if it means protecting my comrades and fighting for Mizukage-sama, then I will do my absolute best to make her happy and to keep my village safe. Omoi, rolling his lollipop around in his mouth, smiled. It sounds to me like you've got a little bit of a crush on your village leader. The young swordsman in training chuckled, guilty. A shinobi and kunoichi's true potential will always reveal itself when they're fighting for a cause they strongly believe in, Samui added while setting her blade back and widening her stance. The corner of her mouth twitching, the blonde reared forward. I can understand that sensation completely. However, let's just focus on defeating this enemy and moving on to completing this mission. I'm sure that the courage to do your village leader's will and the need to protect your friends will come to on its own. That little piece of wisdom given and shared, Samui and the other 3 ninja in her company then crouched down and charged forward, each going at the armored warriors grouped before them, and all of which responded in kind to their dash with a respective charge of their own. Within seconds, the sounds of battle filled the air as the bulky, incredibly durable enemy forces clashed blades with the nimble and fierce squad from Kumo and Kiri. Oh. Standing in front of an entrance to a cave, the same one Giran and her team had used to access the heart of the island and the enormous chamber on the other end of the path, a young warrior clad in silver armor stood looking at the naturally formed archway before him and the darkness that lay ahead. With his weapon at his side and assumed in a firm stance, the young warrior stood looking around at the enormous wall and the shadows of the tunnel with his unblinking red eyes. The feel of the breeze escaping through from the underground passage was cold and almost bone-chilling, but the blonde-haired young man wasn't fazed by the sensations in the least, and held his ground against the next obstacle presented to him. This was where he was supposed to go. This was where his master had asked him to be, the very entrance to the island he was instructed to seek out. Along with his team of armored warriors, he and his partner had ventured for hundreds of miles across the oceans to locate this place and mark it as one of their own, as well as to eliminate any and all opposition they were likely to encounter. The team of shinobi beforehand was of little to no consequence, and Fugai had had a blast in the madness of it all. She may have even taken it a little bit too far, especially with her taking the time to bite chunks out of her opponents to feed on. However, not one to question the odd quirks of his companions that came with the abilities granted to them by the Jewel Stones, the boy had moved forward with his mission and now found him standing at the last turn. With his forces stretched out over the island to quell any and all resistance, and Fugai keeping a lookout for any other unsavory characters, he was free to go about the remainder of his assignment quietly. However, just when he was considering going into the cave to finish off business here and to move on to his next location, he then picked up on the presence of another entering his midst and looked to his right. Glancing over his shoulder and up towards the nearby ridge, the young man then saw 2 figures come to stand on the edge of the cliff overlooking the area. With one wearing a coat over her shoulders and orange hair waving on the wind, and another wearing a khaki jacket with a purple fur collar and red hair, he found himself confronted by the 2-man team consisting of Tayuya and Tsubaki. Blinking in surprise at the sight of the white knight, the musician raised an eyebrow before glancing across at her companion. Who the fuck is this guy? Don't know, the Jonin from Kirigakure murmured. Looking the youngster over with her arms crossed for several seconds, she then glanced back at the redhead with an inquisitive expression. He looks tough though. Is he an Otogakure shinobi? Not one that I've ever seen before, Tayuya replied, taking another gander at the armored warrior down below. Upon giving the teen another inspection from a safe distance, the musician then raised an eyebrow and reached for her leg holster, unclipping it to draw a blade. However, he does look very familiar. I remember Shithead telling me about how his teammate, Sasuke, was attacked on the road by a couple of people dressed in some weird-ass armor that didn't originate from this continent. Maybe this guy is attached to that group or something. He definitely didn't look like he was from around here. Hell, his outfit was more than a big enough giveaway. Also considering that bit of information, Tsubaki, fixing her glare on the boy positioned at the entrance to the cave, furrowed her brow in discomfort and spoke up. If that's true, then you guys are having a very interesting month. No shit. And I thought I was having it bad before, Tayuya replied while drawing a knife, at the same time seeing the blonde-haired warrior below turn towards them more completely, as if instinctively reacting to the sight of the weapon. So, which one of us gets to take this bastard down? Allow me to make that decision for you. Eyes widening, Tayuya spun around, only to get a face full of a wolf's jaws when a massive dog-like creature leapt out of the bushes directly behind her and slammed into her at full speed. A loud, animalistic growl echoing out, the redhead was knocked off her feet and sent plummeting to the clearing below, a knife held up to catch the fangs of the wolf's mouth snapping down at her. Gritting her teeth in freefall, with the human-sized wolf on top of her trying to take a bite out of her neck, the Jonin from Konohagakure then maneuvered them in midair and, planting her feet against the animal's chest, kicked them off of her. With an almighty heave, the redhead sent the beast flying off of her, allowing her to right herself and land on the ground safely. Pulling her blade up, Tayuya growled when she saw the creature that had tackled her, who had also managed to land safely, round on her landing spot before charging at blinding speed. Baffled that she was being attacked by what she could only describe as a werewolf dressed in blue knight armor outfitted for a woman, who was also trailing a cape behind her, Tayuya responded instinctively to the approaching creature by throwing a hail of shuriken in its direction, only to see the beast duck around them in a blur before lunging at her once again. With the bark of an enraged canine, the wolf wasted no time in lashing out at the musician. "You're mine!" Quickly snapping out of her reverie when she realized they'd been blindsided, Tsubaki, conjuring electricity into her hands with a few tai chi movements, fired a bolt down at the shockingly quick enemy gunning for Tayuya. Raitun, Reijiki no Yari. Lightning release, spear of lightning. In spite of the speed of the attack she hurled at the wolf-like creature though, she could only watch in bewilderment as the damn thing avoided her jutsu by suddenly changing directions and sprinting away, before changing course once again and going for her intended target from her other flank. Despite her speedy maneuvering to dodge the blast of electricity from above, she was still right on top of the flute user in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Startled, Tayuya backflipped to avoid her enemy's leading blow, making a hasty retreat across the clearing before leaping back into the jungle behind her, where she was then pursued by the wolf. "You want to go, bitch? Then come on." The two vanished into the thick of the undergrowth in a shower of leaves and twigs, one chasing after the other and disappearing completely from the area. Slightly shocked at the agility of the armored wolf, Tsubaki opted to go assist the girl, but then had her attention suddenly pulled back to the white knight down below, only, he wasn't standing at the cave entrance 30 meters away anymore. He was 2 feet in front of the Jonin, advancing on the orange-haired Kunoichi with ridiculous speed and swinging up at her with the sword he'd drawn from his sheath, tower shield also held firmly in hand and at his defense. Red eyes fixed on the bewildered Tsubaki, the determined Temujin struck out with his blade arcing through the air in a flash, his movement set in slow motion from the girl's point of view as he made his move to take her down in one stroke. Expression transforming into a scowl, the lightning user responded in kind to her opponent's sudden charge, and a flash of blue light engulfed both of them, followed immediately by a thunderclap. Oh! With Naruto dashing through the jungle towards the center of the island, Naruto, Hinata and Choji were well on their way to marching on the mountain itself and taking it. However, while they were springing through the trees and continuing to climb higher, a flash of light in the distance and above the trees, followed by a bolt of lightning shooting up from the far side of the hills, had all three of them stop in their tracks. Landing on their chosen branches, the trio of shinobi looked up into the sky to watch the string of electricity vanish into the clouds before inevitably fading, the sounds of rolling thunder soon following afterwards. The combination of sight and sound baffled the youngsters at the peculiarity of the anomaly, wondering for several seconds what the hell could have caused a bolt of lightning to shoot up into the sky. After thinking about it for a moment, Naruto eventually caught on to what must be happening over on the other side of the mountain and clenched his fists tightly. "Tsubaki-chan, Tayuya-chan, are they in trouble?" Hinata asked, stepping towards the blonde with her hands clenched together worryingly. "Don't know, but I think they may have just run into some," the Jinchuriki replied, narrowing his eyes at the same time. Tsubaki wouldn't give away her position like that, ever. She and Tayuya-chan must have bumped into somebody strong for her to let off a blast like that. If that was true, then that meant her adversary must have caused her to miss or ended up deflecting one of her shots when she tried to counter them. Though it was more likely the former than the latter, either scenario spelled trouble for the orange-haired girl. But it wasn't the adversary they were up against that gave Naruto a moment of pause, it was also the question of whether his friends were okay. Preparing to set off again to go investigate the problem, a tremor on the wind set off the alarm that was Naruto's sixth sense and drew his gaze upwards. Reacting in shock, the blonde then leapt back and pushed Hinata and Choji out of the way at the same time. "Move!" He was glad that he did, because the next thing the three hidden leaf ninja became aware of was a shower of pink crystals the size of kunai raining down on them from above. His response time meant that he and his companions managed to dodge the arrows, before being sent on a hasty retreat when the shower of diamond death pursued them through the thick of the jungle. The sheer accuracy of the rain separated Naruto from the other two, with the two genin being chased away deeper into the woods while he was sent on a random dash through the branches. What the hell? Barely avoiding a massive crystal block that took out a tree when it crashed into the area, Naruto then barreled through the canopy and out into a rocky clearing. Flipping through the air, the Jinchuriki landed on all fours and skidded backwards to a stop, letting out an irritated huff and looking up. Aware that he'd been separated from his teammates as well had him curse, since he had no idea what it was that was attacking them, but knew full well that they had been ambushed. "Who's there?" Naruto shouted. His question was soon answered by a shadow leaping out of the same canopy he'd been chased through, which he watched soar over him before landing on a rocky tor directly over his shoulder. Turning to face the unknown assailant, Naruto's eyes then landed on a beautiful, blue-haired woman with lipstick and sharp eyes, and wearing green battle attire with a fur collar and boots, staring down at him with a smug smile in play. The sight of the person immediately had the Jinchuriki round on her and drop into a fighting stance. When he focused all of his attention onto her in preparation for a battle, Naruto balked in shock at the feedback he instantly received from the stranger and widened his stance. "Shit. I don't like this." The amount of killing intent and power he could feel coming off of this woman was ridiculously high. She had an even more potent presence than Kakashi did, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down the boy's face. Shaking his head to rid himself of his stupor, Naruto slapped his game face back on and gritted his teeth. "Hey! What gives? Who the hell are you?" Guren, leering down at her prey, raised her hand and pointed at the young jonin with the most intimidating grin he'd ever seen, "The person who's going to take your life, boy." The moment she said that, pink crystals began forming over her hand, with sharp tips of the same substance appearing on the ends of her fingertips and transforming her limb into a claw. I hope you don't disappoint me. Recoiling slightly at the sight of the substance she'd managed to produce out of thin air, having never seen anyone use crystal release before, Naruto's expression transformed into a scowl before the blonde slid into a more offensive stance. You want to fight? Fine. Bringing both hands up, the Jinchuriki dug his feet into the earth and fixed his glare firmly on the woman above. If this Kunoichi was planning on standing in his way, then he had to beat her quickly so that he could go see if Hinata and Choji were all right. Let's go. For several seconds the pair faced off. Then, after a great length of silence had come and gone, Naruto bit his teeth together and sprung off of the ground. The moment he jumped, he vanished in the blink of an eye as his form zipped away at super speed. Grinning in amusement, Giran looked up into the sky where she then saw Naruto materialize out of the air above her and dive straight down to meet her on the cliff. Seeing his fist cocked back, the woman loaded up her own crystal-covered hand and lashed out, the pair meeting with a yell and a swing. Just like that, the battle for the Northeast Island in the Land of Water was on. Chapter 38, Land of Water. Naruto. Drifting. Reality check. With Hinata and Choji tumbling violently backwards, the young Akimichi rolled to a painful stop with a shout of agony and a groan of frustration, before looking up with a growl to see the opponent who had jumped out of the trees to confront both him and Hinata standing tall in the center of the field. Wearing the uniform and markings aligning him to the village hidden in the sound, the imposing male digging his feet into the ground leered at the fallen Konoha genin and puffed both his chest and stomach out, immediately showing confidence in his superiority over his current adversary. Chuckling darkly, the orange-haired member of the Sound Four tilted his head cockily. Is that all you've got, Konoha brat? Cracking his neck, the man in the khaki uniform with the purple rope wrapped around his waist then began marching forward while popping the knuckles on his hands one after the other. The sound of his muscles tightening and his feet hitting the ground with earth-trembling stomps had Choji grit his teeth and back away from the large shinobi. Heh, judging from the amount of flab hanging off of your sides, I'm surprised you're able to move as well as you do. Hell, your life would be so much better spent as a punching bag than a shinobi serving such a weak, trash-filled village, fatso. It was this word that had Choji stop in his tracks and a tick mark instantly form on the side of his head. Fingers suddenly digging into the ground beneath him, splitting the rock-hard earth with a violent crack, the boy then glared up at his impressive foe with the harshest glare you would ever see on the youngster. The blast of killing intent he also threw, though potent, did not register with his opponent right away, who continued to leer at the fallen Akimichi while approaching him. What did you just call me? Unable to sense the anger in the boy's voice, Jirobo's smirk only widened. Oh? You want me to say it again? Alright then. The man leaned forward with a much more intense gaze coming into play. Giving it a moment of pause, the man then spoke, adding special emphasis to each syllable so that he didn't need to repeat himself, fatso. Eyes widening in rage, Choji then let out a roar of anger and, springing from the ground like a wild animal, lunged straight towards his opponent with speed and ferocity the Otogekure elite just did not expect. Jirobo's expression quickly reflecting a sense of surprise, along with a moment of thought that practically said, shit, I shouldn't have said that. The man was then drilled in the stomach by the boy head butting him directly underneath the sternum. The blow caused Jirobo to cough out all the air in his lungs as well as a spray of saliva from his mouth, which flew through the air just as he almost did from the incredible force built up behind the sudden attack. With his skull and plate buried in the man's gut, the Akimichi then, with deft hands, wrapped his arms around the wide man's beltline and, squeezing his foe tightly, let out a roar of effort as he then lifted the hulking shinobi right off of the ground and sprinted with his quarry in tow all the way across the entire clearing. With the raging bull of a boy kicking up dust along his path of travel, the discombobulated enemy was unable to respond in time before his back was plowed straight into the side of a thick tree, the impact of which caused it to crack and almost split in two at the base. The second the ear-splitting impact rang out, bouncing off of every tree and tor in the region, Choji then used that moment to press his advantage and, using strength very few knew he possessed, gripped his foe in a vice before lifting him up and over his body, bending backwards like a bow. Jirobo only had a couple of seconds to process exactly what was happening to him when, all of a sudden, his young opponent performed a perfect suplex on him and attempted to bury him headfirst into the ground. Jirobo's second impact was marked with another loud cannon round ringing out across the island, shaking the clearing and scaring dozens of birds from their roosts. When the shaking inevitably died down, Choji rolled back onto all fours and stared hard at the upturned body of his opponent. Glaring heatedly at the inert form of Jirobo, the Akimichi then saw the male's hand twitch and the Elite Four shinobi rise up from the earth just as he had beforehand. Shaking his head to rid himself of the trauma suffered to his consciousness, the rotund warrior then sprouted an amused grin and looked up at his opponent, at the same time ignoring the trickle of blood that ran down his face from the cut on his head. Oh, you've actually got some fight in you after all. That's impressive for a little runt, Jirobo chuckled, slamming a hand onto his knee with a thump and rising to his feet. When he came to stand over the Akimichi once more, who was already panting from the effort of the attack and his fight thus far, the Sound Four member then used this opportunity to flex his muscles again to bring his wrath down upon the young man without restraint. Now, let's see how much fat I can press out of you. Jukin. Before the burly warrior could follow through with his plan to palm strike Choji into the ground, he instead received several sharp shots of what he initially thought were Sunban to the side. The pinpoint blows, quick and fired in rapid succession one after the other, reverberated throughout the man's body like electricity, shocking Jirobo at the sudden stinging sensation he received until he stumbled away. Snarling, the elite shinobi's eyes then landed on his second opponent Hinata Hyuga, who now stood glaring him down with her Byakugan activated and hands extended in her clan's trademark fighting stance. Covered in several bruises and leaves from being hurled into the undergrowth of the jungle earlier on when she and Choji had been separated from Naruto by way of that unusual shower of crystals, the girl was now back on her feet and ready for action. To show this, she immediately went in for the opening presented to her by her opponent when he turned his back on her to focus on Choji, which allowed her to nail him with those finger jabs to his gut before he quickly backed up for space and air. Now that he was staggered, the girl could once more throw herself into the fray and, upon seeing her target train his glare onto her and huff at the biting pain stinging his side, rushed in for another volley. Ducking the palm slap the hulking Jirobo attempted to slam her with, the girl spun in and began repeatedly striking him in the stomach. Her blows landed with the sound of cracking air as her clan's chakra burst style of fighting was put into action, hitting the man's internal organs repeatedly and driving him back step by step. Shoti! Palm bottom, Hinata shouted, driving repeated palm strikes into the individual's ribs. Growling in frustration at the continuous bolts of pain shooting through him from the irritating little girl, Jirobo let out an enraged yell and took several swings at the Hyuga in an effort to deck her into the earth. However, in spite of his superhuman strength, all his punches did was make impressive, club-swinging sounds as they cut through the air, missing their mark by feet when Hinata nimbly avoided each and every one of his blows, before once again diving in to drill her opponent with even more punishing shots to his abdominals. Her palms and fingers drove into him like knives, and after dancing in and around the man's attempted counterattacks for another minute, spun in once more and fired two palms right into the center of the man's belly. Tora Shoti! Tiger palm bottom, the double strike with her fingers curled plowed into Jirobo like a twin-barreled shotgun, the blast that reverberated from the impact point lifting the heavy man off of the ground and sending him blasting across the clearing like a rocket. A yell of agony and shock escaped Jirobo's throat as he was hurled into the tree line, where he crashed into the undergrowth and vanished in a violent shower of leaves and dust. His landing was so intense, a couple of the figs surrounding the area he landed in collapsed on themselves, burying the man under several tons of wood. Breathing out from her lightning-fast combination, Hinata straightened up a little while her eyes focused on the man she'd handily sent away. Seeing his chakra network was still alive and well, she then threw her attention to her Akimichi teammate when she heard the boy stand up behind her and stagger on over. "Are you okay, Choji-kun?" the Hyuga heiress asked with concern yet firmness in her voice, as she still had her game face on. Gulping, the rotund genin nodded quickly in response. "Why yeah. Thanks for the save, Hinata." "You're welcome," the kunoichi replied politely, only for her eyes to narrow when she saw movement in the darkness. Eyes glued onto the man they were confronting, she widened her stance and brought both her hands up defensively. "Get ready. He's coming back." "Seriously?" Choji balked, looking in the direction of the trees the girl had sent their opponent through. "That's ridiculous. I got him with a better-than-decent suplex and you nailed him with over a dozen palm strikes and sent him flying. How is he still moving after all of that?" "I don't know," Hinata murmured uneasily, also finding the situation quite perplexing. Not just anyone could get up after taking a series of her Juken strikes head-on, and to the body no less. Hell, even somebody as infallible as Tsubaki was scared of taking her fighting form head-on, the lightning user opting to avoid going close quarters with her at all costs during the second stage of the Chunin exams when she confronted the members of Team 8. That more or less proved how much people feared going toe-to-toe with a Hyuga, as their fighting style could take you down internally as opposed to beating you into a bloody pulp. This man however had just allowed himself to get nailed with over a dozen direct hits to the body and didn't even show any signs of wavering throughout. Though it may have been a case of stubbornness and stupidity, there was a limit to how much the human body could take, and Hinata knew this better than most. "All of my attacks were right on the mark, but there's something off about this man." "HM? What do you mean?" Choji asked, catching onto the worry laced in his partner's voice. "I don't know what it is exactly, but his body's makeup is a lot different from an ordinary person's. The density of his muscles and the way they are structured allowed him to absorb the force behind my attacks somehow. I wasn't able to drive in any of my blows as deeply as I would have other people," Hinata continued, gritting her teeth as a bead of sweat ran down the side of her head. "This one, he's much stronger than those other soldiers we encountered earlier." Biting his own lip, Choji focused on the tree line once again when they heard the sound of rustling leaves and twigs coming from the bushes. "Yeah. Who the hell is he?" He was obviously still pissed at the man for having a go at his weight and appearance. As far as he was concerned, this match wasn't over until he'd personally flattened this man underneath his fist. In response to the growing threat being presented by the enemy, the young Akimichi reached into his pouch and cranked out a glass container with 3 large pills sealed inside of it. However, before he could do anything with them, while Hinata was glaring into the brush with her special eyes piercing the shadows of the jungle, keeping a close watch on the man as he sifted through the bushes, her eyes suddenly widened when she saw the aura of the man's chakra system increase in intensity and his energy levels skyrocket. The flame that was the form it took from her point of view almost exploded off of him, stunning the girl at its potency. What? What's happening? Hinata continued to watch through her Kekkai Genkai as his output increased even more when he suddenly crouched low to the ground, buried 2 hands into the earth and, with an audible growl, began to pull, as if lifting an enormous weight from the floor itself. All of a sudden, the ground around the two genin began to tremble, moments before both Hinata and Choji saw the entire area in front of them rise up before seeing it begin to stomp towards them at a labored pace. Moments later, under the sounds of earth-shaking footsteps, the tree line up ahead was knocked down, and a still alive and well Jirobo marched out of the jungle to stand in plain sight of his adversaries. However, he didn't come empty-handed, as he not only emerged relatively unscathed from his beating but had re-entered the clearing carrying an enormous surface of earth over his head with both hands holding it up. Having ripped the plate of rock right out of the ground, with trees, grass and all still attached to it, he then walked with the humongous mass into the open, and took aim with it at the two stunned genin standing in the center of the field. Hinata, stepping back at the sight of the slab of earth, then turned her attention to the man carrying it, and recoiled when she saw his slightly banged-up body was now covered in strange markings. The black tattoos crisscrossed over much of his skin, resembling a series of interconnected triangles running like streams down his arms, across his face and chest. It was a freaky sight, and one that even Choji balked at when he caught sight of their enemy bearing down on them. Grinning from ear to ear, the now bulked-up Jirobo, complete with earth slab, cranked the massive boulder back and let out a yell of effort. Try this on for size, Konoha trash. Doton, Dorio Dango. Earth release, Earth Mausoleum dumpling. With that, he hurled the piece of earth right at the two youngsters, the shadow of the meteor-sized boulder falling over both Hinata and Choji, and forcing the pair to take evasive actions. Leaping out of the way, the two genin were able to avoid the plate from crashing down on top of them and crushing them into paste. Instead of holding their ground, Choji and Hinata were able to move in time to see the meteor barrel into the jungle behind them and tear through the woods effortlessly, carving an enormous trench for several dozen yards before coasting to a stop with a thunderous bang. The impact of the attack shook the entire area like an earthquake, kicking up dust into the air and leaving the two youngsters speechless at the display of raw power. After staring in disbelief at the sight of the boulder for several moments, Hinata then realized she'd turned her back on her foe and gasped in surprise. Spinning around, she set her gaze back onto her enemy just in time to see the man rushing at her shoulder first, which she responded to with a quick finger strike to his side. However, her attack unexpectedly bounced off of his body before the man plowed into her with his running attack, knocking the girl off her feet and sending the Hyuga flying across the field and into a tree like an arrow. When she slammed into it, she cracked the trunk at the impact before falling back to her feet. Coughing up blood, the girl looked up to see the man sprinting at her once again, fist cocked back for a punch he aimed to power right through her. Expression showing his intent, Jirobo grinned murderously and launched his attack. You're finished, girl. Nikuden Sensha. Human bullet tank. Just when Hinata thought she was done for, a massive spinning green ball suddenly flew in from the side and crashed straight into Jirobo at high speed. At about the same time the man swung in with his punch. The burly shinobi had barely any time to respond to the sudden attack, which collided into him at full power and sent him crashing into a distant tree. The enormous ball continued rolling with him, grinding the unsuspecting Jirobo under thousands of pounds of force between it and the trunk, until the spinning Choji skidded to a stop and stood in place against the bent-over tree. A second later, the confused Choji still transformed into a ball was then lifted off of the ground and sent blasting away when a loud cannon shot echoed out across the clearing, which forced the genin back into his normal state and sent him bouncing over the hard ground. When the Akimichi eventually came to a painful stop, sprawled out on all fours, the youngster looked up through a cringing expression towards the tree line he'd ended up pushing his foe. When Hinata rushed over to see if he was okay, both genin then saw Jirobo standing perfectly alright with his hand extended and a smirk on his face. Nice try. But it'll take more than that to bring me down, Jirobo chuckled, rising back up to full height and standing off of the tree he'd been thrown up against. Looking incredibly grungy from being hit by the full power of Choji's signature move, as well as bruised from being thrown through several solid objects beforehand, the Sound 4 member simply shrugged off the damage, brushed away the blood dripping down his head and dusted his shirt off. He then grinned towards the boy that had attempted to take him out. I was right all along. You are quite fun to hit, fatso. Gritting his teeth, Choji snarled, shut up. Laughing, Jirobo raised his hand and patted down his stomach again. That was a solid effort on your part. But like all Konoha ninja, you're all talk and no bite. Weak. Useless. Trash. It shouldn't take me too long to do away with you brats. A few more hits from me at full power should be enough to finish the job, and then I'll be able to get on with my work, and grab something to eat afterwards. Smirking when he saw the pair back down slightly at the look in his eyes, he then turned his attention to the Hyuga, who'd spent the better part of the last few minutes trying to beat him into submission. Seeing her nervousness, the boy decided to capitalize on his advantage to intimidate his opponents a little more and spoke up in his booming voice. Your half-assed fighting style won't work on me either, little girl, not when my body is able to absorb the chakra in your hands the second you make contact with me. It was this that had Hinata break her glare and look up in surprise. Absorb? Jirobo chuckled, massaging his abs before then taking another fighting stance. I'm always hungry, always wanting to eat. Little shots of chakra to my body only get assimilated into it, and I can use that energy to help me fight longer. Stomping forward, the burly shinobi prepared for another round. Thanks for the extra juice. Cursing their luck, Choji reached behind him and yanked out a chain of kunai. Whipping it through the air around him, he then held it between his hands and readied himself for another round, just as Hinata did when she slid into another fighting stance. Since the start of this match, their fight hadn't been going so well for them as they'd hoped. Not only did they get ambushed by some unknown assailant that was able to shoot crystal kunai at them from a distance, but they were then blindsided by this monster that was not only physically imposing, but had almost superhuman strength capable of lifting great chunks of earth and could absorb chakra through his pores and muscles. Adding up their own skills and abilities, not only was Choji's brute force method of fighting not even budging this guy an inch despite giving him a couple of bruises, but Hinata's gentle fist style of using chakra to shut down his internal organs wasn't working either, as he was absorbing her chakra shots through physical contact. Since her fighting style at this point involved coming into contact with a person and since their opponent could soak it in like a sponge, it basically meant her Juken style was out of the question. Or was it? Choji-kun, we'll attack him head on with everything we have at the same time, the Hyuga said with a voice filled with determination. Wiping the blood that trickled down from the corner of her mouth, the girl took on another fighting stance and braced herself. That's the only option we've got. After all, this guy was walking through everything they were throwing at him. They needed to circumvent his endurance somehow or at least wear it down to the point they could finally deal him some real damage. The Akimichi, sensing his teammate's determination, nodded affirmatively. Right. Jirobo, having heard the Kunoichi's intentions to continue fighting, leered in the pair's direction while at the same time balling his fists. So you want to take another shot at me? Heh. You two are either batshit crazy or even stupider than you look. Muscles popping as he stretched his neck out, the man then slid into his own fighting stance and brought both hands forward. Stomping on one foot to the next in classic, sumo wrestling style, the burly shinobi gave another chuckle and a manly growl. Alright, if that's how you want to play it, bring it on. Oh. With Naruto. Meanwhile, some ways across the island in the direction his battle had taken him, a series of invisible explosions ripped through the trees, tearing the misty, thick canopies apart and turning whole trunks into splinters, before an enormous explosion of dust and debris clogged up the sky, with an effect similar to a mushroom cloud. The explosion, sending a whole line of trees toppling into a nearby lake, resulted in more plumes of smoke that choked up the air and blocked out the sun, hiding the one responsible for the calamity inside of the blast zone. Several seconds later, the wall parted, and a slightly frazzled Naruto came floating out of it with his wind propulsion system blasting off of his feet and back, keeping him suspended. With his Tsubaime no Kodo, soaring swallow, activated, the boy floated in place glaring up towards the sky, where he saw Giran also hovering in the air with her arms crossed gracefully over her chest and a smug grin worn proudly on her face. Normally the sight of another ninja capable of flight would have left Naruto scratching his head. However, the second the Jinchuriki decided to engage this woman in battle and went after her with guns blazing, the boy was able to experience firsthand exactly what this woman was capable of. Not only was she ridiculously fast and every bit as good at taijutsu as Lee and Kakashi, maybe even better, but this Giran chick also had this unique ability to form crystals out of thin air. Judging from the composition of the crystals and the way the atmosphere shimmered during the production of said element, Naruto guessed the Kunoichi was somehow able to use the moisture in the air to produce the incredibly hard substance. While it initially didn't seem like something for the blonde to be concerned about, the moment he started going on the offensive, he realized just how dangerous she actually was. She was apparently also immune to his poisons, a trait a lot of Orochimaru's top henchmen seemed to share with one another. On top of her physical strength and dexterity, Giran was awfully creative with that crystal-style ninjutsu of hers. Not only was it deceptively strong, but it was incredibly versatile, as the Kunoichi was proving to him right now by hovering in the sky above him and taunting him, levitating using the crystal blocks she'd formed around her feet. A smug grin worn proudly on her lips, the blue-haired woman floated up higher, performing an acrobatic flip before throwing her arms out, fanning her coat-tails behind her at the same time. Gritting his teeth, the air boosters on Naruto's feet opened up and he rocketed up towards the enemy ninja hanging several stories above him. However, just as he was making a well-timed approach on his target, he saw Giran cock her left hand back and, with a devilish grin in play, swing it through the air following an upward direction. Shotun, Kesho Hariha. Crystal release, needle crystal blade, the second Giran's hand sliced the air there was a sudden flash of pink light, followed immediately by a shower of over 1,000 crystal needles that shot towards Naruto in a cutting arc. Spotting the incoming attack, the Jinchuriki responded immediately with a stunned blink before dodging the approaching shot, slipping the rain of crystals and looking down in time to see the long blade of needles hit the lake beneath him, parting the water right down to the bottom where it struck before the rest of the attack hit the land, following the line Giran's sweeping palm had followed. Naruto then watched for the next few seconds in amazement as the arc of lightning-fast needles sliced down an entire row of trees and ground all the way to the beachfront with such force, had it been thrown with a bit more power it would have cut the damn island in half. Whoa, Naruto murmured, turning his gaze back towards the woman floating up in the sky. Grinning when she saw her opponent look at her with a nervous scowl, Giran cocked back her right hand for another round. Want more? Without even needing an answer, the blue-haired woman fired 2 more blades of tearing needles through the air towards her adversary, intent on either bifurcating him with one of them or impaling him with dozens of crystal Senbon should he fail to avoid it in time. However, in spite of the speed she launched the crystal blades, Naruto was able to avoid them, slipping left and right, and watching the enormous arcs of needles cut down a rocky tor 20 stories tall behind him and another to his right. Upon seeing the towers of earth topple to the ground and crush the surrounding trees at their respective bases, the Jinchuriki gritted his teeth in annoyance. Realizing he wasn't going to be able to approach his opponent from this angle without being struck down by her incredibly swift attacks, the blonde opted to change tactics and, cutting off the air ejection points at his feet, plummeted to the lake below. Giran watched confidently from above as the boy took a deep breath and dove into the lake feet first, an amused grin in play as she wondered what her opponent was going to try next. Completely submerged underwater and out of sight of his foe, Naruto then wasted no time in swimming straight to the bottom, where he then took a few seconds to find the right position to launch his next move. Upon securing a spot directly beside a boulder, he then marked his point by looking up through the blue towards the sky above, where he could see his opponent's form still hovering in place. Certain he was exactly where he needed to be, he then took aim with both hands and pumped chakra into his palms. Okay, now. Futon, Senpuken. Wind release, whirlwind fist. In the blink of an eye, a shockwave exploded off of Naruto's hands, followed by a twisting sensation, which tore through the surrounding waters and made its way to the surface at speed. The force of the jutsu stirred the lake up something fierce, forming an enormous whirlpool and waves, before a waterspout suddenly shot straight into the sky and towards the kunoichi like a rocket. What a fool. Seeing the approaching blast of twisting water and air flying at her, Giran chuckled at the hilarity of the attack and raised a hand, intent on taking it out with a jutsu of her own. Does he seriously think an attack of that level can take me out? However, just as the crystal user began gathering chakra in her palm and had her eyes glued firmly on the incoming waterspout, she failed to notice Naruto materialize out of thin air in the sky above her. It was only when she detected his presence nearby Giran's head snapped to the side and recoiled in shock when she saw the blonde diving straight towards her. Ha! So now, not only did she have an attack coming at her from below, but her opponent had somehow sunshined ahead of it and was now flying towards her from her blind spot. Baffled, and unable to pick which one to focus on, Giran took action on the basis that the water drill flying up at her from below would strike first. With her left hand still extended towards it, she then raised her right arm into a guard, gritting her teeth in frustration as her limb crystallized over to take the attack she suspected her opponent would attempt to throw at her from the side. Kesho no Yoroi. Crystal armor. However, in spite of protecting herself on both sides, Giran didn't count on the nimbleness of her foe when Naruto, with lightning speed and accuracy, threw a kick straight down at the woman, slipped it through her guard and nailed her with a crushing blow to the side of the head. Chaser. The diving kick sent the kunoichi flying with the clap of a gunshot ringing out, and the moment the Jinchuriki managed to blindside his foe, dodged to the side to avoid his own wind blast mixed with water from taking him out. Giran meanwhile, flew off at speed, a cry of pain echoing out over the island seconds before she crashed into the peak of the mountain they were fighting around, literally taking out the top of it in a hail of debris and rubble. Upon seeing his foe vanish inside the cloud of dust, Naruto lowered his guard a little and relaxed, breathing out raggedly from the effort of trying to hit her while she was confused. But then, after a minute of staring at the smoking pile of rubble on the very top of the island, he then bore witness to another incredible sight of the rocks beginning to shift and roll, before all of it was blasted away by enormous slabs of crystal jutting out of the mountain's peak to form an all-new crown. This unusual development continued on for several moments longer, until a large spear of it shot into the sky to stop level with the height Naruto had secured and was still suspended above the ground using his wind jets. Standing atop this tall pillar of crystal, a perfectly fine and alive Giran could be seen with her arms folded, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and a smirk on her face. In spite of the blow that buried her under tons of rock, the woman was able to bounce back from it in fine style, and the moment she was up, slapped her hands together to form a seal. Upon concentrating her chakra, more rumbling followed, which was quickly accompanied by the sight of the gigantic slabs of crystal she'd produced from the rock levitating into the air to hover around her as if they were in orbit. Shoten, Akuriyama. Crystal release, mountain fall. Gritting his teeth, Naruto leaned forward and blasted towards the woman at full speed, intent on taking her down with his wind jets spewing out all they got. Before he could get even halfway across the skies however, Giran responded to his approach with gusto, throwing both hands forward that in turn hurled the floating boulders of crystal orbiting her towards the blonde-haired Jonin. All at once, every single one of the 24 rocks rocketed towards the Jinchuriki in an unbroken cluster, who looked up with an exclamation of surprise at the spread and, attempting to stop his flight prematurely, crossed both hands over his face before colliding with the incoming mass. The rain of boulders smashed into him like a train, practically squashing him before they went plowing through the jungle several dozen yards behind him. The masses of rock-hard crystals literally ripped through the trees, tearing a trench through the terrain and leaving a massive gap in the woods. When the boulders eventually coasted to a stop, many of them laid scattered along the ruined landscape while most of them were piled on top of one another, with ground, trees, roots and all sorts of jungle crap wedged between the slabs. Jumping back down to ground zero from the peak of the island, Giran then strolled over to the spot she'd dumped her opponent. Pausing when she was several yards away from the smoldering mass of crystals and standing at the beginning of the trench she'd carved, the woman, confident she'd managed to flatten her foe, then recoiled when she saw the crystal boulders shift, before a whole bunch of them were sent blasting towards her, propelled by ejection points of wind. Gritting her teeth, the woman held her hand forward and fired an invisible blast of chakra, which allowed her to shatter the crystal boulders she'd created approaching her back into dust particles, dispelling the jet hand prints they were stamped with and effectively rendering the surprise attack useless. Feeling the hot winds of her crystal's particles blow past her, Giran glared towards the heart of the pile, where she saw her opponent standing inside of the crater looking banged up and was glaring at her with his eyes reflecting nothing but seriousness and anger. Spitting out blood, Naruto quickly brought both hands up and formed his familiar cross-fingered hand seal, lining up his target directly in the center of it before putting his chakra to good use. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. The second he spoke the incantation, dozens of copies sprung up all around him and, without a moment wasted, charged in all at once. The platoon of orange-wearing doppelgangers crisscrossed as they made their advance on the woman, with many springing at her from the ground and coming down on her from above. Frowning, Giran brought her arms up and, focusing her chakra around the four parts, produced a mass of crystals that began to gather and take shape. Shoten, Suishotu. Crystal Release, Jade Crystal Blade. The second she spoke the incantation, the blue crystal plates formed into two blades, which she then held out and assumed a defensive fighting stance. You wish to dance with me? Very well. I accept your invitation. With the flat ends of her blades flashing under the light of the sun, the woman allowed a smirk to take hold before intercepting the kunai blows from the clones coming at her from all fronts. Sparks flying, the woman blocked the first wave, 6 clones driving into her with knives. However, the moment they lunged in with their weapons, the squad was then immediately dispatched when their target, using strength and agility they didn't see coming, spun on the spot and threw all of them onto the wind. The resulting flurry of slashes cut the clones to ribbons, dispelling them instantly before the kunoichi began focusing her efforts on individual clones, leaping forward to meet the advance and taking them head-on. Within seconds, the jungle clearing around the crash site of the meteor-sized boulders turned into an all-out battleground as the dozens of Naruto shadow clones ran circles around Giran, now dancing between the squads, cutting all of the doppelgangers down in their droves. Copies jumped in left and right, only to be knocked out of the air or dodged as the blue-haired woman expertly engaged them with a graceful yet lightning-fast fighting style, her crystal blades flashing through the air as she chopped down adversary after adversary, dispersing them into the smoke they'd originated from. Cutting into a copy coming at her from the side, the woman then backflipped to avoid another attacker coming up from behind. She landed behind it and kicked another clone that followed, knocking it into the ground until she was forced to duck a swing from the clone she leapt over, striking out when he realized she was behind him. Giran quickly did away with that one with a slash across its chest, before spinning and slicing across the neck of another diving in from her blind spot. Throwing an elbow back into a doppelganger trying to slap a palm into her back, she then mounted his spine with her hand and flipped to crouch atop its shoulders, performing a split kick to a pair of shadow clones jumping at her from both flanks before then springing off of this copy and burying it into the ground at the same time. Her jump landed her between 5 more Naruto replicas, which leapt at her at once to try and cut her down, but ended up getting chopped up instead. The flashes of her crystal blades were the only things visible in the air as the entire squad was done away with, but were soon replaced by reinforcements. Gritting her teeth, Giran leapt into the sky to avoid another 3 charging clones attempting to tackle her, but was able to avoid them easily. However, just as she was leaping backwards and making a count of the copies that remained, the real Naruto suddenly materialized directly behind her, his back turned to the woman before he performed a perfect somersault in midair and slammed a kick right into the crook of the kunoichi's neck and shoulder. A shout of agony accompanying her stunned expression, Giran was sent spiraling into the ground where she crashed face first in a cloud of debris and dust. Coughing out spit, the crystal user spun around and glared up at the sky where her opponent was still suspended using his air jets. But the moment her gaze fixed on him, she saw him vanish with a crack of air, which had her eyes widen in shock before a couple of footsteps landing directly behind her brought her face back around. The second Giran looked, the feeling of 2 hands being pressed against her stomach, followed by the equivalent of 1,000 pounds of force, exploded against her chest as she was then sent flying by 2 jet hands being slammed against her diaphragm. Plowing through trees at bullet speed for 1/3 of a kilometer, Giran's cry died out on the wind when she then crashed into the base of the island's main mountain in the background. As dust and debris blasted up into the air to block out the sky, Naruto, dispelling his remaining clones, took up position at the beginning of the trench his projectile of an opponent had carved through the jungle and threw both hands forward. The moment the appropriate amount of chakra formed in his palms, he unleashed hell. Tsubeim Rendan. Swallow Barrage. With a roar of effort, the boy unleashed a storm of multiple Hien rounds in rapid succession. The blasts of wind rocketed from his palms in a hail, converging on their target's landing spot like missiles and absolutely decimating the already damaged mountainside. More debris flew from the landing zone as the area was bombarded by concussive wind bullets, which struck the rock face with the force of cannon fire, before Naruto inevitably stopped the attack. Lowering his hands, the Jinchuriki breathed out at the effort of his assault. Well? How did you like that? Watching the smog lift, Naruto was then shocked to find resting at the bottom of the crater a crystal statue of his opponent, banged up and reflecting the damage of his more than vicious assault. Lying in a sprawled-out position, the Suisho Bunshin, jade clone, of his foe cracked and splintered, before inevitably transforming into powdered remains, which seeped into the soil beneath it and vanished. The sight had Naruto bare his teeth and narrow his eyes. She switched places with a clone? Shit. So if that was a copy, then where is the... Eyes widening, the blonde spun around when he sensed a presence underground and fixed his glare on the earth several yards away from him. The moment his attention hit the soil, he then heard a muffled yell from beneath the grass. Shoten, Amiwadari no Jutsu. Crystal Release, the God's Crossing Technique. At that exact moment, spears of crystals began jutting out of the earth at high speed, with a line of the massive spikes heading straight towards the Jinchuriki. Alarmed at the sight of the approaching attack, Naruto began back-flipping away to avoid the string of crystals, leaping up the ledge of a nearby plateau and avoiding the threat of instant death by impalement. Once he'd secured the advantage of high ground, the blonde clenched his teeth down at the field below, where he saw trees and boulders become absolutely riddled by the sudden forest of crystals that had sprung up seemingly out of nowhere. It was a bone-chilling sight, especially when you considered the fact that the strength of those crystals was comparable to that of steel. The thought had the blonde clench his fist nervously. Damn it. This woman is ridiculously strong, Naruto mumbled, now beginning to think he may have bitten off more than he could chew with her. She was clearly much more powerful than Tsubaki and Gaara, and had the intelligence of a shinobi 3 to 4 years their senior. Hell, she could definitely have Kakashi dancing circles around her with ease the way she was leading him around. That was S-class skill right there. Her creativity with her jutsu and skill in combat was unquestionable. Fuck. If I don't find a way around her ability soon, then I'll just be uselessly burning my chakra dry. Sensing danger behind him, the boy spun around to see more crystal spikes the size of shacks split the earth and emerge from the rock. As soon as they did and the Jinchuriki took a fighting stance, he saw his opponent's face appear in the crystal in front of him, before the original Giran stepped out of it with a smug smile on her face and only a single bruise on her right cheek from the kick he'd landed on her when he sent her into the island's peak. On the other hand, Naruto was battered, bruised, and bleeding from the head. That was a good collection of wounds to have, considering the fact he'd been buried under tons of crystals before. You really know how to show a lady a good time, brat, Giran spoke in a sickeningly sweet tone of voice as she leered at the beaten-up runt of a ninja. Dusting her shoulder down, as if this fight wasn't even making her sweat, the woman then adjusted her gloves and set her sights on her adversary. Getting kicked into a mountain, hit in the back and then blasted through a line of trees. Hell, if that isn't a good time, then I don't know what is. I'll bet you'd be able to give Kimimaro-chan a run for his money as well. The little punk could use a challenge every now and then. Frowning, Naruto got to his feet and wiped the blood out from above his eye. Thanks for the compliment, but if you think I'm backing down now just because you've shown off a few fancy tricks, then you've got another thing coming, lady. I'm not going to stop until you're either dead or unconscious at my feet. Feigning a cringing expression and a pained hiss, Giran grinned, such tough words. Do you think you can back them up, little man? Sure. Watch me. Naruto shouted while forming a hand seal. Like hell, Giran grinned, crossing her arms over her chest before swiping them forward. Kesho, Rakugo Shuriken, Ranbu. Crystal, Hexagonal Shuriken, Wild Dance. The moment she struck out, the blue-haired Kunoichi unleashed a barrage of snowflake-shaped crystals the size of ninja stars hurling towards her opponent. The wave came in hard and fast, the blades spinning like buzzsaws on their approach. However, just when her first barrage of a dozen was set to riddle the boy and turn him into a pincushion, she suddenly saw her attack veer off course and her opponent reappear several yards out of her line of sight. The result was her attack missing him completely. The stunned Giran then looked to her left. What the? Unable to comprehend missing her opponent when he was standing right in front of her, she then saw her opponent skip on the spot before vanishing in an orange blur. His increase in speed had the Kunoichi bare her teeth and her eyes shoot left, where she then leapt clear into the air and dodged her foe swinging down at her with a killer overhand, a kunai in his grip meant to impale her head. Fuck me. This kid is quick. Spinning through the air as she sailed over the side of the plateau, the woman crossed her arms again and hurled a series of crystal Senbon down at her opponent. However, unlike before, while she did see her projectiles make their mark, they passed through her target when Naruto momentarily turned transparent before reverting back to normal. When his eyes locked onto her again, he then vanished in another orange flash. Balking in shock, the Kunoichi looked up. Geez. He really is fast. Crossing her arms over her head, the woman produced a sheet of crystal over her entire body, her specialized armor coming into play when her opponent reappeared directly above her and slammed a kick straight down on top of the woman's guard. The connecting blow echoed out with the sound of a cannon going off, the force of his blow shattering her armor, before the woman was sent plummeting to the ground at speed. Crashing through a tree and bouncing off of the solid soil of another clearing, Giran then righted herself and landed on all fours, sliding to a stop before looking up with a glare. Seeing her opponent land, she clicked her tongue and got back up, bringing her hands about and throwing them forward. When she did, she hurled a barrage of thick crystal needles straight at the boy, only to see Naruto's form blur out and zigzag between them at lightning speed, dodging all of her attacks and vanishing completely. Snarling at another miss, Giran began looking around again to see where he would pop up. However, what she got instead was the most outrageous display of speed she'd ever seen when multiple after images of her foe began running circles around her, kicking up dust and causing her eyes to shoot all over the place in paranoia. A bead of sweat running down the side of her face at seeing her opponent literally multiple himself using his speed, the crystal user brought her hand up and formed another jade blade along her arm. Come on? Are you just going to run circles around me the entire ARGH? The Kunoichi shouted, only to be plowed into from the side by an orange blur zipping past her. Stumbling across the clearing, the woman gripped her side where she was nailed with a shot to the ribs, before her body was suddenly hurled in another direction by Naruto coming at her again, and then a third time, and then a fourth time, and so on. Soon enough, Giran started to get smacked about like a pinball by her opponent coming in at her from all sides, attacking her from the platoon of after images he had dashing around her, disorientating her, and knocking her senseless. Sparks flying off of Giran repeatedly as well as the sounds of dull thuds, Naruto gritted his teeth as he stayed hidden within his Zanzo no Jutsu, after image technique and his glare fixed firmly on his opponent. She's still covered in that crystal armor of hers. That shit has got to go. Taking up his kunai again for his 30th run of her, the Jinchuriki ran several more laps before vanishing completely from sight using his shunshin. Her stumbling ceasing, a now more bruised-up Giran glared up through the pain and spat, the visible cracks covering her body from the transparent armor of crystal protecting her from the assault beginning to heal over as well. In spite of being able to defend from his kunai strikes, the armor didn't stop her from feeling blunt force trauma, especially when her opponent hit like a train. The sensation of getting smacked around had her curse. That's it. Enough with this stupid game of here we go round the mulberry bush. Slapping her hands together into a seal, Giran bared her teeth and focused her chakra. A split second later, an enormous crystal jutted out of the ground at her feet and encased her completely inside the transparent rock. The moment the crystal emerged, so did Naruto, who drove in with his blade, only for it to slam into the barrier and have a loud crack to follow a split second later. Shouting out in agony, the blonde leapt away at speed while holding his wrist, at the same time releasing his knife before skidding across the ground to a stop. Wincing, the Jinchuriki looked down at his hand. Fuck, I broke my wrist. He didn't see that coming. The woman defended herself with an absolute defense just like Gaara's, only hers came as a big surprise to the audience as opposed to it being a recurring element in her style. Biting back the pain from his attack being parried the way it was, Naruto fixed his gaze back onto his adversary and scowled. Alright, this is crazy. How many more moves can this woman dish out? Grinning from within her protective barrier, Giran then flew through even more hand seals before ending on Bore. Let's see how you like this one, sweetie. Soton, Suisoeki Hachi no Hin. Crystal release, Jade Crystal Wall 8th formation. The moment she finished gathering chakra, the trembling of the ground drew the blonde's shocked gaze to the floor, where he then saw enormous slabs of crystal the size of buildings begin shooting up from underground and towards him in an effort to trap him. Seeing the crystals catch trees and fast freeze them inside the large crystal pillars, Naruto immediately deduced that there was no way in hell he was going to get caught by those, and teleported the hell out of there. Within seconds, the entire clearing and a great portion of the jungle surrounding them the pair were once fighting in was filled to the brim with enormous towers of crystals fanning out like a flower, capturing trees and leveling more of the jungle as the widespread attack took its full effect. Re-emerging from his shunshin in another clearing just outside of the range of the landscape-changing jutsu, Naruto glared back towards the village of Mineral standing before him, and remained standing there until he saw Giran once again step out of the wall she'd created. Apparently she could walk through her own element like she was a part of it. That sucked, for him of course. But then again, it was her Kekii Genkai. The Kunoichi grinned, so, ready to give up now? Naruto growled, hell no. He then vanished in another shunshin. Only to walk right into a counter when Giran summoned a twister made up of crystal needles to spin around her, before throwing her hands forward, which in turn hurled the wall of shiny projectiles towards the invisibly fast Jinchuriki. Shoten, Shuriken Ranbu. Crystal release, Shuriken Wild Dance. The wall of needles fanned out like a wave, the attack literally knocking Naruto out of the time zone he'd entered in an instant and forcibly reversing his flight path. With his arms folded protectively over his face and eyes shut tightly, the entire front side of his body was cut into by the hail of deadly weaponry. Upon being sent flying at the force of the sudden attack, Naruto hit the ground hard, rolled once across the dirt before then jumping back to his feet and sliding to a stop. Teeth bared and biting back against the pain now racking his form, the boy glared up towards his opponent with a hard scowl, where he then saw Giran smile and wag a finger at him. That speed freak shit won't work on me twice. Running can only take you so far in a fight, boy. Clicking his tongue and remembering that that was exactly the same thing Kodohime did during her fight with him, Naruto quickly brushed and yanked out as many of the crystals embedded in his body as he could, before then flicking his thumb over one of the entry wounds and slamming his hand into the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique, the moment he executed his next move, a white cloud of smoke exploded around him, where it was then quickly parted by a spirited wave of a pair of wings and a flap of a large tail feather. To go along with this grand reveal, the air also became filled by the screech of an enormous bird. In that instant, Saito made his grand appearance to the stage. Giran, blinking in surprise at the sight of the summon, cracked a smile and crossed her arms. Oh, that's interesting. Blade talons scraping along the floor, the giant king of the swallows with the golden crest emblazoned above his brow glared across at the woman standing several yards away. Taking note of the crystal mountain positioned directly behind her and the fact she was staring him down with a smug grin in play, he then glanced over his shoulder and saw his partner, whom was covered in holes, cuts, and sunban made of crystal, and was bleeding out all over the place. Upon giving the Jinchuriki a once-over, a frown then appeared on Saito's face. I see you're getting your ass kicked again. Hello to you too, Saito, Naruto chuckled with a grin. Think you can help me out? I'm having a bit of trouble against this one. Heh, no problem. Fanning his wings again, the giant bird crouched low before the boy and fixed his sights back onto the woman standing out of range and watching the pair silently. A simple flap of my feathers should be enough to bring this adversary down. Upon seeing the animal's predatory eyes fall upon her, Giran then allowed a sly smirk to cross her lips before raising her hands and slapping them together to form a seal. After flipping to a ram seal immediately afterwards, the ground at her feet began to tremble violently, moments before an enormous length of crystal shot out of the wall behind her and began snaking through the air at speed. Within seconds, the enormous structure of hardened matter took on the form of a monstrous, snake-like dragon with antler-like horns, blue eyes, and a jagged body made even deadlier by the fact it was constructed entirely out of the diamond-hard substance. Shoten, Hasho Koryu. Crystal release, tearing crystal falling dragon. Saito and Naruto then watched in astonishment as the large serpent made from the same stuff she'd used in her last attack, with a size that could easily wrap around the Hokage building, landed on the ground directly behind Giran and slithered in front of her protectively. When its massive, spear-like claws dug into the earth and its gaze leered across at the Jinchuriki and his summon with a threatening snarl, the Kunoichi, still standing visible behind her dragon's immense form, grinned widely. Alright brat, time for round 2. Oh. With Tayuya springing through the trees as fast as she could, the plucky red-haired musician gritted her teeth in frustration, ignoring the claw mark in her side as she tried to keep ahead of the vicious animal chasing after her. However, it wasn't any ordinary creature of habit or predator of the night that was pursuing her shadow, but something far more dangerous and persistent. As it turned out, the wolf wearing the armor and cape that had attacked her before wasn't an ordinary summon or animal at all. It was in fact a woman, who had this unusual ability to transform into a half-wolf, half-human hybrid, and even a fully fledged adult wolf capable of physically impossible feats. The moment their fight was taken into the trees, the young lady quickly displayed an astonishing level of agility and flexibility, able to dodge Tsubaki's lightning bolt from above, and all of the shuriken and kunai Tayuya started lobbing at her when she started chasing her between the trees. Using the natural setting to her advantage, the she-wolf was able to leap through the branches and off of trunks at an astonishing speed, keeping the redhead moving while every once in a while managing to intercept her and take pot shots at her when her back was turned. Not only was she insanely quick, but she was strong to boot and armed to the teeth, literally. The woman had actually taken a chomp at Tayuya and got her in the arm, which now had a row of teeth marks embedded in her flesh and was bleeding quite a lot. The stinging pain of the wounds she'd already taken from the bitch making passes on her had the musician grit her teeth and shake her head. I'd better not turn into a fucking werewolf at a full moon. If I do, then I'm going to be fucking pissed, you stupid, mangy, dick-sucking, slobbering cow. Tayuya thought, leaping off of another tree and avoiding her opponent when she came lashing at her from above, carving into the wood instead of her spine. Flipping through the air and landing on a branch across the way, the redhead then pulled out a cluster of kunai and hurled them at the creature, only to see the wolf vanish in a blur and dodge the barrage. Damn it. She's all over the place. I can't get a lock. She wasn't just agile, but her taijutsu was sublime. The enhancements granted to her by her wolf-like characteristics were really giving her a physical advantage in this area. Were the circumstances different and Naruto had ended up fighting her, this competition would be easily decided. The blonde would be able to beat this joker in close combat effortlessly. Her on the other hand? Tayuya figured she would need a bit more practice before she was at his level. However, that didn't mean she couldn't try. Diving off of the branch she'd secured, the Kunoichi spun around in mid-fall and lashed out above her with her knife, a loud clang ringing out followed by a shower of sparks when her attack met the claws of her armored opponent, making her reappearance directly behind her. Their respective attacks being deflected, the wolf girl gave a loud snarl before seeing the falling redhead flip through the air and land safely on the ground. Nice move, girly, the wolf woman snarled, her red eyes piercing the shadows of the jungle as she crouched down upon the branch she'd landed on and leered at the Kunoichi far below. You're a lot tougher than I gave you credit for. I have to say, you've lasted a hell of a lot longer than those pitiful fools with the musical note headbands I fought with earlier. Glaring up at her feral adversary, Tayuya saw that the armored female had now taken on a more humanoid appearance. Having once appeared as a fully formed wolf, she'd now reverted back to her normal form, only she still had one or two wolf-like aspects on her body. This included the sharp nails protruding from her gloves, fangs, and piercing red, animal eyes. It was a freaky sight, but the Kunoichi wasn't deterred by it in the least. I'd like to ask who the hell you are and what the hell you're doing on this godforsaken island, but I think I'd rather just kill your ass and be done with this, Tayuya stated, pulling out her flute and rising to her feet. The armored woman chuckled, my thoughts exactly. But just so you know who exactly is going to be putting you 6 feet under in the next few minutes, the name's Fugai. Tayuya, the redhead shot back with a deepening scowl, quickly finding this conversation boring. The feeling's mutual. The golden-haired individual then jabbed a thumb into her ample chest confidently and stuck it out in an alluring pose. Now that that's settled, your pretty little ass is mine. Bring it on, bitch. Spinning her flute between her fingers, Tayuya then brought the piece to her lips and began playing a sweet melody. The sound waves of her instrument rippled out in all directions as fast as they were allowed to travel on the wind, a phenomenon that did not go amiss by the armored fighter in the canopy above. Balking slightly when her senses picked up the dangers behind the melody and feeling her settings begin to distort from the sound waves, Fugai then responded to the incoming attack instinctively. Crouching down, she sprang from her branch and back into the forest. Letting out a laugh when she managed to get ahead of the music, the female werewolf then made it back down to ground level and, upon digging all 4 of her limbs into the earth, inflated her chest and reeled forward. Whatever spell you're trying to put on me, I'll tell you right now that it won't work. Upon gathering the right amount of energy in her throat, she then opened her mouth and unleashed a powerful howl, which took the form of an invisible blast of wind. The sound waves ripped through the jungle with concussive force, tearing apart both trees and boulders before colliding with their intended target. Tayuya, not expecting to be taken down by that kind of attack, let out a cry of shock as she was knocked tumbling backwards across the hard ground, hitting every part of her except her face. After rolling for several yards, she then slammed her brakes into the ground and slid to a stop. Letting out a huff at the earth-shaking attack, the red-haired girl then glared back up in the direction the shockwaves had come from, where she saw her opponent let out a bark before advancing on her at high speed. Frowning, Tayuya leapt forward when she saw her opponent lunge in at her with a snarl, planting a foot on the back of her head and using the temporary platform to springboard off of her. The kick sent Fugai tumbling forward and onto the ground, where both opponents ended up switching positions. When the two landed and righted themselves respectively, they then spun around and rushed at one another once more. Ducking under her opponent's swings when she attempted to claw her, Tayuya eventually drew a kunai and took a slash at her from below, only for her adversary to duck under it and slam a kick into her stomach that sent her flying through the woods. Blasting through dozens of bushes, the redhead slowed her retreat by digging her feet into the earth and, after running a thumb over one of the scars in her side, slammed her palm into the grass, an intense expression in play as she focused her chakra. Kuchios no Jutsu. Her incantation was immediately followed by an explosion of white smoke, which clogged up the entire area and had Fugai look up in momentary surprise. When the wolf woman saw the smoke clear, she was greeted by the sight of the musicians' three enormous doki, which crouched low on the spot where they were called upon and brought their weapons to bear. Stopping safely behind them, Tayuya pulled up her flute once again with a smirk. I can guarantee you'll enjoy this performance. She then began to play. The melody she started filling the area with, getting her three giant puppets to jerk back to life and start lumbering forward, with the one wielding the club dropping the hitting end repeatedly into one of its open hands in a threatening manner. The sight of the approaching ogres and the sound of their one-ton footsteps had Fugai back up a tad, before the wolf woman allowed another grin to spread across her lips and expose her razor-sharp teeth. My, you really are full of surprises, the woman exclaimed, at the same time running her tongue over her upper lip excitedly. I guess I can play around with your toys for a little while. Let's see what they can do. Oh. With Tsubaki. The site that was serving as the stage for Tsubaki and Temujin's battle had transformed from a once quaint, misty jungle setting, to what could only be described as a second no man's land. The match that had unfolded since the two knocked heads with their respective opening swings had been as intense as Naruto and Guren's battle on the other side of the island's peak, where the entire jungle area outside of the cave entrance was subjected to the most brutal forces of nature imaginable. Along with the smoking craters that had formed from both the kunoichi and the night-hurling long-range techniques at one another, trees had been ripped from their roots and knocked over, canopies had been set alight, once proud rocky tors 10 stories high and limestone plateaus had been reduced to piles of rubble, and a formerly grassy clearing had been glassed from the heat of the scorching blasts the two ended up exchanging. The place had been brought to utter ruin, like a battle from one of the last great shinobi wars had just been fought, but instead of platoons of shinobi engaging one another, this was just a duel between two incredibly powerful rivals. Needless to say, this previously quiet piece of land on the edge of Kirigakure territory had seen far better days. Gritting her teeth when she ducked under the sword that came swinging at her, the orange-haired jonin of Kirigakure was able to avoid getting cut into by her persistent foe by spinning to the side. Keeping on her toes, the girl looked back to see Temujin coming right after her, the white knight lashing out with lightning-fast, accurate strikes of his long sword, his blade carving through the air in flashes as the girl excessively ducked, dodged, and weaved around his leading blows. When he spiraled in, using his shield to defend the whole left side of his body, he attempted to decapitate her with a backhanded blow, but the kunoichi managed to leap away to avoid it. Rolling over a boulder that was standing in her way, Tsubaki used that opportunity to swiftly gather electricity around her hand before firing it in the form of a small bolt from her finger, which she attempted to hit her opponent with. The white knight however was undeterred, and Temujin effortlessly batted the attack aside with a simple swing of his sword before continuing his pursuit of his opponent. Landing several yards away on the other side of the rock, Tsubaki cursed when she then saw the entire slab get diced up like a pizza before her opponent came charging out through the dust after her. With his shield leading him, the girl stepped back into a defensive position and growled. This is ridiculous. This boy is only about as strong as that Niji Hyuga, but his sense of timing is exactly like Chojuro's and his weapons are blocking everything I throw at him. Not to mention there was something off about this teenage warrior's techniques that had the orange-haired girl continuously backing away for space whenever he closed in on her. For some strange reason, the girl could not phase through this young man's attacks as she did with others. At the start of their fight, when he came in with his sword in a stabbing motion and the girl was forced to avoid when she sensed an unsettling disturbance in the air, she then received a shallow cut to the cheek that had her immediately become wary of the knight's abilities and his claymore-style blade. From that point onwards, Tsubaki then spent the entire time engaging him at middle range, because whenever she attempted to hit him from the side or sneak up on him by aiming for his back, the boy always either had his sword pointed in her direction or his impenetrable shield ready to block her blows at a moment's notice. The way he naturally assumed his stance and the way he fought ensured he was able to defend himself from all sides regardless of his position. On top of that, his taijutsu, though it mostly involved a lot of surprisingly graceful, almost feather-light movements and an upright stance with his left or right hand orientation facing front, the boy was exceptionally good at close quarters and was swift enough to match her blow for blow. But thanks to his well-rounded combination of attack and defense, this kid was proving to be a much greater challenge than the kunoichi expected. Hell, he was proving to be an even harder person to fight than Naruto. Not to mention since the beginning of the match his expression hadn't changed from that stoic frown, which irked Tsubaki to no end. He isn't even trying, the kunoichi thought, deciding to change the pace and leapt forward for an assault. The moment she did, she cocked her foot back before driving it forward in a flying side kick, with her entire right heel glowing blue. Alright then. See if you can block this. Raiton, Reijiki no Yari. Lightning release, spear of lightning, a beam of pure blue energy then shot off of her foot, which was immediately intercepted by the boy's sword when he thrust it straight into the approaching laser with a stabbing motion. The result was a loud shockwave ringing out when the two attacks collided, and Tsubaki's blast was split into multiple bolts that shot out in all directions, peppering the surrounding jungle and downing several trees in the process. When the excess remains of her attack faded away, it left the air clear and allowed the young girl to leap back to avoid the slash from her opponent, who started advancing on her once again. Cranking his weapon back, Temujin focused his glare on his foe and dashed forward as fast as he could, literally flying across the ground towards the girl at a surprising speed. Frowning when she saw her foe approaching at speed, Tsubaki acted quickly, holding both hands in front of her, one over the other, and allowed electricity to course between her fingers, before her entire form started to glow blue. Raiton, Yata no Kagemi. Lightning release, 8 Yata mirrors. Once she was fully charged, her entire body broke apart into countless photons of lightning, which shot up into the sky and vanished from Temujin's line of sight in the blink of an eye. The teleportation was so fast that the White Knight ended up lunging at thin air, his blade passing through nothing before he skidded to a stop and glared towards the clouds above. When Tsubaki reappeared, she brought both hands up, crossed her arms, and began charging electricity inside of her palms once again. As a result, 2 orbs of lightning began to crackle between her fingers, electrical bolts flying off of her and striking the ground below at random, as if a storm was about to be unleashed. The sight of the woman charging her next attack had Temujin immediately take up a defensive stance, with the young Jonin glaring down at him from her advantageous position until her jutsu was completed seconds later. Raiton, Yasakani no Magatama. Lightning release, 8 Shaku curved jewel. Then, in the blink of an eye and a yell of effort, Tsubaki unleashed the full power of her widest spread attack, a rain of millions of blue energy balls raining down from the sky when her hands were thrown outwards. The hail of electrical spheres charged towards Temujin, who showed a momentary look of surprise before bringing his shield up to block the attack. A split second later, the entire jungle surrounding him, including the boy himself, was hammered away by countless bolts of electricity drilling into the earth. The hail of lightning shots proceeded to decimate the entire area, incinerating trees, exploding rock, and generally bombarding the entire area until it was either leveled out or covered in craters. All at once, the shower of deadly energy attacks spanning for hundreds of meters exploded in a series of consecutive blasts, lighting up the entire area and practically sterilizing it. Once her attack ended, the Jonin from Kiri let out a breath of effort before dropping back down to ground level, landing several yards away from the wall of flames that had kicked up at the conclusion of her jutsu. Glaring through the smoke, the Kunoichi expected the battle to be won and her enemy to have been slain, only to watch on in shock when the fire suddenly parted and a perfectly alright Temujin came strolling back into view, his large tower shield held up in front of him. Though the tool he'd used to defend was smoking from the head of it, the surface remained practically untouched, causing Tsubaki to bite her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Even that didn't work. Seeing as how long-range attacks weren't having any effect, Tsubaki then decided to test this boy up close. Bringing out a pair of kunai from her pouch and holding them in forward-facing grips, the lightning user gritted her teeth and flew forward, disappearing in a blue flash. Spotting her opponent coming in from up ahead, Temujin brought his shield up and blocked the driving blow from the Jonin's knife when she came in with a thrust motion. Sparks flying and a loud clang ringing out, the orange-haired girl then proceeded to fire away at the boy's shield with repeated strikes from her dual blades, embers flashing through the air when every stroke from her knives crashed against the ridiculously hard defense. A chorus of battle ringing out over the trees, Tsubaki gradually began to drive her opponent back, and pressed home with her offensive. Grunting in effort, the orange-haired girl started lashing at the boy's shield more viciously, attempting to get around it, only to have it move to block her path when she swung out to the side. She then slashed down at it with greater speed, a shower of sparks flying past the gap at one of the shield's corners, where Temujin's unnerving and emotionless gaze could be seen peeking around at his feverishly attacking foe. Backing up some more, Temujin moved his shield left and right repeatedly, parrying more strikes before suddenly closing in on the girl when a gap appeared in her combination. Tsubaki's expression then took on a brief look of shock when her field of vision was obscured by the boy's shield. This effectively broke the girl's rhythm, allowing Temujin to slip around his defense and lash out at her with his sword. Responding quickly to the counter, the Kunoichi blocked his upward swing with a cross block from her blades, sparks flying when she was knocked several yards away. The second her feet touched down, the White Knight sprinted forward to engage. Dashing at Tsubaki at surprising speed, the boy thrust his sword forward for an obvious strike, forcing the Jonin to try and parry it, only to suddenly feint and drive the bottom edge of his shield into the girl's chest. The surprise blow from his shield plowed into the girl and knocked her off her feet, the Kunoichi letting out a grunt of surprise when the force of the attack shook her up. In the midst of the hit, Tsubaki glared down at the weapon smashing into her. He struck with his shield? Baffled, the girl was then thrown across the field once more when Temujin followed through with his blow, sending her flipping across the clearing before she eventually skidded to a stop. When her momentum ceased, the girl glared up furiously, her expression twisted in anger. Shit. This guy's fighting style is absurd. I can't work around it. She then saw him charge and guard first, a smirk on his face as he boldly advanced on her position, getting the Kunoichi to frown. Don't act so smug. I'm not done yet. Electricity crackling off of her in rage, the girl blasted forward, meeting the teen in the center of the field and clashing blades with him once more. Hammering repeatedly at the barrier blocking her path, the girl would periodically move back to parry the counter-strikes thrown with his sword arm, before then attempting to hit him through his defense when he pulled back. But at every turn, no matter what they tried, both opponents ended up getting nowhere, their attacks barely grazing the other as they exchanged blow after blow in a flurry of lightning-fast attacks. Eventually, the monotony of the trade-off was broken when Tsubaki's form suddenly became encased in lighting, her frustrations getting the better of her as she then tried to force her way through. Chakra spiking when her lightning armor enveloped her, the kunoichi drove forward with her kunai with a powerful stabbing motion, digging into the shield and the tip of her blade grinding into it with battering force. The attack had Temujin slide across the ground, expression conveying a sense of shock at the power behind the technique before spinning around, allowing his opponent to sail past him in a flash of lightning. The bolt eventually landed several yards away, where the orange-haired Jonin emerged glaring back at her foe with a deep frown on her face. Lightning aura dissipating, Tsubaki brought both kunai up again and held a defensive position. "You have splendid reaction time," the Jonin remarked with a frown, "and your shield is as tough as a diamond. What the hell is it made of?" The White Knight merely brought his sword around and pointed it at her. "My weapons were forged by the finest craftsmen from my continent. This shield in particular was created during the wars of the First Age, and belonged to one of the great kings of the human realm. It can deflect any and all physical attacks, even yours." Tsubaki blinked in slight surprise before smirking. "I thought the cat had your tongue." When she saw his gaze harden on her, she returned his gesture in kind and crouched low. "Even so, there's no way I'm going to let you win this fight. You may be able to hit me at base speed, but how will you fare when I'm coming at you at Shunshin speed?" Sparks of electricity shooting off of her once again, the kunoichi then turned to the side and vanished in a flash of lightning, with a cloud of dust settling being the only indication of the direction she'd traveled. Losing sight of his foe completely, Temujin gritted his teeth and brought his sword around. Swinging it out in an arc, a glowing green symbol suddenly appeared on his chest plate before fading away, a phenomenon that was slowly followed by another when, after holding out his claymore, his blade suddenly ignited and a liquid green energy began spewing off of it like a raging flame. Just before he could do anything with it, however, he brought his shield up to his side and deflected a barrage of lightning bolts that came flying at him from his blind spot, the attacks ramming into him before bouncing off to hit the surrounding area. Immediately after which the boy then spun around and, using his same shield, blocked a large bolt of lightning that came shooting at him from the other side, the entity cloaked in crackling energy colliding with him at full speed and sending him sliding across the ground. Digging 2 trenches into the earth with his boots, Temujin stopped himself and glared up, sweating nervously as he was barely able to keep track of his now teleporting foe. She's increased her speed and is moving around the area faster than the human eye can track her. Upon seeing a shot of electricity fly past him over his shoulder, the young man's gaze narrowed as he retook his stance. "No matter. I can still turn this around." And that was precisely what he aimed to do next. With his sword still engulfed in the liquid green energy, the boy loaded his weapon arm and, after cranking his blade back and taking aim with it, sliced it through the air in a 360-degree arc, the energy output on his sword skyrocketing and flooding across the entire area in a wave. The power behind it tore across the ground like a hurricane, blasting rubble and tree remains across their portion of the island in all directions. Rising thunder. Temujin roared, laying waste to the whole quarter of the landmass with a single stroke of his blade, the energy rippling across the battlefield with great speed. Moments later, a part of the energy wave struck something traveling through the air, with Tsubaki emerging out of her lightning form with an expression of horror slapped across her face as she was literally knocked out of the sky. The energy attack crashed into her like a tsunami, the force of which cut into her like an actual blade, which had her cough up blood before being sent hurling across the ruined landscape caused by her earlier jutsu. The Jonin bounced repeatedly and painfully over the rolling hillsides, grunting with each impact before eventually losing all momentum and coming to an abrupt stop. Brought to her hands and knees, bleeding profusely from the mouth and a mark slapped across her chest and stomach resembling third-degree burns, it became obvious that Tsubaki had taken a really bad hit. Groaning in agony, the stunned kunoichi glared down at the scorched floor she was lying on for several seconds, before then looking up towards her opponent, whom she could see striding towards her, blade and shield in hand and the former still burning with the fiery green wind energy. With his helmet covering his head and casting an eerie shadow over his blood-red eyes that pierced through the gap of his visor, the sight of his glare had Tsubaki grit her teeth and her gaze shimmer in terror. What the hell are you? Oh. With Naruto. The sky above the island became almost akin to a raging storm as Saito, the magnificent swallow summon and ruler of his kind, battled it out with the enormous crystal dragon the enemy had conjured up to do battle with him. Due to the fact that the dragon was sentient in nature and had skin as tough as steel armor, the giant bird was having quite a bit of trouble subduing the damn thing, especially since it was also capable of flight, much like its master. The two animals battled each other above the land, with Saito going in for sweeping attacks of the artificial beast and attempting to take it either at the back of its head or along its body. He even fired several wind blades at it from his wings and tried clawing at it with the spear hooks fixed to his talons, but all he managed to do was scratch and chip the dragon at several different spots. It was a tough fight for the bird, but not as tough as the fight that was now unfolding for Naruto down below. Having previously fought on even grounds with the dangerous woman that had separated him from his teammates, the blonde was now fighting defensively just to stay alive. Kicking off the ground at speed, creating a shockwave that punched a deep crater into the earth, Girin propelled herself towards her opponent across the rocky, uneven clearing, a smirk worn proudly on her face as she advanced on the blonde in the blink of an eye. Her speedy approach had the Jinchuriki grit his teeth irritably, before he then swayed back to a ridiculous angle to dodge the kick she threw at him. When her leg pulled in after the miss, the blonde bolted upright again and responded with a roundhouse kick of his own, sending it straight into the woman's head. The blue-haired Kunoichi brought an arm up and blocked it instantly, managing to deflect the force with a scowl before flipping forward onto her hands. When she did, she dropped a heel kick right on top of her opponent, the youngster expertly sliding across the ground at an odd angle and dodging the foot, which buried into the ground with an ear-splitting crack. As soon as her foot impaled the earth, Naruto responded immediately, and countered. Using his hand to pivot, he curled up his body before unloading a kick right into Guren's face while she was in the process of removing her foot from the ground. The boy's blow landed with the sound of a gunshot, cocking the woman's head to the side and sending blood flying out of her mouth. In spite of receiving the staggering attack, which would have knocked out any other foe, Guren's face twisted into one of anger and she came back around with a snarl, grabbing the boy's ankle and violently pulling him through the air for a toss. However, just as she was proceeding to throw him one-handedly, Naruto managed to use his natural flexibility to twist himself toward the woman and unload another kick with his free leg into the side of her head. The blow crashed into her mug, forcing the Kunoichi to release him prematurely and allowing him to leap back to safety. As soon as his feet touched ground and his left fist cocked back, the Jinchuriki then fired a hien round straight towards the woman at bullet speed. Smirk appearing, Guren responded immediately to the incoming round by throwing both hands up and fanning her fingers on either side of her face. Shoten, Henaikyo. Crystal release, mirror displacement. In the blink of an eye, a pink, crystal mirror formed into a perfect circle appeared directly in front of her face, which the wind blast ended up hitting and getting absorbed into before the mirror vanished a split second later. Recoiling in shock, Naruto gritted his teeth and took a defensive stance, at the same time failing to notice the same mirror appear directly behind him until his sixth sense picked it up. Spinning around, the boy was unable to react in time when the hien round he'd fired at Guren came shooting out of the mirror like it had just been portaled, and struck the ground where he was standing flying out of the blast radius trailing smoke. Shaken up by his own attack, the young Jonin leapt across the field, where he was quickly pursued by Guren dashing after him. Growling, Naruto hit the brakes and skidded to a stop, spinning around to see his adversary lunging at him with her fist cocked back and encased in crystal, which she aimed to plow straight through him. Responding to the incoming threat, the Jinchuriki crouched down and sprang forward in a blur. It was when Guren swung out at him that Naruto's approaching form suddenly became transparent, which resulted in the woman's attack passing straight through him, before the boy faded past her completely. The after image had the Kunoichi's eyes widen and skid to a stop, where she then looked over her shoulder in time to see the rest of the Jinchuriki's transparent form fade into nothingness. Distracted, the Jonin from sound was completely taken by surprise when she received a knee straight to the face by her opponent materializing out of the air in front of her and throwing the attack. The second he hit, the Jinchuriki vanished in a shunshin, his form reappearing directly behind the stumbling woman above the ground. Spinning through the air, Naruto chucked a roundhouse kick straight into her face when Guren spun around to try and track him, and ended up eating his shin with the sound of a cannon ringing out on impact. Upon landing his kick, the blonde once again vanished in a shunshin. Completely disoriented from being smacked around by the kid, Guren gave a loud growl, ignoring the bruises on her face as her eyes cut about in paranoia. Fucking hell, I know I've said this before, but this kid is outrageously fast. Eyes shooting left, she balled her hands into fists and focused her chakra. Fine. If that's the way you want to play it. Her gaze shifted again to her right, where she missed the sight of her opponent flickering back into view directly over her shoulder opposite her gaze, a kunai in hand and body crouched low to the ground. Attack loaded, Naruto let out a yell and sprung at the woman, swinging around at her with his knife, which he aimed straight for her jugular. He was just inches away when the woman recoiled in shock at finally catching sight of the blonde coming in from her blind spot, with his blade right in her face. But then that moment of surprise was quickly replaced by a cocky smirk and, all of a sudden, Guren did something completely unexpected. Shoten, Kesho Shunshin. Crystal release, crystal body flicker. In the blink of an eye, her body began breaking up into particles of crystals, her entire person disassembling at light speed as the cube-shaped shards slipped away and dispersed into the air at an alarming rate, ending with her entire form fading away until she was completely gone. The instantaneous execution of this unique teleportation resulted in Naruto's swing missing its mark by miles, as his kunai ended up impaling nothing but air as he then spun himself to the ground. Eyes widening in disbelief, the blonde leapt away from the spot his opponent had previously been standing in, his stunned gaze fixing on the air ahead until he noticed the same particles his opponent had used to escape reforming in front of his chest. Seeing a crystal hand form out of thin air, the boy gasped when he saw an explosive tag igniting in the center of its palm, before the rest of Guren's body, encased in crystal armor, rematerialized with her other arm wrapped around him as she shoved the explosive tag into his chest. A split second later, a fiery explosion engulfed Naruto, the boy letting out a yell of agony as the blast ripped into his skin. When the flames ebbed away and the smoke began to disperse, Naruto stumbled out of the cloud with burns all over his front and his clothes torn to shreds. Expression showcasing his frustration and shock, despite jumping back enough to avoid the brunt of the blast that would have blown him to pieces, the blonde glared towards the cloud to see Guren's form bleed out of it as well, only she didn't emerge alone. Hovering in front of her was another mirror, only this time it was shaped into a snowflake and had multiple circular lenses floating behind it, which grew smaller in size the closer they got to her. With its forward surface as well as its other mirrors glowing white hot, the woman behind the formation of crystal could be seen grinning excitedly as she then held her hands out in front and aimed the telescopic weapon in the Jinchuriki's direction. Naruto only had a split second to balk before he saw the lens at the front suddenly form a glowing white ball directly in front of it, which shrunk down to size before the unthinkable happened. Shoten, Kami no Ya. Crystal release, divine arrow. As soon as her attack was loaded, Guren unleashed it, the white sphere of energy hovering in front of her crystal telescope firing a sharp beam of energy that flew towards Naruto at light speed. Sensing the danger behind the blast, the Jinchuriki quickly leapt to the side, avoiding the attack that grazed past him and burnt his shoulder. The second he touched down safely, Naruto then looked in the direction the ball of light had gone, and watched it literally tear through the jungle, disintegrating and blowing an entire line of trees away before reaching the coast of the island. From there, the attack continued traveling onwards across the ocean, till it inevitably reached one of the smaller surrounding islands, and struck its cliff face at full speed. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light went up before the entire island was engulfed in an explosion akin to an atomic bomb going off. Within seconds of the blast going up, the sphere-shaped explosion faded, revealing an entire island had been wiped off of the face of the map. Expression showing his disbelief, the boy looked back at his opponent to see Guren standing there with her arms folded and a grin on her face. The crystals she'd conjured disappearing back into the particles they'd originated from, the woman then raised her head at her opponent confidently. That was one of my stronger moves. By using my crystal mirrors to absorb and magnify the sun's light, I can create a beam capable of incinerating anything in its path. Hell, if the conditions were right, I could disintegrate every single island in this area, but thanks to the position of the sun, the best I can do right now is glass and sterilize this island. In spite of how troublesome an opponent you're turning out to be, since this is such a valuable piece of real estate to Orochimaru-sama, I won't be able to do that. Naruto, clenching his fists and teeth in frustration, then allowed a smirk to cross his lips. Even though he was in complete agony from the hazing he'd received from his opponent thus far, he was still conscious enough to focus on the here and now. If you're not careful, then that restraint is going to cost you big time. Guren tilted her head at him and frowned. Considering the amount of damage I've already dealt you, I would avoid giving warnings to your opponent at this point. I think you should focus more on keeping yourself alive above everything else. The Jinchuriki, crouching down and reassuming his stance, allowed his expression to become serious once more as he took aim at his adversary. Well, that's one of my plans. My other one is beating the hell out of you first. He then vanished from sight in a flash of orange. Scowling, Guren turned her gaze upwards, where she saw Naruto rocket down towards her using the wind jets on his feet. Letting out a yell, the blonde threw a flying roundhouse kick on approach, only to see the blue-haired woman duck under his sailing blow and throw a kick back at him in kind. The Jinchuriki however caught her leg with his hand and used the momentum to spring over it, avoiding the blow altogether. As he flipped through the air, he then pitched a cluster of shuriken down at the woman, the ninja stars separating before converging on her position. As soon as Guren saw the projectiles approaching her, the kunoichi gave a quick, playful chuckle before her form once again broke apart into countless particles of cube-shaped crystals, which faded away on the wind like dust and vanished from sight. The shuriken ended up missing their target by a hair and peppered the ground behind the woman's previous station, a sight that had Naruto grit his teeth as soon as he touched down and look around quickly to see where his opponent had gone. Picking up on something to his side, the blonde brought a kunai up and blocked a blow from an arm with a crystal blade attached to it materializing out of the air beside him. Sparks flying from the weapons colliding, Naruto quickly backflipped away when the rest of Guren's body reformed out of the crystal particles in the air, the woman throwing a kick at him to try and land at least one blow, but ended up missing when the nimble Jonin managed to get some space. As soon as the kunoichi was fully materialized she backed up, just in time to see her opponent stop and take a stance. Eyes locking onto his foe, Naruto crouched down and prepared to move forward, but then jerked to a stop when he saw Guren's body start to break apart into crystals again, her smirking form fading backwards piece by piece at light speed. Clicking his tongue in frustration, the Jinchuriki acted quickly and, throwing both hands forward, he fired a tornado of wind straight towards the woman's disassembling person. Oh no you don't. Futon, Senpuken. Wind release, whirlwind fist, he hurled the blast of wind straight at the spot Guren's face was hanging, where he saw it cave in her mug as the rest of it faded onto the wind. A split second later, an explosion occurred several yards away from Naruto's position, the boy looking to his left to see Guren's body rematerialize from the particles she was traveling with, stumbling into view, trailing smoke, and blood flying from her mouth. Apparently, she could still be hit with wind techniques while in the process of using her crystal shunshin, which gave the Jinchuriki the opening he was looking for. Lacing his fingers together while he still had his hands held up, the blonde rounded on his staggered opponent and charged, letting out a war cry as he advanced on her. Guren, managing to stop herself, looked up with a growl and attempted to counter the approaching boy with her blade, only to receive the mother of all haymakers when the Jinchuriki ducked under her attack and swung his blow right into her jaw. The strike impacted with a gunshot, knocking the woman off her feet and back through the air. Your crystal armor can block my blades, but it can't cushion the force from my punches. How'd you like that? Naruto shouted triumphantly. Coughing out in surprise, the blue-haired woman stumbled away and, snarling at the youngster, retreated to get some space. As soon as she landed about a dozen yards across the field, Naruto charged forward again, fist cocking back and becoming enveloped by a twister of wind. When Giran spotted the attack he planned to land on her next and the linear trajectory of his advancement, the Kunoichi took note of another opening for her to exploit and grinned widely. Raising her left hand, the woman ran her finger through the air, producing a perfectly straight, horizontal white line of crystal particles. These particles gathered together and compressed to form a solid line in front of her, before the crystal structure shattered, and Giran fired off her attack without warning or hesitation. Shotun, Hama Yari Jigaku. Crystal Release, Needle Mountain Hell. Naruto spotted the phenomenon as he charged towards his opponent at his fastest running speed, but was unable to react in time when Giran suddenly threw her hand across and unleashed the wave of crystal shards towards him, the quantity and scale of which suddenly increased and flew straight at him in a wall of flying death. Letting out a yell of shock, Naruto cut his attack off short and crossed his arms over his face, a split second before he was hit full on by a blast of wind filled with crystal pieces that ripped into him like debris from an explosion. The shard scratched, cut, sliced and impaled his entire body from head to toe, knocking him backwards and drawing blood that splattered across the ground behind him. The attack lasted a glorious 10 seconds as the Jonin's entire form and the battlefield around him became absolutely riddled by crystal shards, before the Jinchuriki inevitably skidded to a stop and remained standing with his guard still raised. Up in the sky, Saito, still battling the enormous crystal dragon, watched the impressive attack fade away from up high and his partner get hit full on by it, with the island being subjected to yet another landscape-altering jutsu. Upon seeing the blonde stumble and take another stance, blood dripping from the countless wounds now patterning his form, the swallow's eyes widened fearfully and, performing a graceful aerial maneuver, dove for the ground, intent on saving the young man from a premature fate. Naruto. However, before Saito could go any further, the bird was cut off when the dragon flew around to intercept him, and the Swallow King was once again left to fight the synthetic creature. His arms, legs, chest, stomach, shoulders and flesh impaled by crystals, Naruto shakily held his ground in the center of the hell he'd been put under before looking up from behind his guard, his expression twisted in pain as he then focused his attention back onto his enemy. However, the moment his eyes landed back onto Giran, he saw she'd teleported directly in front of him again, and was now swinging in with an open palm with several crystal bits wedged between her fingers. Eyes widening in shock, the blonde attempted to evade, but the Kunoichi, taking advantage of his crippled state, was too fast for him, and ended up striking out in a perfectly executed swipe. Shotun, Mori Rundan. Crystal Release, Harpoon Barrage. In the blink of an eye, the crystals in her fingers increased in length and size, transforming into multiple crystal spears which she buried inside the Jinchuriki all at once and impaled him in the shoulders, chest, stomach and legs. The multiple, steel-hard weapons pierced right through him to the other side, like a piece of meat stuck with half a dozen sticks, an attack that lifted the young warrior off the ground and sent him flying backwards with a look of horror and disbelief slapped across his face. Blood flying from his mouth, the Jonin from Konohagakure bounced across the ground before colliding with a boulder several dozen yards away, where his form ended up engulfed in a cloud of dust and rubble. Once the blast of debris settled, it revealed the plucky young Naruto lying motionless in the collection of rocks, eyes shut and bleeding profusely from the multiple spear wounds riddling his now broken form. In a few, simple words, he was done. Smirking when she saw the state of her opponent, Giran straightened up and dusted down her coat and gloves. Appearing perfectly fine, despite the bruises on her face, the Kunoichi strolled over to take a closer look at her handiwork. After stopping at the boy's feet, she placed her hands on her hips and kicked the sole of his sandal a couple of times, before an amused chuckle escaped her lips. "Well, that takes care of you," the Kunoichi chirped, before then noticing something off about the boy's body. Glancing down at one of the spears she'd embedded in him, she saw an odd, bubbling sensation of orange chakra start to bleed out of his skin at an alarming rate. Narrowing her eyes on it, wondering what the hell it was, she then saw the same effect take place on other spots along his crippled form, before his entire body became cloaked in the thick, fizzy aura. Feeling the heat coming off of it, Giran took a step back and frowned. "Wait, what's going on?" All of a sudden, the Kunoichi from Otogakure saw the boy's eyes snap open. Awakening from his coma in an instant, Naruto's blue irises then flashed a blood red, and he looked up at Giran with canines bared and a loud snarl escaping his lips. Recoiling in shock, the woman sprang away just in time to avoid the explosion to follow when the orange cloak surrounding the boy expanded in the blink of an eye, disintegrating the crystal spears and shards impaling him, and freeing him from his crucifixion. Once the Kunoichi managed to regain some distance, she saw the blonde rise out of the crater and crouch down on all fours, with three tail-like appendages sprouting from the back of the orange coating now enveloping him. Whoa! What the heck is happening to him? Giran thought as she stared at the boy for several moments longer, before balking when she saw the dozens of open wounds inflicted upon him heal over and the cloak continue to fluctuate like crazy. The sight had her frown and step back into a defensive stance. So, he's a Jinchuriki. Figures I get stuck fighting someone out of this world. This kid is unreal. Concern growing when she felt the field become flooded with killing intent as the boy fixed his now more animalistic glare on her, the Kunoichi decided to ready herself for another round. Forming a hand seal, the powerful woman cranked back her right hand and took aim, particles of crystals gathering and forming into an enormous, snowflake-shaped shuriken. Once she had it propped in her palm, she pulled back before hurling it toward her target with a yell. "Kesho, Kyodai Rakuku Shuriken." Crystal, giant hexagonal shuriken, she let fly the attack with a full swing, the enormous projectile cutting towards the three-tailed Naruto in a wide arc and growing in size as it approached. Spotting the incoming attack, the transformed blonde let out a menacing snarl and vanished in an orange haze, the enormous crystal shuriken striking the ground instead of him and carving a trench straight through it and the forest behind before spinning to a stop. The sight of the disappearing Naruto had Guren react in alarm before forming a hand seal. Flying through more, she then gathered chakra around her and fired off her next move without waiting another second. Shoten, Kesho Gakakuro. Crystal release, crystal pentagonal prison. In an instant, crystals the size of boulders began exploding up and out of the ground around the kunoichi in an outward pattern, forming a defensive barricade around her position. As a result, a wall of crystal blocked the cubified Naruto's path as he flew straight towards the growing forest and slammed a clawed hand into it. The boy hit the wall with an ear-splitting crack, the barrier stopping him momentarily before crystals suddenly began to encase him. Quickly finding his arm and legs fast freezing, the transformed Jonin let out a growl and pulled back, only to find he was stuck fast as the rest of his body began to be overwhelmed by the substance. Upon speedily assessing the situation, the enraged Jinchuriki then opted for the next best thing, and with a loud howl, his chakra output increased and the crystals attempting to put him into suspended animation shattered like glass. The shards flew off in all directions, freeing the boy and allowing him to get some distance again. Growling like an animal, the transformed Naruto raised his hand and, upon producing the rotating wind drill around his arm, his signature Tsubaime Geishi, swallow return, he threw himself at the still-growing prison of crystal and plowed right through it. The walls and boulders of minerals shattered as he dug his way through the field, plowing a path all the way to the other side where Guren ended up stepping out of through her own element with an annoyed expression on her face. Damn, this kid is crazy, the kunoichi exclaimed, looking back to see the crystal she jumped out of explode and her transformed foe come flying after her. Retreating through the air, Guren then allowed another grin to form across her face as her body once again broke apart into millions of crystal particles, all of which faded away into nothing when she shunshined out of sight. The cubified Naruto ended up hitting air when he lashed out with his chakra claw, skidding across the ground to a stop before looking around wildly for his adversary. Just as he was beginning his search however, a shockwave going off nearby had the feral boy look across the clearing, where he then saw the enormous crystal dragon created by his foe pinning his courageous summon Saito to the ground. With the bird wounded and beaten, the serpent prepared to bite its head off, until the sight of the orange glowing Naruto caught its attention. Relinquishing the swallow from its grasp, the beast instead charged towards the Jinchuriki with a roar, only to be run into by the transformed boy himself, who plowed straight through its entire length from nose to tail before coming out the other side, shattering the enormous dragon in an instant. The giant swallow, lying wounded on the ground, looked up in shock at the amount of energy the boy was currently exuding, and blinked in disbelief. So, this is the Kyuubi's power? Its chakra was radiating from every pore of Naruto's body, and from the way he stood crouched on the ground on all fours, his three tails waving behind him in fury, he could tell how potent its anger and rage was. And Naruto. Growling loudly, the cubified Naruto's eyes then snapped towards the center of the island and up to its ruined peak. When he did, he saw Guren materialize out of the air at the very top of it. As soon as she reappeared, the devilishly quick kunoichi formed a single-handed hand seal and dug deep into her gut, before allowing her chakra to skyrocket. When it did, an aura of blue energy exploded off of her like a flame, her eyes widening out as she gathered all the power she needed to finish this battle. Shisho Tenketsu. Pressure points of harm and death, her energy spiking, the woman flew through seals before then holding her hands out, her cloaked form expanding to new heights as she gathered crystals in front of her once again. Let's see you dance up here, sweetie. As soon as she'd secured a good enough position and conjured up the same lenses she had before against her opponent, she aimed her telescope right at the three-tailed Naruto and waited for his response. Letting out a bark, the blonde then vanished in an orange haze, Saito watching from his grounded position as the transformed Jonin tore a trench right up to the top of the mountain. His form blurring back into view, the swallow saw the Jinchuriki leap up at Guren with an enraged roar. Before the sight of gathering solar energy at the front of Guren's mirror weapon had the bird's eyes widen and the swallow reel forward in panic. Watch out for her blast. His warning came too late, as the next thing he saw was a flash of light and Guren firing an enormous blast of incredible power and spread, much more powerful than her previous attack, right into the face of the three-tailed Naruto directly in front of her. The blast engulfed the still approaching blonde for a couple of seconds, ripping at his body like a blowtorch before the force inevitably smashed him full in the body and sent him blasting backwards at an insane speed. At that exact moment, the still conscious Naruto's eyes widened in shock and, feeling the burn of 1,000 suns cooking his flesh, let out a blood-curdling scream of agony that echoed out across the entire island, a sound that was heard all around as he was sent rocketing to the ground, before the beam plowed him through the forest and towards the beach. Naruto's path was marked by his body digging an enormous trench through the jungle, a journey that lasted a grand 10 seconds, until the concentrated laser of solar energy faded, depositing his body on the sands on one of the island's coastlines. Fire started in the woods as a result of the attack and black smoke began bellowing into the air to block out the sun. Saito, shaking in his spot, scrunched his face up fearfully before the last of his strength gave out, and his head dropped to the ground with a thud. The swallow, giving his last few conscious breaths in that world, then balled his talons before closing his eyes in defeat. And no. He then vanished back to his dimension in a puff of white smoke, the expiration time of his summoning reached. The only thing he could do now was recover, and hope that his partner was still alive. Oh. With Tsubaki. On another part of the large island, an enormous tornado of lightning ripped across the skies above the jungle to clash with a large green tornado made out of wind, the attacks colliding and grinding into each other with destructive force. The howling winds caused trees to be uprooted and dust to be blown about, while the sheer heat from the attacks disintegrated the airborne trees and cooked the ground, glassing it within seconds. When the two techniques reaching high into the sky and up into the clouds eventually ebbed, they left a fifth of the land reduced to nothing but ruin, as the battle was taken to the cliff portions of the island overlooking the ocean. Emerging from the jungle and out of her speed zone, Tsubaki stumbled into the open before collapsing onto her hands and knees. Panting heavily from the chakra she'd burned and the effort she'd exerted, the orange-haired teenager poured sweat and blood onto the hard ground, before balling her fingers into fists and slamming one of them into the earth. Letting out an exclamation of frustration, she looked to her left to see Temujin appear from the forest and land on the same cliff as her. Both facing each other down alongside the ocean, the kunoichi quickly got to her feet and brushed the blood away from her mouth. Throwing her hand out in front of her with a scowl, the jonin then focused her chakra. That's it. I'm finishing this fight right now. Raitun, Ama no Murakumo. Lightning release, sword of the gathering clouds under heaven, with her lightning-created katana appearing in her grasp, the girl took it into a two-handed grip before charging forward with an almighty yell, vanishing in a blue blur. Responding in kind, Temujin, gritting his teeth and holding his shield back, brought his sword up as if he were fencing and lunged forward with a stabbing motion, his own form vanishing in a green blur when his flame-like aura exploded around his blade. In the blink of an eye, the young knight stabbed several dozen times in rapid succession, his form creating multiple after-images, whereas Tsubaki lashed out with a perfect, double-handed blow meant to carve right through her adversary. When the two eventually met in the center, the outcome was explosive. Their blades intercepted but then passed one another, a loud clang ringing out when the two powerful fighters clashed with a single stroke. When they eventually rematerialized on opposite sides, a loud crack of thunder rang out and the ground behind them exploded from an incredible shockwave, which tore an entire chunk of cliff right off of the island's face and sent it plummeting into the ocean, where it then disappeared with a splash. Both Tsubaki and Temujin held their positions, the former with her sword held forward in two hands, whereas her opponent stood with his sword pointed straight out. Eventually, the outcome of the exchange of attacks became all too clear, for as soon as the winds from the resulting shockwave died down, the White Knight's sword cracked whereas Tsubaki's shattered, the lightning blade transforming into photons before vanishing on the wind. At the same time, the jonin from Kirigakure's eyes widened and she puked up blood all over her front, revealing a massive gash drawn across her stomach and her side. Straightening up, the kunoichi stumbled forward, expression showcasing her fatigue and disbelief, until she eventually turned, keeled backwards and plummeted over the side of the cliff into the ocean below. Tsubaki's last conscious thought after that was seeing her opponent on the ledge above sheath his sword at his side, before she hit the waves with a splash and vanished into the depths of the water at the foot of the long drop. Upon seeing his adversary fall and drown, Temujin stared into the waves for a good moment longer. Sporting no damage on his person whatsoever and not even appearing exhausted, the White Knight then turned heel and made his way back into the island, intent on reuniting with his allies, and hopefully his partner. He left a ruined cliff in his wake and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoing across the beaches. Oh, with Tayuya. Leaning up against the side of a tree, covered in blood and claw marks, the red-haired musician from Konohagakure stood breathing raggedly as she watched her werewolf of an adversary stagger back to her feet after defeating her Hayabusa marionette. With the samurai warrior disappearing in a puff of smoke, this left both girls glaring heatedly across at one another, one of them riddled with teeth and slash marks, whereas the other was burnt, cut up, had kunai buried in her back, and looking just as exhausted as her counterpart. Needless to say, their war on their still standing portion of the island had been long and fierce, leaving them in the battered states that they were. Having transformed back to her normal form, Fugai let out a growl and snapped her teeth at her opponent. You're pretty tough, for a scrawny runt. You're not too bad yourself, for an ugly mongrel, Tayuya shot back, gripping her side as she brought her flute up, intent on pulling off another verse. For a dog with a lot of bark, you sure don't have much bite to you. I suggest sharpening those fangs of yours. They look like they're starting to go a little blunt. Though she was still able to talk tough, that woman's attacks still hurt like a son of a bitch. She also had a ridiculously fast recovery rate, which was making it even more difficult for Tayuya to put any lasting damage on her. Just fighting the woman down to this state had been absurdly difficult, especially when her adversary had the advantage of fighting in the jungle. Clicking her tongue, Fugai, having now lost her cape, stepped forward while baring a clawed hand threateningly. I admit I may have bitten off more than I can chew with you. But don't think that just because you've got all these fancy tricks up your sleeve that you've beaten me. I can still rip you to pieces. The armored woman then began transforming back into a wolf again, a sight that had the jonin up against the trunk react defensively, until she saw the female knight stop and look up suddenly. Sniffing the air, the woman in the blue armor looked about momentarily, her red eyes piercing the dark of the forest before a frown appeared across her face. Wondering what she was doing, Tayuya also picked up on the strange phenomenon approaching them and looked around, before turning back to her foe to see Fugai retract her nails and step away. Obviously annoyed, the damaged woman nodded towards the musician with a smirk. You got lucky this time. Pray to your gods that we never meet again. Without another word, Fugai then leapt away, quickly vanishing into the woods and leaving the still standing Tayuya behind. Breathing out in relief, as she didn't think she'd be able to take any more of her opponent's abuse, the kunoichi from Konohagakure rested her head back against the wood, at the same time the sound of multiple footsteps entered her midst. A few seconds later, Team Samui along with Chojuro broke into the clearing, the four of them scattering when they saw the redhead propped up against the trunk and looking beaten to all kinds of hell. With Karui and Chojuro taking to the perimeter, the blonde from Kumo along with Omoi approached the musician and looked her over. When Tayuya stared across at then with a pained expression slapped across her face, showing just how badly the wounds were stinging her, the boy with the sucker in his mouth blinked in shock. "Whoa! Are you alright, Tayuya-san?" Samui asked, reaching out and placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. Checking to make sure she didn't have any serious injuries to any of her vitals, the Jonin then glanced up at her fair face. "What happened to you?" Taking a moment to register to the girl's words and then the presence of her allies, Tayuya allowed a smile to tug at her lips and shook her head. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." "Oh. With Hinata and Choji." "Die you stupid leaf trash," a foaming at the mouth Jirobo roared as he rushed towards the Hyuga kunoichi he could see standing in the center of the field. With a boulder in hand and eyes burning with unrestrained rage, the imposing form of the now transformed member of the Sound Four moved in to crush the girl beneath the weight of his next attack and finish this fight once and for all. Jumping through the air, the Cursed Seal Level 2 Enhanced Warrior descended upon the child at full speed, going in for the final, decisive blow. Seeing the enraged Jirobo approaching her from above, Hinata, bruised up and missing her signature brown jumper, stepped forward into a low-riding fighting stance, one palm facing forward and another held behind, and took careful aim at her approaching foe. With her shirt blowing on a gentle breeze and Byakugan-enhanced eyes fixed squarely on her equally damaged adversary, the genin from Konoha then began moving her palms in front of her in a crisscrossing manner. Using her natural flexibility very few kunoichi like her had, the girl began unleashing chakra from her palms in the form of thin, sharp blades, which cut through the air ahead of her and created a series of visible blue lines that she was able to draw with the motions of her arms. Beginning to slice the air at a much faster rate, with her hand movements crossing in a blur and forming countless after images with her speed, the Hyuga fired off her newly created technique, a sight that had Jirobo balk while swinging in with his own attack. "Shugo Hakurokujion Sho!" Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hinata shouted, her form becoming surrounded by a sphere-like barricade of visible blue chakra that expanded outwards at an alarming rate. The net of intersecting blue lines fired from in front of the kunoichi crashed into Jirobo's boulder when he rammed it straight into the shield, only for his makeshift weapon to explode on contact before his body ended up flushed up against the barrier when it grew. Feeling Hinata's jutsu cutting into him, the burly warrior could do nothing as the rope in front of his shirt was shredded, and the Hyuga's shield expanded even more so. Unable to take the amount of power carving into his frame, the man attempting to force his way through let out a cry of shock as he was then sent rocketing into the jungle behind him. Bouncing across the ground like a ball, the colossal Jirobo crashed through several trees before coming to a shuddering halt right on the edge of the clearing. When the dust settled from the crash, the now badly wounded young man coughed up blood over his chest before beginning to sit up. As he tried to rise back to his feet, the second form Jirobo had taken in his cursed seal state started to fade away, and the Sound 4 member slowly reverted back to normal. The feeling of his chakra levels plummeting and the damage getting to his legs had the man growl hatefully, as he tried to get up and finish off his targets. "Why you little?" The elite shinobi snarled, but was unable to finish his death threat as the sight of a shadow falling over him had his gaze train upwards. When he looked to the sky, he saw his other opponent Choji descending towards him, hand seal formed and a smirk pulled across his bruised face. The sight of the approaching genin had Jirobo's eyes widen. "What? Bubun Baika no Jutsu!" Partial multi-size technique, the wily Akimichi shouted, before his right arm expanded to a gargantuan size and the boy brought a fist straight down on top of his weakened opponent. The size that his hand and arm took literally eclipsed the entire sky above him from Jirobo's point of view, whose eyes only widened even more and a yell of fear escaped his lips before the man was crushed under the giant fist of his foe. The orange-haired boy slammed the full weight of his punch on top of the Sound 4 member, forming an even large crater with the shockwave and splitting the earth with its power. Clearing shaking from the ground caving in on itself, Hinata watched exhaustedly from a distance as Choji finished off their enemy, the boy holding his position for several seconds before then leaping away and retracting his fist. When his arm returned to normal and his feet touched down, the young Akimichi stumbled backwards before falling onto his backside, panting heavily while looking across at the vile individual he'd just flattened. Lying motionless at the bottom of the crater, the once seemingly indomitable Jirobo could be seen sprawled out with blood dripping out of his mouth, his ribs crushed and expression frozen in horror. His last moment had obviously gone by incredibly quickly, and through hell and high water, through the worst beating either of them had taken, Choji and Hinata had managed to defeat him together. With the two youngsters breathing raggedly from their battle, they eventually collapsed to their knees and back respectively, with the Akimichi looking up towards the sky with sweat pouring down his face and Hinata staring ahead of her exhaustedly. Vision blurry, the young man looked behind him, where he could see the blue-haired girl also sweating up a storm and breathing laboredly, which brought a smile to the young Choji's face before he laughed out loud. Hearing her teammate's exclamation of delight, Hinata also formed a smile and giggled between breaths. "We did it. Yeah, we beat him." Choji chuckled, both relieved and overjoyed at his victory. "And I only needed to use 2 of the 3 colored pills. Thank goodness." If he'd had to use the third one, the damage that would have come from it would have been more costly for him than beneficial, especially when it was a 2-on-1 battle. Nevertheless, the fight had brought out the best in both of them against a foe that would have otherwise fought either one of them, 1-on-1, to either a complete standstill or near death. If the two of them hadn't had the other there to back them up, then Choji and even Hinata was certain the man would have been able to deal them far more damage than they already had, and any victory they could have come out with would have resulted in them losing consciousness from exhaustion. Thankfully, their fight didn't take them that far, and both of them were left alive enough to savor the moment. While catching their breaths and feeling the relief of winning come over them in the form of rest, Hinata was then suddenly drawn to the sound of distant thunder, and looked across the island with her Kekii Genkai in the direction the disturbance had come from. Following it towards Naruto's end, her gaze was drawn across a desolate battlefield, along a wide trench, and towards the coastline of the island itself. There, she discovered to her horror the blonde-haired Jonin leader of their contingent lying motionless in a crater formed from an attack she'd just missed. His chakra levels dangerously low, and his heart. Oh no. Oh. With Naruto. Several minutes of silence later, with the atmosphere marking the end of the intense battle between the two high-level opponents pulling over their half of the island, the kunoichi responsible for the damage reverted back to her normal form and made her way down to the beach to confirm her kill. Following the path of destruction she'd literally brought to the area, the blue-haired woman eventually reached the soft sands of the coast and made her way over the dunes. When she stopped at the crater she'd buried her foe in, she discovered to her surprise the Jinchuriki lying conscious at the bottom of it, his gaze half-lidded, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, his form burnt and beaten, and his breathing slow and ragged. When Girin came to stand alongside him she saw the young Jonin fix his eyes on her, which she returned with a cool expression of her own and a smirk that formed across her lips. You put up one hell of a fight, brat, I'll give you that. But it'll take more than a few good moves and lightning-fast speed to beat somebody like me. In the end, you still folded, just like everybody else who thought it was smart to go head-to-head with me. Not speaking at first, Naruto struggled to move and get himself back into whatever game was left to be had. However, with the extensive damage done to his body, the high-speed healing, his zero chakra levels and his worsening condition, he was unable to budge an inch from his spot, with the results of his battle finally culminating in this one and final outcome. It was like somebody had strapped 100 tons of weight to each of his limbs and fingers, and had left him to rot helplessly in his place. Dispersing of his efforts to get out of the hole he was in, the boy instead focused his glare back onto the woman, even though it lacked the same potency he had when he was fighting her. How are you so strong? Blinking at the blonde's sudden question, Girin then gave a smirk. Don't feel bad about losing. Out of all the shinobi under Orochimaru-sama's wing, I'm considered one of the strongest in his ranks, perhaps even the strongest. I haven't fought any of the other grunts high up on the food chain to prove that fact, but I'm still confident enough in my abilities to know that I'm also one of the toughest kunoichi out there. She placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head at the boy. You lost this battle the moment I separated you from your friends. Frowning as he looked up at the kunoichi, Naruto narrowed his eyes on her. Why you're working for the Sannin? Orochimaru? Girin's smile reversed at this next question and she gave him a hard stare. Yes. Why? The Jonin deepened her scowl at the dying Jinchuriki's insistence, but answered him nonetheless. If he was going to pass on like this, then she was at least going to honor him with a few parting words. Because he is my master, a great man who took me in when I had nowhere else to go and gave me a home, a purpose, a reason to live and a reason to serve him. Anything he asks of me, I will gladly do in his name as his most loyal servant, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Naruto, shaking his head and reflecting bewilderment at the woman's words, spoke up again under her glare. You have all this strength, all this power, and yet, you use it to serve a man who would kill anyone he deems less worthy than him, and anyone who he believes is standing in his way. The boy's face scrunched up as he stared at her. You would even kill innocent people in his name, men, women, children? Recoiling at his words, Girin took a step back. What's your point? Eyes still shimmering with life, Naruto took a deep breath before responding. Tell me something, ever since he saved you, has your master done anything for you, or given you any thought or care beyond what possible use you could have for him in the future? Seeing the kunoichi's eyes widen, the Jinchuriki continued to speak. Of all the selfless acts you've done in his name, has he ever thanked you, or given you anything of worth in return, other than letting you live for a little while longer under his heel? Processing the questions being asked of her, Girin stood trembling in place, until her fists tightened and she glared down at the young man in outrage. What do you know of it? In spite of the rise in the woman's anger and voice, the Jinchuriki remained steadfast in his pursuit of answers, and continued to speak. I've seen the extent of Orochimaru's kindness, and the lives it has taken. Naruto's frown deepened as he stared hard at the woman towering over him and blocking out the sun. That man is vile, selfish, and cruel. Everything he does only for himself, and no one else. I know this, because two of my closest friends once served under him. Seeing the woman lean back slightly, the Jinchuriki then looked away and towards the sky above, where he could see the clouds passing overhead and the sight of birds traveling on the winds. I can see it in your eyes. I'm sure that, somewhere deep down, there is something that man made you do in the past, that you regret even today. Eyes reflecting a momentary shimmer of fear, Girin conjured up a crystal spear before stabbing it right through the center of the boy's chest. With a loud thud, she nailed the Jinchuriki to the sand, and watched his eyes widen in shock before flickering closed moments later. When she saw him breathe out his last gulp of air, the kunoichi released the spear and left it impaled in his chest, before stepping away with a conflicted glare fixed on his lifeless form. "Stupid brat, you don't know anything," Giran hissed, backing away before turning heel and beginning a slow march off of the beach. Within seconds, she was gone, disappearing into the brush of the jungle. Had she been inside of Naruto's head at that exact moment, the kunoichi would have been able to hear the deep voice of the Kyuubi speaking up out from the depths of the boy's subconscious. "Damn it, kid. No. It's going dark. Why is it going dark?" The giant fox growled in panic, his blood-red eyes that once pierced through the shadows of the iron gate shutting as the darkness closed in around him, with the sewer that was his cage vanishing into the blackness. As the lights dimmed and the waters ran cold, so did the entity's own consciousness. "My chakra, it's fading, no." With all the damage Naruto had taken, both to his body and in his three-tailed mode, the Kyuubi's chakra that would normally be able to heal his injuries and keep him alive, wasn't working. Thanks to the punishment he'd been subjected to by that woman, Giran had effectively cut off any and all remaining hope he had of bouncing back. Soon enough, just as he breathed his last breaths in the dimension that was his prison, both the Kyuubi and his container were then enveloped in total darkness, and their respective presences vanished into nothingness. For many minutes after that, nothing happened. The waves gently crashed against the beach, the sound of seagulls returned to the coast, and the sun started to set over the horizon, drawing the curtain on the many epic battles that had taken place in this region of the seas. But then, just when it seemed like it was all over and everyone was left to whatever fates they'd been dealt that afternoon, a familiar face suddenly appeared on the scene. Emerging from the waters of the nearby ocean, crawling on all fours and gasping for air, a grievously wounded but still a very much alive Tsubaki emerged from the waves. Ignoring the foam washing against her body, the bite of the cold and the salt, with an arm wrapped tightly around the sword wound in her side, the orange-haired girl struggled onto shore. With the scars of her fight still tattooing her form, showing just how hard she was now working to return to land, the girl managed to one-handedly drag her body out of the shallows and onto the wet soil of the island. Coughing and panting raggedly for air, the absolutely soaked and beaten Jonin from Kirigakure looked up towards the island. Determined to rejoin her friends and to see if they were all right, her eyes suddenly fell upon a slightly smoking crater just a few yards away from her position. At first confused, and seeing what looked like a crystal-made staff sticking out of the ground, the girl's gaze followed it down to its base, where she inevitably saw the familiar form of Naruto lying in the center of the hole. With his eyes shut and blood trickling out of his mouth, it took a moment for the kunoichi to realize what must have happened, and her eyes soon widened in horror. "Naruto." Voice raspy, Tsubaki slowly crawled her way over to him, picking herself up at the edge of the crater and almost falling into it when her legs nearly gave way. Struggling to maintain consciousness as well as to keep her body functioning, the Jonin hurriedly reached for the crystal spear and, with a loud yell and a pull, yanked it out of the boy's ribs. Tossing it away, she dropped to her knees and checked the young man's condition, wiping away some of the blood before looking for a pulse. When her fingers landed against his neck, the kunoichi recoiled in shock. And no. For the next few minutes, Tsubaki spent what little energy she had left using her lightning-style chakra to cauterize Naruto's wounds, ripping apart pieces of her coat to cover his injuries, and using the remains of the samurai wear as a pillow for his head by folding it up and laying it on top of the material. Cleaning him up as best as she could, she also tried to rouse him from what she hoped was just a deep sleep. However, knowing better than that and knowing exactly what she was dealing with, the girl's efforts drew up nothing, and her pupils began to shimmer and glow with despair and disbelief. Moments after she finished tending to the boy's wounds, she soon sensed the approach of several other figures, and looked up towards the jungle to see Samui, Omoi, Karui and Chojuro appear on the scene, closely followed by Tayuya and, several seconds later, Hinata and Choji, all of whom had apparently followed the trail of destruction down to here to see what had happened. The team quickly rushed over to the Jonin, seeing her kneeling in a crater beside a body that all of them expected to be the corpse of a shinobi she'd just killed. However, when they all arrived at her side and looked down at the person Tsubaki was holding, they all saw exactly who it was. It was a sight that had all of their hearts stop. "Naruto! Naruto!" Tayuya screamed, immediately dropping down into the hole and taking his head in her hands. In spite of being exhausted from her fight, the girl still mustered the strength to take his weight and, panicking beyond belief, looked over his pale form with a look of dread and fear reflected in her eyes. "No. No, 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 no. No. Naruto. No." Taking him by the shoulder and shaking him to try and get a rise out of him, the redhead began to tremble and her heart rate started to climb, at the same time she checked for his. You can't be." The kunoichi then looked up at Tsubaki, hoping for all hope that this was all just a big ruse, and that the cold nothingness she could feel resting in her lap was all a trick. He's not? The Jonin from Kiri, eyes showing unshed tears and despair, looked back at Tayuya silently before lowering her head in a clear but quiet answer to her half-asked questions. Not wanting to believe it, the redhead quickly turned to the others standing alongside them, where she immediately saw Samui swoop down to rest by Naruto's head after going through the shock of seeing him the way he was. Her expression reflecting horror when she gingerly touched his cheeks with her fingertips, the blonde then placed her fingers to his neck and, just like Tsubaki before her, recoiled in disbelief. "Please no." Samui whispered, eyes beginning to water as she knelt in place. Hinata, deactivating her Byakugan, laced her hands together tightly and covered her mouth in dismay, doing her best to hold back but unable to stop the tears from running down her face. She too shook her head in a clear no, as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. But both she and Samui saw for themselves when they checked the boy for life. He had no pulse. No heartbeat. His heart had gone quiet and his chakra signature had disappeared. There was not a single spark left in him. Tsubaki sensed it too. Choji, being one of the boy's closest friends, was also looking on, stunned into silence and eyes showing his incredulity and shock. Omoi and Karui, the two genin from Kumogakure, also reflected nothing but astonishment and incredulity, unable to register to the fact that somebody they knew so well and knew to be one of the strongest ninja of their generation, was lying dead at their feet, at the very edge of the battle he'd fought. It was simply beyond comprehension. Remaining silent throughout, Chojuro closed his eyes and looked away, knowing full well that this was heavy on all of them, especially on the boy's comrades. Seeing the shock, sadness and hopelessness being thrown back at her everywhere she looked, Tayuya bit her bottom lip as tears welled up and began pouring down her cheeks. Panting, the girl quickly adjusted her position, placing his head back on the coat beneath him and taking up position by his chest. No. I won't let this be the end. Quickly placing her hands on his chest, she began massaging the area over his heart, grunting as she furiously tried to coax life back into it. No way. Not now. Come on. Seeing as how there wasn't anyone here who could use medical ninjutsu, she did the best with what she had and began working on bringing life back into him. Desperately, she blocked his nose and, opening his mouth, placed hers over it and breathed into him, performing CPR. She switched between this and pushing his chest, trying again and again, over and over, to get him up. To bring him back to their world and to coax him out of his sleep. She wanted to. She had to. There was no way she was going to leave him like this, not without trying, and there was no way she was going to let him leave her so easily. Growling, the girl turned to Samui to see the blonde cradle the boy's head comfortably so that he was elevated. Once he was set, the redhead went on at a more furious pace. Come on! Come on! Tayuya shouted furiously, once again breathing down his throat. When she went back to pumping his chest, she began muttering all sorts of nonsense to him, hoping her words and hope would reach him. Her cheeks and hands were wet now from the tears running down her cheeks. Get it together, shithead. After all the time we spent together, after all the fucking promises you made to me, there's no fucking way I'm going to let you back out of them now. You said you would become the greatest ninja ever. Right. That you would become the greatest Hokage the Hidden Fucking Leaf had ever seen? Yeah. Well, you're not going to become jackshit if you cop out now. Come on. She was practically screaming at this point as she massaged and smacked his heart with her fist. Samui, also desperate to help, silently instructed Tayuya to keep working his chest at a faster pace while she performed CPR, breathing down his mouth with short breaths in hopes of jumpstarting and speeding up his circulation. The two worked in tandem, with the others standing back so that they had space to work, and Hinata, Choji and Tsubaki looking on with the most hope reflected in their eyes. Hitting his chest with her fist, Tayuya cursed. Come on! Damn it! Crying, she turned to look at the boy's peaceful face with a hard glare. I know you can hear me, you selfless bastard. She then pounded his chest again, massaging his heart even harder now. You saved me twice. Now it's my turn to save you. She kept it up, even when she saw Samui stop when Omoi stepped over to them and grabbed his teammate's shoulder. The blonde fought against the boy, not wanting to give up, but inevitably conceded under his physical insistence, whereas the redhead kept working on his heart. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Tayuya! No! Don't you dare! He's not fucking dead. He's not. Stop! The voice of Choji hit her again, the young man stepping forward and taking her shoulder. Get the fuck off me! Tayuya practically screamed, violently throwing the boy's hand off of her and glaring at him with tears pouring from her eyes. I'm not giving up. Tayuya. Choji murmured, his voice so quiet it was barely above a whisper. He never gives up. Never. Something like this is not going to beat him. It can't, the girl cried back, tears drenching her shirt and jumper when she snapped across at the Akimichi, who backed up under the anger radiating off of the Kunoichi. Breathing loudly, Tayuya then leaned over and breathed into the boy through his mouth once more, but then rested her forehead against his, sobbing and trembling as she held his head in her arms. It can't, it just can't. The girl whimpered, unable to show her face to the others as she poured her heart and soul into the boy's body, when everything else failed. Tsubaki, Hinata, Choji and Samui, all of them crying tears of sadness, lowered their gazes as Tayuya wept into the blonde's cheek. Eventually, her cries and sobs gave way to a wail of despair, the girl throwing her head back and crying out to the sky, her voice echoing across the island, and then fading into nothing. With the sound of waves and seagulls returning to the scene, emphasizing the silence that fell over them, it quickly became clear what the outcome of the mission was. A failure. The casualties, 1. To all of them, especially to Tayuya, Samui, and Hinata, as they were the ones who cared the most for the boy with the sun-kissed blonde hair, it was the end. Chapter 39, Pre-Gap Arc, Unfinished Business. Naruto. Drifting. Unfinished business. Where am I? Naruto murmured quietly, his voice echoing out into the dark and being sucked into the void that surrounded him. Giving a few tired blinks to the blackness hanging in front of his face and shaking his head to rid himself of the dizziness, the Jinchuriki quickly did away with the exhaustion racking his form and, upon finally finding a sense of physical equilibrium with himself, began looking around his plane of reality, searching for something, anything, that could give him a clue as to where he was. But after a few minutes of trying to pierce the shadows encroaching on his person, the boy emerged with nothing. Not even a speck of dust. I can't see anything. What is this place? This was a place he'd never seen before. Nor was it somewhere he remembered venturing to in his dreams, although it did feel very familiar. Cold, unforgiving, dark, empty. There was absolutely no light whatsoever. Hell, there wasn't even a horizon the boy could make out, even through his eagle-like gaze. Seeing nothing but an unending darkness stretching all around him, the confused Jinchuriki from Konohagakure closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and thought back to the very last moments he could remember leading up to his eventual awakening in this unknown realm. It was a perplexing thing. As he pondered, Naruto could feel his skin touched by a light breeze from a nearby ocean and his toes edge across solid ground beneath his feet, sensations that had him step forward and reach out in an effort to find the source of these elements. However, when he opened his eyes and tried to see where these feelings of a tangible world were coming from, his expression sunk when he couldn't even see 2 centimeters past his nose. Without any light, any and all efforts he made trying to find out where he was rendered useless. The feelings of loneliness attributed to his perplexity and his fears, but being one who frequently ventured out into the unknown, the boy sucked it up and continued digging through his thoughts, in hopes of finding some clue that could help him arrive at an answer. With his sense of balance finally returning to him, things were looking good. Soon enough, his mind was able to work through the jumble of memories plaguing his head and after some thorough sorting and well-executed perseverance, eventually came up with flashes of his last conscious thoughts before his fall into this dark world. It became as clear as day to the blonde-haired warrior. Naruto recalled fighting a great battle on a distant island, a mission that he and a team had been sent on with friends from another village. There were faces too. Familiar faces. Tayuya, Samui, Hinata, Choji, Tsubaki, Kyoko, Omoi, Karui. He remembered a woman, crystals jutting out of the earth, and a flash of white light when he tried to close in on her. Then he remembered words and then, nothing. Just a sharp jab of pain to his chest and sleep. Considering the memories flooding through him, the outcome of whatever catastrophe he'd been involved with wasn't that bad. Sure, he'd been in searing pain moments before blacking out, but then all of that just vanished when he allowed his eyes to flutter closed and he was able to escape to this, wherever the hell he was now. Still, finding himself befuddled by this strange place and not having the faintest idea where he was, the blonde, still clothed in his orange uniform and vest, wandered across the floor towards what he hoped was the distant horizon. However, with nothing but the night sky with no stars surrounding him on all sides, Naruto had no clue as to where any of the vanishing points were or where the curvature of the planet was. In the end, all he did was end up wandering aimlessly for several minutes across a vast plate of nothingness. Eventually though, after what felt like hours of walking, the determined young male suddenly stopped in his tracks and, feeling a warm glow of an unknown source beating against the side of his face, turned his head and looked to see what it was. When his gaze eventually landed on the cause, Naruto quickly identified a campfire in the middle of a circle of fallen logs, which had seemingly been set up behind his back. Immediately enticed by the sight, the blonde wandered over to the orange fire burning away in the center, where he quickly stopped and watched the embers drift into the sky above before his brow furrowed curiously. Where did this come from? His question went on unanswered for some time. But then, just as he thought he was going to end up wandering this endless desert of solitude all alone for the rest of eternity, Naruto's eyes suddenly looked over his shoulder when he heard a pattering of loud footsteps behind him, and nearly jumped in shock when he saw the Kyuubi's enormous form emerge from the darkness. His entire body wrapping around the glowing fire in the middle, the gargantuan mass of the Ninetales came to rest on the cold floor sitting upright, with his blood-red eyes looking down at the boy staring up at him with a bewildered look on his face. Seeing the youngster's shock reflected in his expression, the fox was all set to throw a smart aleck remark his way. However, after everything that had transpired in the past hour and after seeing the shit that the kid had to go through, for once in his immortal life the demon didn't feel like taking any jabs at his container and instead gave the young jonin a look of utter despondency. Furball? Naruto murmured. The fox, staring into the boy's confused face, frowned sadly. I'm sorry, kid. Where are we? The Jinchuriki asked while looking around the place once more. This isn't my subconscious, is it? Because, if it is. The Ninetales shook his head. No, it isn't. Then, what is this place? Naruto continued quietly, fixing his gaze up at the entity whose face became illuminated by the campfire burning away in front of them. Blinking at the teen's lack of sense and awareness, the large demon then breathed a sigh and, crossing his arms on the floor in front of him, laid his head to rest on it. This is the place that souls go to the moment they die. It's also the place that I and the other Biju come to hang out for a little while until our bodies disappear and reform back in the land of the living. This announcement immediately had Naruto's attention, the blonde's eyes visibly widening as he looked up at the demon staring down at him. Seeing realization flash across the young man's gaze, the nine-tailed fox gave a slight smile before frowning once more. In other words, this is the waiting room to the afterlife. Baffled by this information, Naruto turned away slowly with a look of disbelief and incredulity forming on the canvas of his face. It took several minutes for him to process the storm of thoughts flooding into him at the outset of the great reveal, but after giving the whole thing the necessary amount of pause and contemplation required, trained his eyes downwards and fixed his gaze upon his hands, which he began to turn as if checking for anything out of the ordinary. But knowing exactly how the boy acted in times like this, the Kyuubi knew right away what was going on with him. Why you mean? The Jinchuriki gulped with a weak tremor in his voice. I'm dead? You and me both, the Kyuubi murmured, also looking away before coming back around to see the boy running his hands over his face in shock. Figuring he was about to freak out, the fox leaned over slightly and nudged him in the shoulder with his nose. Hey, don't let it get to you. It happens to everybody eventually. You just got called in early. Still overwhelmed, Naruto gazed up at the fox for several moments, before then turning his eyes back towards the fire burning away in the center of the formation. Staring into the flames and the embers floating up into the infinite atmosphere above, the blonde lost himself in the moment, his teeth and hands clenching, and his brow furrowing as the true weight of the fox's words was finally realized. I guess I just couldn't hash it this time, huh? Naruto spoke again, at the same time glaring into the smoke floating up from the burning wood. The Kyuubi, frowning even more so, fixed his attention elsewhere that was not on the boy. Though he was displeased and pissed off that he'd copped it too, he couldn't blame his container for any of this. Naruto was strong. There was no way he could deny that. The only thing was that he'd run into someone who was much stronger than him. As much as the Kyuubi prided himself as being the most powerful of all the Biju, there was only so much he could do when sitting inside of a child behind one of the toughest, most complex seals ever made by the Uzumaki clan. The fourth practically ensured that. Hell, his physical body was still trapped behind the bars inside of his Jinchuriki's body. So until it completely dispels when the last sliver of the kid's life force finally ebbed away, he was going nowhere. Since they couldn't do anything while they were here, except walk across the blackness of the void, the fox decided right then that he was going to spend his next few months of wandering through limbo chatting with the blonde who'd spent every night for the past year since discovering he was a Jinchuriki bothering him. His gaze fixing on the fire as well, the Kyuubi once again engaged in conversation with the youngster still trying to regain his bearings. I'm very sorry, Gaki, really? I am, the fox murmured, knowing how badly this whole thing must be affecting him. But this is how it is in life. Only the luckiest and most determined of shinobi ever see their dreams through to the end. While I'm not going to deny that you've definitely had both of these pushing you forward up until this point, sometimes all it takes is one little thing, just one bump in the road ahead of you, to mess it all up. Naruto had goals he wanted to live up to, dreams he wanted to see through to the end of his days. The Kyuubi knew this, as he'd been there with him for every spirited declaration and ludicrous action he'd made in his life. The blonde troublemaker had been the gutsiest, most unpredictable and damn near indestructible being the fox had ever met, and perhaps the best container he'd had the entire time he'd been forced to serve as an asset to the Hidden Leaf Village. But this boy didn't treat him anything like the weapon or beast other people made him and his kin out to be, nor did he even spare any lingering thought over the idea for selfish reasons. The blonde had treated him as an equal, a friend, and somebody whom he could share a genuine conversation with and look squarely in the eye without even a hint of fear or hesitation. It was what surprised the fox the most about the young Uzumaki, and gave the Kyuubi more than a few moments of pause over, especially now. Naruto was a person who could connect with people's hearts and make friends with even the most stubborn of mules. Sometimes it took a bit of time and sometimes his charm got you on the first swing. He had people that he loved deeply and whom loved him in return. And, thanks to the most recent of circumstances to befall them, the young Jonin had unwittingly left all of them behind in the wake of his defeat at the hands of Orochimaru's right-hand woman. It was something that had the Kyuubi cringe at as he saw the sad eyes of his host turn back to him. Of course, when he saw the blonde look in his direction once again, as if to give him another one of his energetic declarations that he wouldn't let something like this get to him or that he wasn't going to give up now, the fox balked when all he saw were unshed tears glistening in the boy's irises, which shimmered with both hurt and dismay. It had the nine-tails stare at him in silence for some time, before the Jonin then cracked a shaky smile as a couple of tears finally fell freely down his cheeks. Tayuya-chan is going to cry, isn't she? Naruto murmured in a hoarse voice, Samui-chan, and Isaribi-chan too, right? Hearing the break in his vocals, the fox stared in bewilderment for several seconds before looking down once again. After a minute of deep contemplation and hearing the crackling of the fire echo out across the plain of nothingness, the nine-tails nodded sadly and gazed up once more. When he did, he saw Naruto wipe his tears away and move around the log in front of him to sit on it. When he plopped his backside down and crossed his arms over his stomach, the youngster stared into the heart of the fire, a blank look on his face as he thought back on everything he'd done in his life. Now that it had come to this, there was only one thing he could really say. A smile tugging on his lips, Naruto expressed a harsh chuckle to choke back the tears and shut his eyes. Guess the next thing I have to do is try and find a way out of here. This had the Kyuubi's eyes snap to him in surprise, where the fox then saw the boy turn and throw him his trademark grin, albeit with tears at the corners of his eyes. For both of us. Yeah, furball? Ears twitching as he stared the child down, watching him move back around and face the fire once again, the fox then looked at the ground for a good, hard moment. Pondering over the storm of thoughts and emotions now whirling inside his head as his tails whipped about behind him at their own pace, the enormous entity of chakra then fixed his firmest look on the child and, breathing in deeply, spoke up again. Kurama. The word bouncing off of him like a shot to the head, Naruto stared up in surprise before turning back to the giant fox resting behind him with an astonished visage. When he did, he saw the Biju crack a genuine smile his way and nod his head from where it was resting. You asked me what my name was at the Chunin exams. Well, seeing as that this may be the last time we ever get to speak with one another, I think I'll honor you with this one allowance. His expression didn't falter in the slightest. My name is Kurama. Stunned that the Kyuubi had finally divulged his real name to him, the blonde gawked at the fox in silence, leaving them suspended in darkness for a good, long while. When his head finally did the lap that was perhaps one of the biggest revelations in his life to this point, the Jinchuriki's grin widened and life returned to his sad eyes once more. His characteristic smile flashing in the night, he nodded to the fox and giggled ecstatically, at the same time rocking back and forth in his seat. It's nice to meet you, Kurama. As if saying his name was just a regular, everyday occurrence for him, which it wasn't, the fox merely grunted in response and closed his eyes. However, just as he was about to drop out and take a nice long nap, the Kyuubi suddenly felt something crawl up the side of his body and cracked an eye. When he looked, he saw the blonde-haired runt of a Jonin clamber up onto his back and sprawl out across his fur when he eventually got to the top of the mountain. Surprise at first dominating his reaction, the Ninetales watched as the teen let out a hearty breath of air before a chuckle escaped his lips, the expression on the Uzumaki's face showing just how pleased he was at making it this far. I've always wanted to do this, ever since I met you, Naruto laughed, listening to his words echo into the distance and the tails of the fox whip above him in the night sky. Staring for a moment, Kurama then cracked a smirk of his own and closed his eyes again, making sure his head was comfortably laid down before drifting off into his regular day dreams. Since there was nothing to do in this place except talk and rest, he chose to go with both options. Just a word of warning, if we get out of this, and if you ever tell anyone I let you crawl on top of me, I will eat you. Got it? This earned a boisterous laugh from Naruto as he rolled over and ran his hand through the fox's fur. After getting comfortable as well, an honest smile then formed and the young upstart stared back towards the Kyuubi's napping head with a happy glow radiating off of him. Yeah, I got it. Man. He couldn't wait to get out of here. Oh. Meanwhile, on the beach, Tsubaki was livid. She just didn't know how to explain it. She had tears running down her cheeks and a sad expression on her face, yes. But as a whole, not only was she clenching her fists in anger at their group's loss, she was also angry at how easily Naruto, the boy whom she'd come to view as one of her closest friends and allies, and respect as one of the strongest shinobi she'd ever come across, could just keel over so easily. You could understand her frustrations as she glared down at his body and saw both Tayuya and Samui crying over it. There was a point in her life not so very long ago when she remembered being the strongest ninja of her generation. When she became a genin of her village and trained herself in the ways of the kunoichi, not only did she become confident in her ability to do the impossible, but she also grew to believe with absolute certainty that she would be able to defeat anyone willing enough to face her in battle. It was this assurance in herself that shone above all others when she entered the Chunin exams and passed through every single test she was confronted with effortlessly, to the point that when she entered the third and final stage of the testing period, she believed she would make it to the end uncontested and undefeated. However, just when she was so close to reaching the absolute height of her glory, the peak of the mountain and the position coveted by many as the seat of invincibility, this blonde-haired, whisker-faced, blue-eyed boy wonder suddenly came screaming out of nowhere with an iron fist, knocked her off her high horse and sent her plummeting over the edge. A boy, who wasn't even taught to be a genius of any kind and who seemed unremarkable in comparison to the other contestants, walked out onto the field, and showed her that she wasn't invincible, that she was a kunoichi with flaws and weaknesses just like everybody else, and that she wasn't above any of them. He was the first to show her the light, that it wasn't power that earned you the respect of those around you and a place in life, but the people whom you filled your life with, friends, individuals whom you could share your adventures with, speak with, and love and be loved by in return. He showed her that she wasn't alone in this world and that with hard work, practice, patience, and by never giving up and getting back to your feet no matter how many times you get knocked down, anyone could do anything in this world. Having watched him throughout that entire tournament, seeing him reach the end of that path and hearing of all his adventures on their excursion here, she saw a boy with the capacity to do anything, someone who could push through the thick of it, no matter the obstacles, and come out the other side to show the world that he meant business and he was there to take it on. What happened to that indomitable spirit? Where was that bastard now? Lying here dead at her feet? Her sad expression giving way to one of anger, Tsubaki stood up, startling the group of kids in front of her when she stepped forward and slapped her hands together to form a seal. No! Her shout drawing Tayuya and Samui's gazes up to her, the team then saw electricity start to course between her palms as she separated them, the sparks flashing and flickering when she funneled her chakra to a single point. Pressing them together and rubbing them, the Jonin from Kiri glared down at the boy's body and nodded. You're right, Tayuya. Something as pathetic as this can't beat him. Not a chance in hell. I won't let it. Seeing the startled looks come upon their red-eyed, tear-strung expressions, the orange-haired girl gestured to them. Samui, cradle his head. I'm going to jumpstart his heart. Shocked at what she was proposing, Choji stepped forward. See, can you really do that? Yeah. Since the spear missed the primary organ, with a big enough charge I should be able to resuscitate him. But, can your lightning-style chakra really help him? Karui asked, quickly feeling doubts about the method of revival she was proposing. The Jonin nodded affirmatively. When he was conscious and fighting against me, he could completely nullify my electricity. But since he's out of it and doesn't have his wind-style chakra protecting him, I'd like to see him try and stop me this time, Tsubaki stated, at the same time limping forward as jolts of lightning shot off of her palms. Registering to what the girl was intending to do, Tayuya, her determination reigniting instantaneously, looked down at the Jinchuriki searchingly for a moment before her gaze perked up in sudden realization. His pouch. Moving down, the redhead quickly opened up the shuriken pack on his belt and began rummaging through the items inside. When Hinata and everybody else looked to see what the girl was doing, they saw the redhead's hand re-emerge holding a small bamboo shoot container. Taking off the top, she emptied it out and 3 pink berries fell into her palm, which she rolled around and clenched between her fingers. These are Eastern fire berries. Fire berries? Chojuro murmured, before remembering exactly what kind of fruits those were. Tayuya shuffled back over to Naruto's mouth and opened it up. These should keep him from falling out if this works. I'm sure it'll be more than enough to keep him awake. Once she was certain she'd opened his jaw enough, she placed a berry right on the back where his molars were and forced him to bite down on it. Once the fruit was chewed and the juices went down his throat, she then turned to Hinata and pointed at her. You! Get over here! Obeying the redhead's command, the Hyuga quickly dropped down next to the Jonin to see her bring up a finger and point at the blonde's chest. Can you open up the tenketsu in his body so that we can restart his chakra circulatory system? Understanding what Tayuya was asking of her, the genin kunoichi nodded her head vigorously and moved forward. Why yes. Yes. I can do that. Activating her Byakugan, Hinata then looked the boy over from head to toe, concentrating hard as she searched through the nerves and bundles making up the body's energy pathways. Upon marking out all the key points she needed in order to achieve the desired results, the young girl then brought up 2 fingers with one hand, pumped chakra into the tips of them and, with surgical-like precision, fired several shots into separate markers along the young man's body. What they intended to do was not just resuscitate the blonde, but make sure he regained consciousness as well. Considering the amount of energy this kid burned, they not only needed to restart his heart, but with the same charge kick his chakra circulatory system into gear to assist in the process. Dull thuds rang out when Hinata closed up the necessary tenketsu in the Jinchuriki's body. Once she'd done that, she nodded toward Tayuya who then gave the thumbs up to Tsubaki. Taking a deep breath, the orange-haired girl dropped to her knees next to the boy's chest and, once Tayuya and Hinata backed up, and Samui relinquished Naruto's head on instruction, the Jonin brought her hands up and took aim. Here goes nothing. Electricity crackling from her palms and fingers, Tsubaki furrowed her brow and, making sure the position was right, shoved both her hands into the youngster's chest and fired away, clear. A shot of lightning chakra from her limbs impacting his pectorals ran right through the teenager's body, stimulating his nervous system and momentarily moving him with the jump. The sudden shock had Naruto's chest rise and fall sharply with a loud thump, his face twitching when his chakra levels revved. Once the electricity died down and Tsubaki pulled back, Hinata, bringing her 2 fingers up again, then slammed them into the center of the boy's chest. Once she hit him, she opened up all the necessary pathways, allowing the buildup of chakra to flow out before then pulling back and allowing the Jonin from Kiri to continue. Hands igniting a second time, the girl thrust her palms into him once more, clear. Another loud crack and a shot of lightning ran through the boy's motionless form, the sudden charge causing another sharp movement in his chest, which prompted Karui, Omoi and everybody else to flinch as they watched with bated breath and wondering what was going to happen next. The electricity Naruto was taking looked painful. Every time he was hit, they could actually see all the muscles in his body twitch in response to the blasts rocketing through his system. With the amount of chakra they'd seen this kid use in the past, everyone knew that it would take a great deal of effort to restart the factory that was his body, especially when it had been shut down so completely. There was little concern that a bit of punishment to his nervous system would do him any harm. However, with Tsubaki's accuracy and control over her Kekkei Genkai, the girl knew exactly what she was doing and what amount to use to get the correct results. It was only a matter of time. Naruto, Choji growled, fists clenching in determination. Karui, cringing at the sparks of electricity flying off of the whisker-marked blonde, gritted her teeth as well, get up you stubborn bastard. It was a set of words that she mentally shared with Omoi, who rolled his sucker around his mouth uneasily as sweat dripped down the side of his head. Don't quit, Chojuro also voiced in support. Gritting her teeth with tears still in her eyes, Tayuya furrowed her brow as her thoughts carried nothing but hope that the boy who saved her twice would be alright. Come on, shithead. You can do it. Samui, her fists also clenching in the sand, fixed her gaze firmly on the boy lying before her. Come back to us, please. Naruto-kun, Hinata also thought, fingers lacing together as she watched the electrical sensations dancing across his chest sink into his skin. With everyone sucking in air, Tsubaki, giving one last click of the tongue and concentrating hard, willed even more lightning chakra into her hands before holding both over the boy's chest and took aim for what would be her third shot. Well, you blonde-haired son of a bitch? Wake up! With a loud zap, a current of electricity shot through the blonde's body, blasting through his chakra network and organs, and lighting him up like a bulb. At that exact moment, Naruto's eyes flew open and a loud cry of shock escaped his lips as the electricity coursed through him. In the blink of an eye, the Jinchuriki hurriedly scrambled to his feet and, like a madman in the midst of a panic attack, ran screaming across the sands. It was obvious his legs were still recovering from the damage he'd taken, but it was his sudden awakening that shocked the squad of ninja the most. The group of teenagers surrounding the Jinchuriki had to spring back for space as the blonde broke out, running across the dunes yelling out to the sky before tripping over his own feet and falling flat onto his face. He was actually moving so fast that he unintentionally plowed a trench through the sand, before coming to a grinding halt several meters later, a cloud of dust settling around him. The faceplant had Omoi, Chojuro and Karui sweat drop, before they saw the youngster crawl forward and leap to his feet again. Spinning around in circles and eyes shooting about in paranoia, the tripping balls Naruto panted erratically when his gaze eventually fell upon the group behind him and gripped his chest painfully. Feeling over the makeshift bandages and the sealed hole underneath the patch, the blonde gulped and started to speak in a delirious and frightened tone of voice. I was having a dream, a terrible, terrible dream. I was going to the shops with Tayuya-chan and our pet fox Kurama, and the person serving behind the counter was some ugly, purple-skinned motherfucker with shaggy white hair, carrying prayer beads and a knife. When I went to buy something from the desk, he asked if I wanted some mints for an extra 4 Rio. 4 Rio. The fact that he shouted that had the people standing in front of him lean away at the crazy look in his eyes and the way his hands ran over his face with a hysterical expression in play. 4 Rio is way too expensive. Owlish looks appearing on all their faces. The one that chose to speak up first was Omoy, who blinked a few times before shaking himself out of his daze. Okay. Breathing and whimpering out in a feverish manner, the blonde ran his hands over his face before patting himself down. With his eyes blinking away the haze and his focus training downwards, the Jinchuriki saw the beaten state of his body, his clothes wrecked but vest still miraculously intact, and the amount of bruises and burns he'd been inflicted with. When his hands began to run up and down his midsection, his breathing calmed and the madness in his eyes slowly left him as he came to the realization of where he was, who was in front of him and what must have transpired in his period of spiritual absence. Swallowing, the Jinchuriki looked up, eyes reflecting his disbelief and astonishment, just as it did for the teenagers standing several meters in front of him. What happened to me? Looking from one owlish face to the next, before the blonde could get any sort of audible response from the audience in the lineup, he suddenly caught sight of yellow and red blocking out his entire field of vision when he was unexpectedly tackled to the ground by both Tayuya and Samui jumping at him at once. A startled cry escaped his lips as a result. With their arms snapping around him like bear traps and their weight dropping right down on top of his battered body, the pair embraced the Jinchuriki tightly, with the flute player pressing her face into the base of his neck and the girl from Kumogakure smothering his chest. Their impact with the sand rang out with a dull thud, with Naruto letting out a shout from the bolts of pain that shot through him a split second later. Ow! Tayuya-chan? Samui-chan? You bastard, Tayuya whispered to the boy as she hugged him into the sand, a smile on her face despite the words she started cursing his way, you stupid, insensitive, unpredictable, thick-headed, stubborn, glorious bastard. After speaking her mind, she then looked up at his bewildered face with her eyes red with tears and cheeks still stained from the sadness she'd expressed beforehand. Didn't I tell you never to scare me like that ever again? Mouth opening and closing a couple of times in a silent stammer, the boy glanced between both girls to see Samui with her cheek burying into his chest and the musician glaring furiously in his direction. Upon drinking in all of their emotions and all of their words, he calmed himself down, ignoring the pain racking his body to give the redhead an apologetic look. I'm sorry. Tae-chan. Choking back tears of joy, the redhead shook her head before practically leaping forward and wrapping her arms around his neck. Fuck it. Come here. Without another word, the kunoichi all but smashed her lips against his in a searing kiss, stunning the blonde at its intensity and muffling his exclamation of surprise. It was a gesture of affection that had the rest of the group staring with wide eyes, which lasted for well over a minute until the girl parted from him to allow their lungs air. Smile forming, Tayuya gazed at the boy with the happiest smile ever seen on the musician. Do that again, and I'll kick the shit out of you. Understand? Grinning back at the beaming visage she wore, Naruto nodded, yes. Just as he was in the process of gazing into the girl's brown eyes and brushing a finger through her hair though, he then felt his head pulled around to Samui, the blonde-haired girl moving up to beam at him. Seeing the tears drying in her own eyes, the young jonin stared back at her quietly when the kunoichi smiled and shook her head. Never leave us, the jonin from Kumo said, a lot of people will miss you otherwise. Remaining still for a moment, the Jinchuriki shortly gleamed back at her and nodded, including you? Samui giggled, especially. Chuckling weakly, the youngster then shared with the blonde kunoichi a bright grin of his own, don't worry. I promise I'll never leave you like that ever again. Satisfied with his response, Samui then, much like Tayuya before her, wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and gave him a searing kiss. Quickly getting over the shock, the Jinchuriki returned it just like the one before, with the red-haired kunoichi lying right beside him and looking on in surprise, before a smile formed on her face. However, her awe was nothing compared to the shared bewilderment of the group standing nearby, with Hinata and Tsubaki blushing, Choji and Chojuro balking, and Omoy and Karui's jaws dropping, with the latter turning around to hide the red on her face when the scene before them became rather shameful. The way Samui was lying on top of the boy alongside Tayuya, embracing him in their fervent lip lock was proof of that. Not to mention from the way they were positioned in front of the group made it look like the three of them were getting it on right then and there. Whoa! Chojuro murmured, adjusting his glasses and subconsciously leaning forward in response to the heated exchange. A minute or so later, but much too early for those involved, Tayuya and Samui rolled off of Naruto, allowing him to sit up with an exhausted exhale. He then placed a hand over his chest and patted it several times, breathing a few times before furrowing his brow in confusion and glancing at the two girls on either side of him. Who's been dancing on my chest? Giving a playful laugh, the red-haired kunoichi raised a meek hand, that would have been me. Me too, Tsubaki spoke up immediately after escaping her daze, drawing the boy's attention over to her to watch as she raised her hand and sent currents of electricity running up and down her limb. Since hitting your chest wasn't working, we had to try a different approach. Oh? So that's what being hit with lightning chakra felt like? Tingly. Staring at her momentarily, Naruto then cracked a smile before glancing down at his side. When he opened up his vest and lifted his jacket, he saw several red dots moving down from his chest to his abdominals. Baffled at the sight of these strange markings, as he didn't remember them being there before, he then raised an eyebrow and looked over at Hinata, where he saw the girl recoil and lower her head guiltily, before rubbing her hands together in a nervous manner. Piecing together what he was able to take away from his examination and the reactions of his friends, the blonde beamed in the Hyuga's direction and nodded to her. You saved me, he said, getting Hinata to look up in surprise. When her gaze fell upon his and saw his sincere outlook directed towards her, the kunoichi slowly produced a smile of her own and beamed right back. After which, the blonde Jonin looked around at the others, starting from Tayuya and then moving over to Tsubaki. All of you. Thank you. Feeling enlightened, the Kirigakure Jonin waved her hair away and grinned, you're welcome. Snickering in amusement, Naruto then looked down when he remembered something else of importance and grabbed the side of his stomach. Focusing his chakra, the black markings making up the Hack no Fuin Shiki, 8 trigram seal, appeared across his belly, unbroken and undamaged. The sight of it had everyone stop for a moment and glance down at the fancy-looking tattoo, before the Jinchuriki closed his eyes and dug deep into the parts of his subconscious where he knew the tenon of his body was holed up. Well, would be, but now, after what had happened to him, he wasn't entirely sure. Oh. Venturing into the sewer of his mindscape, the youngster quickly sought out the massive iron gates that he knew contained the imposing form of the nine-tailed demon fox sealed inside of his stomach. Looking through the darkness as light slowly bled back into the picture as his chakra was restored to the rest of his body, the blonde raised his knuckles as if to knock and then, realizing it was probably a pointless thing to do, spoke up instead. Hey, Kurama, you Okadash? Damn it. Why is all my fur standing on END? The fox's scream suddenly echoed out of the dark and down the corridor, the howl of his vocals nearly blasting the mental form of Naruto off his feet and back the way he'd come. Apparently, as a result of everyone's combined attempts to bring him back to life, Tsubaki's lightning had not only resuscitated the Jinchuriki, but the Ninetales as well. Talk about reviving 2 birds with 1 shock. Rubbing his ear, Naruto glared through the iron gates and into the shadows beyond. What the hell, furball? Why are you yelling at me all of a sudden? Because my hair is all frizzy. That's why, Gaki. Kurama shouted back, his red eyes breaking the dark of the cage to glare at the kid on the other side of threshold. After several moments of waiting, light eventually seeped into his lair and the form of the orange behemoth loomed into view. It came as a bit of a surprise to the whisker-marked Jonin on his end to see the giant fox with static hair. Emerging with his fur all fluffy and sticking out, he really did look like a giant furball, with long, flexible feather dusters for tails. You'd be pissed too if you woke up looking like this. It feels like I've got a colony of fire ants crawling all over me. On top of that, my body's all numb and my skin is all prickly. So is mine, but you don't see me bitching about it, the blonde snapped back, scratching his head afterwards and shutting his eyes. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, the youngster then stepped forward and looked through the bars towards the entity renting out the lower dungeons of his mind. Upon seeing Kurama relax along with him, the pair could once again engage each other in civilized conversation. Anyway, I just came by to see if you were still around. I figured if I'd died, you would have disappeared and the two of us would have been separated. He heard the fox scoff immediately afterwards and saw his hulking shadow stomp further towards the gate. Well, obviously that didn't happen. Since my physical body and a tiny sliver of my chakra, as well as your own, had been left behind and compressed under your Uzumaki patented seal, I was dragged back to this world along with you when your friends decided to use electroshock therapy to restart your heart. Since I didn't suffer any damages in the fight and there was still a connection lingering between me and my body, it's not surprising I ended up back here after the kickstart. It was like waking up from a deep sleep. He then cracked a smile when he saw the intent stare of his container looking back at him, and nodded to the boy in momentary reverence. One way or another, the two of us are back. Blinking at the look Kurama gave him, Naruto grinned and scrubbed his head bashfully. Igrigadia. We are? Chuckling at the youngsters playing off the entire thing, the nine-tailed titan shook his head and allowed the tension to settle once all of the facts had been explained. You're really lucky to have friends who'd go to such lengths to save you, kid. It just goes to show you how much you mean to them. Wow. Kind words about humans from a Biju whom the blonde knew hated quite deeply. Naruto never thought he'd hear something like that from the fox. However, considering the amount of time he'd been spending with him and the amount of changes that had taken place since they first met, it didn't come as big of a surprise as it should have been. Nevertheless, the Jinchuriki was happy that both he and Kurama had been brought back, and while he was certain the fox would have rather been set free, it seemed that there would be some time before that could be made possible. All that mattered to him right now was that they were alive and well. The method in how they were revived however still came as a bit of a shock to the fox and its Jinchuriki. Looking the fuzzy entity over from head to toe, Naruto then allowed an amused chuckle to escape his lips and grinned at him. That afro really suits you. Growling at having that new aspect about his fur pointed out, Kurama quickly managed to pat it down with one of his hands before turning his ire on his host once again. Tell your lightning friend if she ever pulls a stunt like that as a practical joke, I won't hesitate to bite her head off. Waving aside Kurama's annoyance like he did every other time, the Jinchuriki nodded. I'll let her know. See ya soon, furball. He then turned heel and walked back in the direction he'd come, snickering when he heard the continued mutterings of the giant fox behind him trying to get his head on straight. It was always a joy to see the guy lose his composure, almost as fun as watching Sasuke lose his shit. Oh. Deciding to leave on his own accord, the cringing blonde returned to the real world and looked up at all of the other kids gathered around him. Taking note of their puzzled and inquisitive expressions, the energetic young Jonin gave them all a hearty laugh and poked at his stomach, where the markings of his seal then faded into his skin and vanished. Just making sure all passengers are accounted for. Looking around at those present, he saw that the only ones who appeared confused were Hinata and Choji, whereas Tayuya, Samui, Omoi, Karui, Chojuro and Tsubaki were content with his explanation as to what he had just done. The flute user knew, because her boyfriend had straight up told her back when they first became genin the moment he found out he was a Jinchuriki. Tsubaki and Chojuro also knew, one having been aware of it since the exams and the other from experience with their own Jinchuriki, and Samui, Omoi and Karui knew on sight what they were dealing with. After all, their teacher was a Jinchuriki, and though this would have come as a bigger shock to other people, it didn't seem to surprise them one bit. In fact, the blonde jonin from Kumo looked more pleased and excited than anything else. "There is no question that you carry a lot of weight with you wherever you go," Samui said with the fondest of smiles. Upon returning the girl's comment with a bashful expression, the hidden leaf shinobi then turned to his companions, where he saw the two genin from his village recover from their silent reveries with respective physical gestures. The first to recover of the two was Hinata, who simply gave the whisker-marked boy's stare a lively one of her own, her hands coming together and a smile pulling across her glowing visage. "I am so happy you're okay, Naruto-kun," the blue-haired Kunoichi chirped vibrantly. Choji, positively beaming by this point, gave the blonde a thumbs up. "It's great to have you back." Throwing them his trademark grin, the Jinchuriki's body suddenly jerked upright and his head snapped towards the ocean beside them. His reaction causing Tayuya and Samui sitting next him to blink in confusion. They too followed his gaze out across the shallows, shortly before being joined by the others. When the entire squad found their eyes set on the horizon, all of them wondering what had suddenly drawn the boys' focus, all of them received a massive shock as to what they saw sitting out in the water and watching them a couple dozen yards away. Appearing to them almost like one of the surrounding islands silhouetted against the afternoon sky due to its sheer shape and size, an enormous creature with a crab-like shell, red muscle tissue between its spiky armored plates, and a large, clam-shaped head with a single eye protruding out of it, could be seen glaring across the waves towards them. To go along with its fearsome appearance and humongous size, which could dwarf an entire neighborhood in Konohagakure, the giant turtle had three, shrimp-like tails waving around behind it, one of which moved to eclipse the sun behind it before it swished out of the way. Its shadow falling over them, the group of teenagers could only stare and gawk as the armored titan glared at them. It took them a few seconds for them to process any conscious thoughts, but when they eventually did a minute or so later, a handful of the group's members were quick to recognize exactly what that creature was. Is that?" Karui choked out, before being quickly followed up by the chunin from Kiri. "The Sanbai." Chojuro murmured, eyes shimmering in astonishment as he stared back at the turtle that had surfaced out of the ocean across the way. Apparently emerging from its hiding place at the bottom of the sea to investigate what all the commotion on the surface world was about, the three-tailed giant turtle glared across at the group for a full minute in silence. The amount of chakra it emitted and the presence the creature radiated was so palpable, that even those who could not sense energy recoiled at merely being in sight of the damn thing. Those that did have a sixth sense however, Naruto and Tsubaki in particular, could only gaze wide-eyed in horror at the demon as it sized them up and snarled, the two young jonin unable to withstand the crushing effect it had over their team due to their depleted chakra reserves. However, just when the stunned group on the beach thought it was going to lunge in to attack them, the teens suddenly heard it give a low, audible growl, which echoed out across the island before it turned around and dove back into the water. Its armored form vanished into the depths with a large splash, its tails being the last things to disappear underneath the waves. The water's surface settled several moments later. Gawking for a minute longer, the group eventually processed the fact that it was now gone, allowing everyone on that beach to relax or settle down wherever they were. Karui and Choji collapsed to their knees, Tsubaki hunched over in exhaustion, and Naruto fell flat onto his back, whereas everybody else gave a sigh of relief. That was a near-death experience they weren't expecting to have, and one they didn't want to repeat in the foreseeable future. Chojuro, shakily adjusting his glasses, glanced over at Samui and Tayuya planted in the sand on either side of the Jinchuriki and gave a wry smile. "Well, we've accomplished one thing, we know what the bad guys were after." The blonde-haired Kunoichi from Kumo nodded, "Yeah." Lying there under the sun in silence, Naruto spent the next several seconds gazing up into the sky and wearing out the shock that had run right through him. After a few moments of careful deliberation and feeling his nerve endings reattach themselves to the rest of his beaten form, the whisker-marked jonin then decided on a course of action he was sure everybody else there would be willing to take. After the hectic day they just had, they would be foolish not to comply. I'm ready to go home now." Tayuya nodded, raising her hand in the air. "Second." "Third," Samui added without a moment's hesitation. "Alright then," Chojuro breathed out in response to the unanimous agreement, glancing over at Tsubaki to see the girl's tired eyes fall upon him and her arm still wrapped securely around her waist where the sword wound was. Taking stock of all their bruises and bandages, the chunin from Kirigakure and head of his half of the detachment addressed the entire group while looking between each member with a serious gaze. "After performing a sweep of the island, we've determined that there have been two enemy factions present here, one under the banner of the Sannin Orochimaru and the other aligned to an unknown enemy force, with one of the two we believe being responsible for the disappearance of the squad sent here from our village. Since we've collected the remains and proof of these factions encroaching upon our soil, we'll be able to put out warning notices to the other nations to be on the lookout for these organizations and to detain or dispatch any and all members should they encounter them." He then looked across at Naruto to see the boy sit up between his two girlfriends and listen in carefully. "Considering the close calls we've just had, I think it would be best that we pull all of our forces in the area back to a safe distance, dig in, and mark this place for hostilities." The Jinchuriki, understanding that the chunin wanted to get all the teams safely off the island to set up a defensive base back at the lookout, the boy gave a nod of concurrence and massaged his sore chest. "I think that's a good idea." Seeing the supportive looks from the others, including the Kumo team, Naruto then began the process of clambering back to his feet when his body once again jerked to a stop, as he then remembered something important. What with all the stuff that had taken place in the past half hour, it made sense that all of them would have overlooked this fact. Wait a second, what happened to Kyoko-chan? Oh. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, far out of the way of the other disputes that had taken place between the other combatants, the fight that had started between Kyoko and Kimimaro had transformed from a sublime display of incredible taijutsu skill to one of the bloodiest, cringe-worthy grudge matches anyone had ever seen. Needless to say, even the expanse of beach surrounding the pair as they had at each other suffered under the wrath of their fury, as little by little, the landscape was changed from a normal, beachfront property, to what could only be described as a setting from a surrealist's worst nightmare. However, this was mostly done on behalf of the bone-growing Kagaya, who'd gone to great lengths to defeat his opponent. After Kimimaro had jumped to the second stage of his cursed seal and charged in to meet his opponent in the center, who'd also adorned her impenetrable battle armor to meet him blow for blow, the two engaged each other across the beach in a full-on scrap to the finish. It was essentially a challenge to see who had the strongest attack and defense, a contest which inevitably unraveled into a hitting match that saw a lot of blood drawn from both warriors at the sheer amounts of blunt force trauma exerted upon one another. While Kimimaro had enhanced his arms by wrapping them using the massive drill bones of his Tesenka no Mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, flower, to contest with the black steel armor he was faced with, Kyoko did the same with her fists by layering her knuckles in sheets of metal utilizing her Koton, Tekken, Steel Release, Iron Fist, and countered each of his attacks swing for swing. It was one hell of a boxing match, but try as they might, the pair just could not lay any serious or permanent damage on the other, which turned their bloody showdown into a stamina match. It pretty much transformed into a case of the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. One way or another, both of them were eventually going to have to call it quits. Soon enough, getting annoyed at the sheer persistence of his foe and how his efforts were getting him nowhere and vice versa, Kimimaro decided to put an end to their little contest, which had been going on for well over a few hours. After being knocked through the dunes for the 100th time in retaliation for trying to impale the girl, the white-haired shinobi then summoned the last dance in his arsenal to finish her off. Using his Sawarabi no Mai, Dance of the Seedling Fern, technique, the Kagaya raised an entire forest of bone right up out of the ground, which went on to cover, not just the entire coastline on their side of the island, but the jungle as well in an indiscriminate wave of death. The sheer size and scale he used this technique changed the landscape just as much as Naruto and Guren's fight did, and soon enough, much of the forested areas covering the rocky mass of land had been subverted and replaced by a thicket of white protrusions stretching high like rocky tors in a canyon. The attack completely enveloped Kyoko, locking her down and silencing everything on the battlefield. Upon finalizing the execution of his technique, the white-haired Kagaya then staggered out of his artificially erected jungle through one of the enormous bones on its perimeter by the beach, where he quickly reverted back to his normal form and looked upon his creation. The sweat dripping down his face and the fact that he was panting raggedly showed just how much energy he'd had to burn during his fight, with the effects of the second-level cursed seal also coming back to bite him for the prolonged struggle. After standing there and breathing heavily for a minute or so, Kimimaro then looked to the side to see the familiar face of Guren land behind him. Upon touching down, the blue-haired woman looked across at his jungle of misery and raised her eyebrow at the spectacle. A little bit much, don't you think? The kunoichi asked as if the sight wasn't at all unnatural. Kimimaro gave her an annoyed scowl in return. You're one to talk. His eyes shifted over the island, where he took note of the mountain peak that had been replaced entirely by her crystals, as well as the crystal forests he could see over the treetops. I see you spared little to no expense trying to get rid of the opposition on your half of the island. Must have been a bit of a drag for you. His voice showed absolutely no sense of amusement whatsoever. Humph, touché. Guren looked back at him with her hand on her hip and eyes narrowed. Giving the teen a once-over, the kunoichi's lip twitched. You look like hammered shit. Any particular reason why? Taking a glance down at his battered state, noting his torn pants, shirt, which was practically gone at this point, and the black bruises and bloody cuts he had all over, Kimimaro breathed a tired sigh and faced the woman once again. My adversary proved to be a lot more stubborn than I originally thought. Her Kekii Genkai barred me from piercing her armor and causing any permanent damage, so I had to take drastic actions. Am I to assume that the enemies you encountered weren't that easy to eliminate either? He asked this because not only did Guren look even paler than when she first arrived on the island, but she also had noticeable black bags under her eyes. That was all the reason the Kagaya needed to tell that she was pretty exhausted too. Acknowledging that she'd been putting on a brave face the entire time, the blue-haired kunoichi sighed and rubbed a hand over her shoulder, at the same time stretching her neck out to get rid of the tension. The one I ended up fighting was tough as hell, a kid from Konohagakure. I actually had to dig into my life force 3 times just to keep fighting at full power. Did you defeat him? Guren nodded. He's done and dusted. She then opened her eyes and, looking across at the boy, jabbed a thumb towards the pillars of bone beside her. What about yours? In response, the second Kekii Genkai user gave the woman a blank stare, before inevitably speaking up. She's been done away with as well, albeit with great difficulty. Her impenetrable black armor did pose somewhat of a problem for me, and I'm severely disappointed that I allowed myself to get hit as many times as I did. I'll be sure to polish up on my combat skills once our mission in this country is completed. The fact he had no tell on his face whatsoever made it really hard to determine whether he was being sincere or not. Balking, the blue-haired woman then turned to the forest in front of her and pointed at it. So, you got her with this? Kimimaro frowned and glared towards his construct. She was becoming a real irate, so I finished her off inside of my last dance. I doubt we'll be seeing her anytime soon. The team leader gave the information a sour look before once again rounding on the white-haired young man and leader of Orochimaru's elite bodyguards. Seeing his expression still had no hint of amusement whatsoever, indicating that he was probably pulling her leg, Giran then breathed a heavy moan and gestured down the beach. Whatever, let's just get out of here. Nodding, the Kagaya then looked over his partner's shoulder with a searching glance. And Jirobo? Dead, the crystal user replied without a hint of emotion, shaking her head at the same time. His opponents were too much for him to handle, so we'll be carrying on the rest of the assignment without him. Giving an understanding gesture, Kimimaro turned heel so that he was standing side onto the woman and gave her a hard glance. That's a shame. However, even though he was killed in battle, he still died doing our master's good work. Jirobo should feel proud that he was able to give his life for such a noble cause. Turning his back on his partner, the white-haired albino began walking away, leaving the blue-haired Kunoichi to stare at his shoulders as he proceeded to march across the sands with purpose burning in his eyes. Without even sparing her a second glance, the boy spoke, "Come. It's time we move on to the next island." As he was striding away, the Kagaya then became aware of the fact that his companion wasn't following after him. Failing to even blink, the young warrior turned around and threw Giran a questioning look, where he quickly saw the woman staring down at the sand at her feet with doubt reflected in her expression. Recognizing the senses of hesitation, contemplation and uncertainty flashing through her eyes, Kimimaro paused as well, followed shortly by him turning on the spot to stare harder at said woman. "Giran, is there something wrong?" Jerking upright, the Kunoichi looked into the cold eyes of the man she was working with and the broken-down individual she saw behind his irises. Her own eyes shimmering in the light as she looked Orochimaru's most ardent supporter from head to toe, Giran then swallowed heavily and took a deep breath. Her chest heaving, she furrowed her brow his way and shook her head. "No. Just lost in thought." Kimimaro nodded in understanding. "There will be a time to grieve for our fallen comrades. But for now, we have work to do. Try to keep up with me." Without spouting another word after that, the boy turned heel and disappeared in a shunshin, with the Kunoichi following after his shadow with a noticeably troubled gaze. Dawning on her thoughts for a few moments longer, the woman glanced down at one of her gloved hands and flexed her fingers. Feeling the fatigue of her prolonged engagement bouncing back on her as well as the damage, Giran allowed the final moments of her match to fix directly in front of her eyes and, with a pained look, recalled the last words spoken to her by her foe. It was something that reverberated throughout her entire body and dug right down to her core, like a shot of electricity had been fired through her. It was something that had her clench her hand into a fist when his voice then echoed inside her head. "A distant, haunting echo? I can see it in your eyes. I'm sure that, somewhere deep down, there is something that man made you do in the past, that you regret, even today." "Damn it," Giran cursed under her breath. Shaking her head fiercely to rid herself of the voice, she then crouched low and vanished in a crystal shunshin as well. Chasing after her retreating compatriot and partner in crime, the Kunoichi was allowed a few minutes to dawn over the parting words of what she now believed to be the late Jinchuriki of Konohagakure, which had her face scrunch up impatiently as she began leaping across the dunes at a hurried pace. Even though she acted like the boy's efforts didn't affect her physically during their fight or his words didn't strike a chord with her emotionally, the truth was that they had, and they frustrated her to no end. The pair from Otogakure eventually left their area of the beach, and the sound of waves hitting the sands quickly filtered back into play, drowning out all other sounds. Several minutes after vacating the premises and leaving behind a path of utter destruction and ruin, the combined group from Konohagakure, Kirigakure and Kumogakure soon arrived at the site they remembered parting ways with Kyoko, where they then coasted to a stop and found their gazes drawn to the forest of bones. The sheer size of the rib-like monstrosities towering over the dunes had their full and immediate attention, as well as some of the team members gawking and wondering what kind of fiend could have erected such an incredible landmark out of nothing. Naruto compared this to the last attack Giran had used to flash freeze the entire jungle they'd been fighting in, only this one seemed more of an attempt to impale than anything else. "Well, now there's something you don't see every day," Tayuya murmured uneasily as she stepped over to the forest and tapped her knuckles against one of the pillars. Feeling it jitter, she nodded her head. "Oh yeah, that's real bone alright. Fuck me. Whoever did this had been strong. Real strong. Way above her league, that was for sure. Did that white-haired guy do all this?" Karui asked, finding it hard to believe that the guy that had tried to block their path earlier was capable of something like this. "Don't be fooled by appearances, my dear teammate. You never know what kind of feats some people are capable of," Omoi spoke up, at the same time gesturing to the blonde admiring one of the bone trees with his hands on his hips, a remark that quickly pulled his eyes over to the Kumo group. "I'm sure you remember how many times this guy has surprised us with his come-from-behind wins and the ability to defy the laws of causality at any given moment. The person Kyoko was thrown up against was probably one of those kinds of characters." The red-haired swordswoman sighed and glared across at her snowball-haired partner. "If you start trying to evaluate this person, I will cut you down the middle in the same manner." Adjusting his glasses, Chojuro moved forward to run a finger down one of the ivory tusks, with Tsubaki also coming to join him in his examination, albeit at a more labored pace and with a heap of bandages wrapped around her side to cover up her gruesome sword wound. Kyoko-chan must have been fighting pretty hard to push him this far. He then crinkled his brow and turned to his lightning user companion questioningly. "Where is she? Can you sense her?" Also wanting to know what had happened to her friend, Tsubaki furrowed her brow and closed her eyes. Using her ability to read electrical currents in the air, she began feeling out for a chakra signature within the forest of bone. Considering the fact that the bones that had been sprouted out of the ground were in such close proximity with one another, it would be impossible for any of them to walk through it for a group search. It was a sight that did not bode well for the squad of teenagers, as they'd already had the pleasure of experiencing the near loss of one of their companions. They didn't want to lose another. While Naruto and Samui also began taking a closer look at the wall of white before them, the sounds of cracking and snapping approaching their group had the youngsters look at each other in confusion. Moments after the sounds started to drift onto the scene and grew progressively louder, everyone formed up in front of the towering pillars jumped in surprise when, several meters down the line, they saw the trees of bone on the perimeter get snapped in half and blasted away. Emerging from the dust and smoke, Kyoko came stumbling out seconds later, having cut a path right through the labyrinth with a great deal of difficulty. "Where's that white-haired son of a bitch? I'm going to skin him from head to toe and hang him out to dry for that," the Chunin from Kirigakure shouted as her eyes darted across the beach angrily. Her infuriated exclamation as well as her dramatic appearance on the scene had the gazes of the others widen in bewilderment, and stare at her with owlish expressions in play. Reverted back to her normal form but with her hands still encased in black metal, Kyoko staggered out of the smoke kicking and screaming. It took the team of ninja a few seconds to shake themselves out of their dazes, but when they eventually came to, they saw that their comrade in arms had fared just as well against her opponent as the others had. She was a complete wreck. Despite being impervious to physical damage, the bone user had apparently gone through a great deal of effort to actually hit her through her armor using the strength of his Kekii Genkai. Kyoko was bruised all over, like she'd been struck repeatedly by a sledgehammer, with visible black bruises and welts covering her flesh. Not only that, she also had a few nasty cuts she was in the process of healing from her initial bout, and a fresh one over her eye and forearm. She'd obviously gotten away from their fight scathed, and despite being held up by the forest of bone, was still raring to go as indicated by the intent burning in her eyes. Panting heavily like a wild bull, the girl in armor continued searching the beach for her foe. However, unable to find him, Kyoko's anger was quick to subside and, soon enough, she went back to standing normally. Still exhausted as fuck, the Kunoichi blinked away her rage and murmured in surprise. "Oh, he's not here anymore. That sucks." Finally coming back to her senses, the blonde turned her head to see the rest of her group standing several yards away, all of them still appearing quite stunned. When her gaze landed on all of them, a smile quickly spread over her lips and she waved. "Hi gang." In response, everybody calmed down. Chojuro shook his head in amusement, Tsubaki breathed a sigh of content, and everybody else smiled pleasantly. Naruto, letting out a chuckle, rubbed the back of his head, winced at the stinging pain still shooting through his body and threw the Kiri girl across the sand a grin. "Well, at least one of us had fun on this trip." Oh. Meanwhile, on another island? Sitting on a log with his feet kicked up and gazing across the ocean towards the large island he could see smoking in the distance from the many battles that had taken place on it, Ishidate, having apparently arrived there much earlier, allowed an amused grin to cross his lips before bringing both his hands up and clapping in a slow, methodical beat. His gesture almost sarcastic in nature, he then gave a hearty laugh of enjoyment to go with his expression of praise, before eventually slowing his applause and speaking up to comment at the show that had finally come to a conclusion. "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous," the orange-haired mercenary with the stone gauntlets chuckled, before ceasing his clapping and folding his arms over his chest. "You can't pay for quality entertainment like this. This was fantastic." Obviously, having watched the multiple fights that had taken place on the isle, Ishidate was clearly impressed at the awesome displays of power and ingenuity he had been able to witness from the distance he sat. The place he'd secured ensured he was not only far enough away to avoid detection, but was safe from being caught in the crossfire. From the solar beam that was able to wipe out an entire island of limestone rock in one hit, to the storm of wind and lightning, and the forests of bone and crystal that had jutted out of the trees in the blink of an eye, the whole thing had just been a sight to behold. It was clear that there was a lot of potential in the various candidates that had taken part in the occasion. However, having only been sent here to watch over Temujin and see how things went, the man had no intention of getting himself involved unless instructed to by his boss. Sure, he was tempted to mix himself in with the kids, he refrained from doing so and simply held his ground as Temujin and Fugai carried on with their assignment. Breathing a tired sigh and rising to his feet, the mercenary then allowed a groan to escape him as he dusted down his arms and slipped his hands into his pockets, stretching his back at the same time. "It was a good show," Ishidate chirped, before his eyes suddenly panned over his shoulder to the figure he sensed materializing out of the air directly behind him. Feeling the creeping sensation of killing intent also wash over him, the still relaxed and steadfast wandering ninja allowed his grin to widen even when he felt the person's fingers edge toward his neck. "You think so too, don't you?" Without even having to look behind him, Ishidate was able to duck under the hand that would have wrapped around his neck to snuff him out before spinning around in a well-timed counter. When he did, he swung out with a backhanded haymaker, managing to catch his would-be assailant in the side of the head, a loud crack ringing out on impact when his knuckles struck something hard and solid. Counter-landing successfully, the mercenary sent his cloaked adversary flying across the clearing at the top of the cliff he was sitting on and watched the man bounce once before colliding with a nearby wall of rock. When the attacker hit it, he disappeared in a cloud of dust as he punched an indent into the rock, a sight that had Ishidate smirking. Several moments later, when the dust settled, the mercenary was able to see his attacker rise up out of the ground and was able to get a good look at his face, or what was supposed to be his face, because the man was wearing some kind of weird, orange mask with a swirl pattern converging around a single eye hole on the right. The cheek he'd hit him was also cracked from the force of the blow. On top of the full black cloak, plating, and orange whirlpool mask, the man also had short-cut, black spiky hair, which was a feature that did not go amiss by the ever-vigilant Ishidate. When he saw the individual stand up from the ground, covered in crumbs and dust from the rock he'd smashed into, and looking a bit winded, the mercenary ninja that had put him there then murmured in interest and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're pretty tough. Seems like I'm going to have to do something about that," Ishidate spoke to the slumped assailant, before turning his gaze to his left and thrusting his hand out casually. Clenching his fingers and muscles, the man focused his chakra on some rock lying several yards away and, in a manner akin to telepathy, was able to will the massive slabs of stone from the ground to levitate in the air. It was a sight that had the masked assassin jerk up in surprise, before the orange-haired mercenary sent the hail of debris flying his way. With a wave of his hand, Ishidate tossed the 24 levitating rocks at the masked individual, expecting him to block or dodge them in some way. A split second later, that was exactly what the stranger did, but not in a manner that the wandering ninja expected. One by one, the rocks slipped right through the man as if he were a ghost, the bullet-fast rubble instead striking the rock face behind the individual and peppering it in rapid-fire succession. Dust flying as the shards of boulders struck the cliffside repeatedly. Ishidate then had the pleasure of seeing his adversary rise up to full height and begin marching forward, as if the barrage had done nothing to him. Because it didn't. He just phased right through it. "Interesting," Ishidate murmured, also straightening up with one hand still in his pocket. As he watched the man strode towards him undeterred, the wandering ninja smirked. "You're able to slip through physical attacks like that Tsubaki girl can. That's quite a freaky ability." However, he then allowed his smile to widen and eyes to narrow darkly, an expression that was well spotted by the masked individual. "You're not completely impervious to attacks aimed for the body, are you?" The moment he asked that question, he saw the man suddenly draw a kunai and charge towards him at blinding speed. A smug grin replacing his previous smirk, Ishidate saw the individual swing at him with intent to impale. However, just as the blade was sailing through the air, the orange-haired mercenary's form shimmered out of view at speed, stunning the attacker when his knife hit nothing before he felt his extending wrist grabbed roughly from the side and saw the confident man standing there and smiling at him. Clearly shocked at being caught, the masked individual attempted to pull his arm out of his target's grip, but found he was unable to due to the vice of the person's strength. "How are you able to hit me?" the masked assailant choked out in a deep voice while glaring at the wandering ninja. Grinning at the sight of his struggling quarry, clearly amused, Ishidate let out a chuckle. "It seems that my new Kekkei Genkai is working out just fine." All of a sudden, the gauntlet on the hand he was using to hold the individual's wrist suddenly lit up with pink fracture lines and a bright orange eye opened on his gauntlet. It was a sight that had the masked man recoil in surprise. "You tried to take me out while my back was turned. Allow me to return the favor." As soon as he said that, he fired a blast of chakra into the person he was holding onto and, in the blink of an eye, the assassin's arm started transforming into stone, a sensation that ran all the way to the tips of his fingers right up to his shoulder. Alarmed at the sight of his freezing limb, the masked individual quickly responded to the danger of being petrified into stone and threw a kick at the man. His counter forced Ishidate to block and release him from his grip, allowing the masked assassin to jump away for space and recover. Stopping several yards away, the enemy ninja gripped his arm, which had been entirely turned to rock, and glared hatefully across at the person that had done it. Seeing the orange-haired rogue stand back up to full height, he then looked down at his arms to see him raise a stone gauntlet and flex his fingers, as if testing the weight of it. "I'll have to thank Dr. Shino properly for this later," Ishidate chuckled, before glancing up at the masked individual. Being able to petrify anything chakra-based is a wonderful thing indeed. The man he was fighting could somehow make himself intangible to any and all physical attacks by allowing separate parts of his body to overlap with an object as it passed through him the very instant it made contact. He seemed to accomplish this by temporarily displacing bits and pieces of his form with said object until it slipped through him completely, thereby avoiding the damage that would result from being struck by the attack. This effect seemed to apply to all attacks except his, since the orange-haired mercenary could stop chakra dead by merely being in close proximity with the source thanks to his body's new modifications. And the guy's body became perforated with chakra whenever he allowed attacks to slip through him. No matter their class, color or creed, a shinobi needed chakra to perform ninjutsu, including the one this man was using. Spitting in annoyance, the masked assassin rose up to full height and spoke again. "It seems that I may have underestimated you a bit." The jonin with the orange hair chuckled. "Don't feel bad about it. There are many who've made that mistake in the past. Nevertheless, I cannot stand idly by and let you and your compatriots go about doing whatever you please," the assailant continued while lowering his head towards the individual with the stone gloves. "I know what you're here for, and I'm afraid I cannot let you have it." "So, you've been tracking the three-tailed giant turtle as well?" Ishidate exclaimed in realization, raising an eyebrow as his eyes then glanced towards the woods to his right. "Both you and your organization." When his eyes landed on the branch of a tree several yards away, he saw hidden within the brush a giant Venus flytrap with a half-black and half-white head sticking out of its mouth. As soon as his gaze landed upon it, the mercenary then watched the head duck back down and the jaws of the planet close around it, before the creature sunk into the wood. It was a sight that had Ishidate laugh in amusement. "You were able to find me through the shady friend you have skulking around these islands. Very astute." The masked man, narrowing his eye on the orange-haired mercenary, stepped further forward. What are your people planning? Ishide chuckled as he once again faced the assassin now trying to juice him for information. That, I'm afraid, is something I cannot tell you. It's a surprise after all, and both you and the rest of the shinobi world are an essential part of the process, the guests of honor if you will. When he saw the man scowl at him through his mask, the orange-haired Nin shared with him one last smile before glancing across at the island across the ocean. Giving it a moment of consideration, the wandering shinobi then clicked his tongue and looked down at the metaphorical watch on his wrist. But, as much as I would like to stay here and play around with you a little while longer, it's time for me to split. The job's done and Temujin and Fugai have moved on. He then beamed back up at the masked individual still gripping his petrified arm. It's been a real pleasure. This statement had the masked man harden his glare, an act that caused his eye to glow red, literally. When Ishide saw this, the wandering Nin blinked in surprise when he spotted a Sharingan glaring back at him through the hole in the assassin's mask. Upon seeing the Tomo spin, the gauntlet-wearing individual gave a quiet snort and, raising his hands, slapped them together to form a hand seal. And it looks like the fun is just getting started. All of a sudden, two massive slabs of earth shot out of the ground on either side of the mercenary. When they appeared, they then slammed together with an earth-shaking crack, encasing the man in stone by sandwiching him before the single boulder got sucked back into the ground, where it then vanished down the rabbit hole. Seeing his adversary disappear in an instant had the masked man mutter a curse and relax his shoulders, moments before the ground beside him stirred and the same Venus flytrap from before wormed its way out of the ground. The jaws of the plant peeled open to reveal the black and white head of Zetsu, who then glanced up to look at the masked figure with the frozen limb. He's gone, the raspy voice of the black half said. I know, the assassin replied in an impatient and exasperated tone of voice. These people are getting bolder. They've even got their sights set on the Biju, both them and that snake Orochimaru, the white side of the plant person said with a creasing brow. If they continue meddling in our affairs, they're going to ruin our plans for the future. Should we alert the other members and tell Pain to hurry things along? The black half asked with a sense of urgency in his voice. Pondering over it for a minute, the masked man then shook his head. No. It's too soon to act now. We need to wait until the conditions are right and all the pieces are in position before we make our move. I won't diverge from our plans just because a few upstarts are causing trouble around the shinobi nations. This statement had Zetsu nod in understanding before the man's solitary Sharingan eye fixed on his subordinate. I was overzealous in my approach. Next time, if anything problematic should come up, I will step in and take care of it myself. The white Zetsu smirked, onward and upward, then. With one final nod from the masked assassin, the man then vanished through a small vortex that opened up around his eye, his form getting sucked into the hole like water in a drain and vanishing completely from the scene. His superior jumping to another dimension was also the cue for Zetsu to get a move on too, the Venus flytrap closing around his head before he sunk back into the ground. Once all parties had vacated the cliffside, silence returned to the region. 2 days later. Following the incredibly hectic events that took place on the island that the soldiers of North Wind Tower dubbed Crystal Peak, due to the fact that the entire top of the Isles Mountain had been replaced by crystal thanks to Naruto smashing his opponent into it, the team was quick to retire back to the base. Upon instructing the soldiers to stay on high alert and to keep watch over the affected area, while at the same time forwarding a message to Kirigakure informing the leader of the events and problems that had unfolded during the assignment, the group then decided that their out-of-town allies had done enough to call the mission complete. While their job to recover the bodies of the missing Kirigakure team had indeed ended in failure, the only consolation the group could take away from this was that they knew who the intruders were, one faction anyway, and had the bodies of both groups to prove that there was trouble afoot. The remains were divided between the three parties so that the villages could individually examine the carcasses and try to identify the enemy forces they'd encountered. However, while these proceedings were all well and good and standard practices they all had to follow, the main concerns that the team held for the majority of the return trip was the safety and well-being of all of their group's members. That meant as soon as they got off of the island, the joint, three-village squad's first order of business was making sure that all of their injuries were tended to and that none of them died during the night. While Samui, Chojuro, Karui and Omoi were fine for the most part, save for some bruising and sword marks, the others were far worse off. Tayuya had been mauled, slashed, beaten and thrown through several trees, and not only was she physically exhausted she also needed a ton of stitches and bandages, which would hopefully be fixed up by the time she returned to Konohagakure. Hinata and Choji both had chakra exhaustion, with the former suffering a few cracked ribs, bruises and a great deal of cuts, and the latter nursing some serious shinning, a cracked shoulder, cut knuckles, gravel burn on his back, and heavy bruising to the body and arms. Kyoko had a ton of cuts and bruises, Tsubaki was still woozy from taking a great deal of wind-based attacks to the face and a sword across her body, and Naruto held a grand total with chakra exhaustion, burns, bruises, scars, and cracked bones, which, by the time they returned to the watchtower, had mostly healed. When the squads eventually returned to the island town where Kyoko and Chojuro had met with Samui's team, Naruto was as healthy and spry as he started the mission, which helped to lift everybody's spirits while the entire operation was wrapped up. Their mission, which had turned out to be one of the biggest clusterfucks any of them had been a part of, was something all of them took to heart, especially the whisker-marked Jinchuriki. With the impact of its completion still reverberating through his head, the blonde took to a lot of thinking on the return trip to the small island port where the team would be parting ways, and spent the last remaining hours together with them hitting the small town streets and stores. To cut loose and to rid his head of the debilitating haze he'd been subjected to, the Jinchuriki invited them all to an all-you-can-eat establishment, and spent the next hour after that pigging out. It was a need that was shared by all the other chakra monsters of the group that had suffered through hell on the job, and soon enough, he, Tsubaki, Kyoko, Choji and Tayuya were sitting side by side at the same table devouring all of the food that was being put down in front of them, while the other half of the squad sat on the other side with their own reasonable servings of 1 or 2 dishes, gawking at the 5 as they plowed through the restaurant stocks. The fact that they'd ordered so much meant that the customer service agents had to be constantly moving between them and the kitchens to keep their table full. The sight actually drew a great deal of attention from the other patrons. It was quite a thing. Not only did Naruto have a pile of empty plates and bowls next to him that only grew more and more with the number of items being laid out in front of him, but the same could be said for the others alongside him as well. While he ate in the usual manner, picking up the dish in front of him and shoveling the food into his open mouth with a pair of chopsticks, Tsubaki ate with more reservation, with her plate on the table in front of her and a spoon in hand, but was still eating at a remarkably fast pace. Tayuya, Kyoko and Choji on the other hand mimicked what Naruto was doing, the former having adopted his style from living with him, and the latter having turned it into an art form from decades of clan practice. As the sounds of utensils hitting plates and the group gorging in unison drowned out all other sounds in the area, including the horns of the ships out over the waters, the team pretty much owned the moment. In spite of the bewildering sight, Samui couldn't help but look across at the Jinchuriki leading their group with her chin propped on her hand and a warm smile on her face. Obviously, this didn't bother her. Watching Tsubaki and Kyoko shovel food into their mouths to feed the enormous tanks that fueled their insane chakra levels, Chojuro sweat-dropped and set his fork down. Ugh, I don't think I'll ever get used to this. He'd seen Tsubaki, Kyoko and Utakata pig out before, many times. It was not a pretty sight. Case in point, watching Tsubaki, he saw the girl pick up a whole chicken, and start ripping it to shreds with a fork and knife, and shovel each individual piece into her mouth. Choji seemed to imitate this by collecting a lobster, snapping it in half in an almost brutal fashion, before beginning to devour its guts like he was eating an apple. The sound of slurping filling the air was almost poetic. Boy, this is really hitting the key spot, Naruto exclaimed between mouthfuls, setting down a massive bowl that used to be filled with fried rice and moving on to a bowl with seafood ramen in it. You said it, Tayuya also chirped, picking up a handful of shrimp and, not even caring that the shells were still on them, shoved them into her mouth, and began chewing on them with loud crunching sounds ringing in her ears. Fuck me, this is high quality stuff. You can expect nothing less from this restaurant. The chefs in our country are some of the best in the world. They specialize in delicacies from all corners of the globe, north, south, east and west, which isn't surprising considering the number of ships we have coming and going from our ports. It contributes to our economy, Kyoko informed and beamed across at the Jinchuriki sitting directly beside her. How are you liking our seafood-style ramen, Naruto-kun? Pretty awesome, huh? Oh yeah, this is great stuff, the blonde replied, beginning to shovel and slurp noodles like a river through his mouth. Upon groaning in satisfaction, he swallowed the contents between his teeth and felt the warmth of the broth flood his belly. I've got to try ramen from Kirigakure more often, maybe introduce the recipe to Aji-san and get him to try it out. He finished this by scooping up the rest of the egg strands and meat, and swallowing it up in one gulp. Karui cringed and gritted her teeth in response, TSK, disgusting. And I thought B-sensei ate a lot, Omoi thought to himself as he continued to observe the spectacle. He even noticed how Samui was still gazing across at Naruto in what looked to be amusement, which had the boy raise his eyebrow at her before turning away to gingerly tap into his own serving. Hey, if you're ever in the Hidden Leaf sometime, I have to take you to Ichiraku's ramen. Their noodles are the best, Naruto said with the utmost confidence and sincerity in his voice. Prodding his chest with his knuckles, he then held it out to the kunoichi to receive. I can guarantee you will love what the old man has to offer you. I've given his goods the Uzumaki seal of approval. The girl with the mane for hair and band-aids slapped over her cheeks, grinned and pointed her chopsticks in his direction. I'll hold you to it. Sharing a fist bump with the Jinchuriki as well as a hearty giggle, Kyoko then turned back to the table in front of her. Giving it a momentary blink, she then rounded on the waiter standing by their station and grinned. Excuse me, more dried noodles please. And bring some more egg rolls while you're at it, Tsubaki also said through a full mouth. Pork rib soup for me. Choji called while waving a hand, earning an affirmative bow from said customer service agent. At the same time the Jinchuriki alongside him stole a barramundi from right out under the group's noses. Instead of eating his fish with care, Naruto simply picked up the sea creature by the tail, opened his mouth, put it in, and when he pulled it out, it had been stripped to the bone, the meat of which he swallowed immediately afterwards. He then dispensed of the skeleton and began plowing through the pork buns, picking up one in both hands and tossing them into his mouth. He then collected another one and, after swallowing the two he was currently chewing, fanned out his fingers and magically produced 3 more, before shoving all of them into his waiting gullet. Tayuya beat that by collecting a whole roast beef and beginning to dig through it with her mouth, at the same time turning it with her hands like a carousel. She ate a trench all around the lump of meat till she devoured it right down to the bone, with only a few bits left sticking to it. Choji eventually got his soup and sculled it in one shot. Tsubaki picked up a whole tray of kebabs between her fingers and got them all in a single bite, and Kyoko finished an entire stack of dumplings by allowing them to roll into her mouth directly from the plate, with more and more unbelievable events taking place right up to the end of their lunch period. Needless to say, it had been one hell of a feast. At the end of the session, when all of the squad's members were now standing out on the street directly beside the dock and the boat that would be taking the Konohagakure contingent home, the individuals gathered for one last farewell. While the four Jonin converged for discussion and Choji and Kyoko met up with Hinata for a chat, Karui, Chojuro and Omoi stood at a distance and stared slack-jawed at how easygoing the five beasts were acting following their raid on the restaurant. After what they'd seen, it wasn't surprising. They each just ate 30 full-course meals respectively, Karui remarked with a weak voice. Really? I lost track around 20, Omoi also murmured. Still overwhelmed by the sight, Chojuro uneasily adjusted the glasses on his nose and shook his head. I can't imagine what their grocery bills are like. They must have been through the roof. He made a mental note to check on Tsubaki and Kyoko afterwards to make sure they weren't broke, otherwise they were going to be in serious financial trouble. Cash problems, however, were the least of the worries the four Jonin had, as Naruto was just wrapping up the last of the business he had with his friend from Kirigakure. Not forgetting that he had his own parcels to deliver, the blonde drew a scroll from the pouch on his belt, unfurled it, and summoned the blast sword splash he had sealed within its confines. When he propped it in front of him on the tip, he handed it out for the orange-haired Tsubaki to see, and watched with interest as all three of the girls surrounding him admired the weapon. Aside from its impressive size and form, it was also a legendary artifact, one that the people of the Hidden Mist knew all too well and have been searching for quite some time. It definitely had the latter's attention. That was for sure. I'm sure your Kage will be very happy to have this back, don't you think? Naruto asked good-naturedly, before allowing the orange-haired Kunoichi to take it. When he saw the teen effortlessly raise it and swing it about, his smile only grew as he watched one form on her face. It'll be good to have this returned to the family. Make sure to put it to good use and give it to somebody you believe is worthy to carry it over their shoulders. The title of an elite swordsman has some weight to it, after all. Upon balancing the legendary sword she'd not seen in ages in her grip, the orange-haired teen beamed at the Jinchuriki and nodded, before dropping the tip of the blade into the ground with a sharp thump. Even though it weighed a bit, she didn't have any problems at all in lifting it, and simply gave her gratitude and approval to the one who'd returned it to her country. Our village leader will be extremely grateful for this. For that I am certain. Taking the scroll from the boy as well, Tsubaki wasted no time in sealing the weapon up again and tucking it into her pouch. Once she was certain it was secure, the Kunoichi gazed at her rival in speed for the last time that trip. I'll make sure to send you the reward once I've passed this by Mizukage-sama. Grinning brightly, the boy rubbed the back of his head bashfully. You don't have to do that. Of course I do. It's a matter of principle, Tsubaki stated with a hard look coming to her face. I won't be able to look myself in the mirror if I don't make an effort to compensate the person who returned one of our village's most treasured artifacts, especially the one who has done so much for me and my home. When he saw the young elite blush, the Kunoichi smiled and stepped forward, resting a hand on his shoulder at the same time. Seeing him glance up at her, the teen nodded gently. I will always consider you one of my closest friends and allies. If you ever need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Blinking at hearing the sincere tone in the young lady's words and feeling the smiles from Tayuya and Samui directed towards him, Naruto smiled and gave his trademark response. No problem. He then looked down at the Kunoichi side where he saw the bandages wrapped around her wound, before then giving his fellow Jonin an expression of worry and concern. Are you sure you'll be alright? You took a really big hit from that guy you fought on the island, and nearly wound up drowning afterwards. Tsubaki answered with a grin of her own, don't worry about it. The base doctor said I didn't have any water in my lungs and that the damage I suffered wasn't life-threatening. Believe me, I've taken far worse in the past. At that, Naruto's expression became serious once more, and he shared with the girl a tone that did not go missed by any of the group in the space they were sharing on the edge of the wharf. So it's true, you and Tayuya-chan really did get into a fight with two people dressed in metal armor? When he saw the teen's visage also become solid, the Jinchuriki clenched his jaw and glanced away. I thought the person I faced off against was pretty far out, but it sounds like you two had just as much trouble as I did. The Jonin from the Hidden Mist looked down at her feet. The reason I lost that fight was because I was matched up against the worst opponent imaginable. None of my lightning or magnet release attacks had any effect on him because he was able to cancel out my jutsu with this weird wind-style chakra I'd never encountered before. Even though he wasn't as fast or as strong as you, the guy could hit me wherever I went by blasting his chakra outwards in a sweeping arc. That explains how I got these. She placed her hand over her stomach where she'd suffered third-degree burns, and was now healing thanks to her body's natural makeup. Clenching her fingers around the area, the girl continued. The composition of his weapons and armor was also unusual, definitely not something made by an ordinary blacksmith from this continent. This boy was prepared to fight people like us. Tsubaki fixed her eyes on the boy once again and frowned deeply. And we have no idea who he's working for. But we do know who some of the others are in league with, Naruto stated with a hard scowl. That big guy Hinata and Choji killed, the bone user, and that Guren lady, all three of them were working for Orochimaru. When he looked around at the others and saw the serious responses shared by Tayuya and Samui, he turned back to the Kirigakure teen and gestured to her warningly. The three tails popping up near that island was no coincidence either. All of those guys we ran into in that place, they were all after one thing. The Biju, Tsubaki murmured uneasily, at the same time acknowledging that as something incredibly troublesome. We all know what Orochimaru is trying to get his hands on, and that's power. The other group we encountered has their eyes set on the same prize. Those assholes have got something cooked up for us, and if the enemies we're likely to encounter sometime in the future are even stronger than the ones we encountered 2 days ago, then we need to be ready for them and the Akatsuki. Tell Utakata to be on the lookout for them, Naruto said, giving the girl a once-over before his eyes met hers again and he spoke to her earnestly. Promise me you'll keep training, and take care of yourself. Nodding in understanding, the orange-haired Kunoichi gave the boy one last smile and stared into his shimmering sapphires. Don't worry about me, Naruto. I won't let anything happen to me or my friends. You just worry about keeping yourself out of trouble. She said this while pointing at him. This had the Jinchuriki shrug and grin sheepishly, can't make any promises. Of course, Tsubaki replied, rolling her eyes at the cheeky look he gave her before raising a hand to him. I'll see you soon then. Words spoken, Naruto took the teen's palm in his and shook it, the pair sharing a nod of respect at the same time. Upon releasing each other, the Jonin from Kirigakure turned heel and returned to Kyoko's side, where Hinata and Choji stood waiting patiently for their companions. As soon as she was out of earshot, Samui stepped around and came to stand in front of her hidden leaf hero. Their eyes meeting, the girl from Kumogakure beamed at the young male and stepped closer, cutting the space between them to about a couple of inches as her breath hit the tip of his nose. Don't be a stranger now, the blonde with the fair eyes exclaimed and tilted her head towards her crush. I expect to hear from you very soon. Naruto returned her hopes with a firm nod and a pleasant reflection, no problem. I'll be heading off on an extended assignment to Yuki no Kuni for the next 3 years, so I'll be sure to message you whenever I can. Batting her eyes and visibly relaxing in content with his response, Samui then glanced around her momentarily to see who was watching. Seeing Tayuya, Hinata and Choji were still eyeing them, with the former standing directly beside the pair, the Jonin decided what the hell and went for it. However, the moment she turned back around, Naruto beat her to the punch and kissed her full on the lips before she could move, causing her to recoil in surprise before responding chastely. The sight of them locking lips had the red-haired flute player next to them laugh, not out of amusement of watching them but at seeing the Hyuga's hair bristle from a distance before a black aura of ill intent started wafting off of her. After a minute, Naruto relinquished himself from the embrace, seeing Samui hold her position with closed eyes before she eventually realized he was no longer kissing her. This had the Jinchuriki chuckle and gaze fondly towards his girlfriend from out of town. I intend to keep my promises, both of them, he whispered. Satisfied, as indicated by the shimmer in her eyes, the Kumo girl tucked her hair behind her ear and moved off. Giving a very rare giggle as she stepped away, the Jonin placed her hands behind her back and moved on, allowing the Jinchuriki to return to his own team with Tayuya. With the squad breaking up into their respective teams, they all shared with each other a fond farewell, before the Kumo and Kiri contingent saw the Konohagakure lot off at the docks. Chojuro, Karui, and the others escorted the four down the walkway, where they then waved to their allies and wished them all the best for their safe return home. Once all of the crew and supplies had been loaded up and the members of the Hidden Leaf were lined up on the deck, the ship shortly thereafter pulled away and started for the mainland. As the port island faded into the distance, the team under Naruto's wing could slowly go back to feeling at ease and return their attention to the horizon beyond. It wasn't just the trip home that gripped and held their intent, it was also the time after that, and the plans that each of them had that they needed to see to as soon as they returned to their places of residence. So you're really going to do it? You're actually going to go to Yuki no Kuni to work with the daimyo there for 3 years, Naruto? Choji asked curiously from his seat by the mast, a bag of chips in hand as he watched the blonde and his red-haired girlfriend prop their backs against the railing. When he saw the squad's captain nod and Hinata slide up alongside the Jonin with a nervous yet fond expression in play, the Akimichi allowed a chuckle to escape his lips. Don't forget to take a ton of photos while you're out exploring the world and raising hell for the bad guys. The rest of us will be looking forward to hearing all about your trip when you get back. I'll chronicle my adventures and publish them all in novel form for everyone to enjoy, Naruto said with a grin, feeling Tayuya rest her head against his shoulder and gaze up at him warmly. When he looked back at her, with band-aids slapped over his cheeks and nose, the young male beamed brightly. However, I'm not just going to be hanging out having fun and slacking off. I'm going to use those 3 years in the north working with Koyuki to get even stronger, much stronger. Because if the opponents waiting for me up ahead are as tough as the one I just fought, then I need to get all of my shit sorted and fucking make this whole thing work. Tayuya, her own expression solidifying, responded to him with a nod of agreement. Don't fall behind, shithead, because I'm not going to be taking it easy either. I intend to beat you the next time we spar and race you to the Hokage's throne. From the cheeky smile she wore, you could tell that she meant what she said. Feeling a hand rest on his arm, the Jinchuriki looked to his right to see Hinata gripping his limb tightly and looking up at him with a firm expression in play. Seeing all of her woes and concerns reflected in her gorgeous eyes, the blonde remained quiet as the girl voiced her opinion too, with a small smile of her own forming. We'll all get stronger, Naruto-kun, so that we'll be able to support you when you return. Grin sprouting up again, the Jinchuriki allowed a nod of appreciation to be passed to each of his friends and looked around at the smiles they all shared with him in return. You know what? Naruto asked, his trademark expression coming back into play. I think I'm really looking forward to this. Chapter 40, Pre-Gap Arc, on the road again. Naruto. Drifting. On the road again. 2 days later. Konohagakure? Ah, this is the life, Kin breathed out, eyes closed and a content smile on her face as she sunk further into the warm, bubbly water of her apartment's tub. Feeling the slosh of the bath against her tired body and the warmth of the pond envelop her, the raven-haired former kunoichi of Otogakure allowed herself to become completely detached from the world and, for the first time in a while, enjoy a moment of peace in one of her most favored of settings. Of all the extracurriculum activities she could participate in, this was definitely her most preferred one. After a whole week of backbreaking work at the shop she'd gotten a job at, Kin found she had very little time to herself to indulge in some of the privileges of being a free person. Not only did she have to face a review from an official in order to confirm she wasn't causing any problems in the village or sneaking out information to unsavory characters, which frankly was a little bit stupid since she'd cut any and all ties she had to her former village, she was also facing appraisal for an application to join the shinobi forces of Konohagakure. Thanks to a good word put in by Naruto and his friend Tayuya, the Hokage has given the request consideration and time to ponder over, and after going through several tests to ensure that there was no underhanded plays going on, Kin had finally reached the end of the assessment process. All she had to do now was face one more trial and her appeal to join the Hidden Leaf Village as a kunoichi would be passed. Her genin title would be reinstated and she would be given a headband of her own. She was both excited and stressed, because all of the work she'd had to do was weighing on her shoulders like she'd had a boulder placed on top of her. Not to mention she'd needed to completely rewrite her entire former opinion on the shinobi of Konohagakure. Hanging out with Naruto and his friends for the past few months easily helped in changing that perspective for her and showed the kunoichi exactly what being a ninja of Konoha was really about. Teamwork was essential, and placing the lives of your friends and comrades was held in the highest regard. This was something that was once frowned upon in her village, but after getting close to so many people in this town and making new friends, real friends that actually looked out for her, the raven-haired girl's point of view had done a complete 180. Knowing that the people she was living with would always have her back no matter what, one of them especially who'd already gone to great lengths to protect her, Kin was more than willing to return the favor, with interest. The teen was given plenty of opportunities to adjust and to learn, and watching how Naruto acted on numerous occasions, she'd had an excellent role model to follow. I can't wait to tell him the good news, Kin exclaimed in her head as her eyes fixed on the ceiling above. She'd gotten the letter just this morning and it had her jumping for joy on the inside. I'll finally be able to help pay him back for everything he's done for me, properly this time. For that she was certain. Thinking back on all the crap that had led her up to this moment, the Chunin exams, Kyoko, her run-in with the team in the volcano, and waking up to find the blonde-haired troublemaker sitting right next to her bed, brought a gentle smile to her face. As the steam from the bath wafted through the air around her, a vision of Naruto's face appeared hovering in front of her, his infuriatingly dashing grin just hanging there out of reach, almost taunting her. Kin's immediate response was to balk, before a dazed look and a blush came across her face, as she then wrapped her arms around herself in an almost timid manner. Murmuring uneasily with her legs crossing, the girl looked down as her mind started to linger. Naruto-kun. Unfortunately, she wasn't left to daydream about the handsome blonde for very long, as the door to the bathroom suddenly opened up and Isaribi came strolling in. The chimera entering her midst had Kin let out a shout of surprise and throw her arms over her chest, at the same time look up with owlish eyes and a red face as the purple-haired girl nonchalantly walked over to her tub and started looking around. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just making sure that you've got everything sorted. What the hell, Isaribi? Kin shouted as she glared angrily up at the girl adorned in bandages and a white sundress. Can't you see that I'm bathing in here? Yeah. I can see that, the girl replied while waving offhandedly to the teen. You even told me you were going to take a dip a few minutes before you came in here. But hey, it's not like I interrupted anything important, did I? Yes. You did. Get out. Kin yelled while pointing back towards the door. Grinning in amusement, Isaribi brought both hands up and made an easing gesture towards the raven-haired kunoichi spitting in her direction. Now calm down. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I just wanted to make sure that you have everything in the basin for the best, most comfortable bathing experience possible, that's all. Was that mischief in her tone of voice? Kin shook her head once, wondering if she'd heard her right. What? Humming a casual, cheerful tone, the purple-haired girl peeked over the side and into the water, an action that had Kin lean away and cross her arms and legs even more so. Ah, bubbles. How classy of you. Of course there are bubbles. I planned out this entire thing. Isaribi then raised an eyebrow at the former Otonin. Really? She then pointed down into the water. You're telling me that you were seriously going to spend half an hour in this tub with a shoddy setup like this? This had the raven-haired girl blink and look down the length of her porcelain arrangements in confusion. Yeah. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong? You were aiming for a tranquil setting and you didn't even bother to add any flower petals to your bath? This immediately brought the kunoichi's eyes back up to the chimera to stare at her strangely, where she then saw Isaribi give her an almost genuine look of disbelief and shock. Girl, you call that planning? I'll be right back. She then waved and marched out the door before Kin could get a word in. Sputtering, the raven-haired kunoichi shook her head and tried to process exactly what had happened. Before she could even begin getting over the aftershocks of the moment, she then heard her intruder return, this time carrying a bag of what she initially believed to be flour. When the purple-haired swimmer stopped at the side of the tub again, she opened it up and looked in. Yeah, I couldn't find rose petals so I got you cherry blossoms instead, Isaribi chirped happily before stepping towards the raven-haired girl. Here you go. She then unceremoniously dumped the entire contents right on top of the bather, taking advantage of the fact that she was naked and couldn't do a damn thing while soaking in a foot and a half of water. Like a bag of fertilizer, she deposited the whole feather weight of flower petals over Kin, who glared ahead of her with a twitching eye as the segment settled before turning her ire on the teen next to her. Isaribi, looking as sweet as honey, beamed back at her. There. Now you'll definitely smell and feel like a million Rio by the time you get out. Knowing full well she had a pile of petals on top of her head to match the blanket of the stuff covering her side of the tub, Kin gave a stiff nod before answering through her teeth, "Thank you." "No problem," Isaribi exclaimed again. "If that's all you wanted, please leave," Kin continued while brushing the petals off the top of her head, watching most of them fall into the water and the rest stick to the suds on her hand. Bowing like a maiden just going about her regular, household duties, the purple-haired teen prepared to leave, only to stop and stare down at the kunoichi in the tub for several moments longer. Her gaze then became one of serious intent as she looked Kin from head to toe, a feeling that was quickly picked up by the soaking raven and drawing her charcoal irises up to her. Balking at the glare she was receiving, Kin crossed her legs insecurely and shot one right back with equal intensity. "What?" Huffing in a way that had her nose crinkle in the cutest way, Isaribi turned to look her other roommate in the eye. "You won't win." "Huh?" A smirk then turned up on the bandage-wearing girl's lips. "Even though you're good at hiding your true intentions, I know exactly what you're after. So I'm going to say this to you right now that I won't let you have him." She then lifted her head and looked down at the baffled girl with the most confident leer you'd ever see on her. "Like I said before, I'm fine with Tayuya-chan, but you're a completely different story. It's not like I've got anything to worry about from you anyway, what with being flat-chested and all dash. That's it." Kin suddenly shrieked, standing up out of the water and taking a swing at the purple-haired girl, who rolled backwards evasively over the tiles before bolting out of the room. Even though she wasn't a kunoichi, the enhancements made to Isaribi's body had given her more than a few natural attributes, allowing her to spring away safely from the attack and avoid the opening wrath of the girl's response. Ignoring the fact that she was dripping naked, Kin leapt out of the tub and chased her adversary out the door, red-faced and everything as she followed her shadow into the lounge room. Seeing Isaribi dive over the couch, the raven-haired girl chased after her, only to see her spring up and launch a ball of water from her mouth at her. Alarmed, the pissed-off kunoichi expertly leapt over it, the shattering of glass indicating the attack ended up striking the bathroom mirror behind her as she swung off of the light overhead and into the living room, where she then landed over her foe's shoulder, back to back. Spinning around, Isaribi attempted to backhand Kin, who ducked her shot and threw a spinning back kick up at her. The two dodged and blocked the hits respectively, before the chimera leapt away for space, while her foe turned completely to face her antagonist as she landed atop the couch like a cat. When she did, Kin took a stance, not even bothering to cover her chest as she locked her best competitive stare on her opponent. "So it's finally come to this," the former Sound Genin said while frowning deeply. "I knew this was going to happen eventually. We've practically been beating around the bush since the day we first met." "Yeah." Isaribi, noting the fact that her foe hadn't even bothered to put on a towel, gave a cocky smirk. "Damn, you're a saucy one, aren't you? Has living in this place stripped you of your modesty as well? After the buttons you've pushed, showing off a bit of skin doesn't bother me one bit," the girl responded heatedly, immediately after which she tightened her glare and widened her stance. "What's your problem anyway? Why are you always trying to get shots in on me whenever we're alone?" It was a good question. Seeing as how she was receiving so much fire from this particular resident of the apartment, Kin had needed to respond in kind in order to avoid being hammered into the ground, both mentally and emotionally. The relationship between the pair soon after the start of the exchange of unpleasantness and distrust spawned into a friendship borderlining rivalry, where the pair would oftentimes get along with one another and treat each other like best mates, until the gloves suddenly came off and the duo started getting all gung-ho over the other. It was almost eerily similar to the competitiveness they'd seen come up between Sakura and Ino on occasion, which was kind of hilarious when one thought about it. They only continued to do this because neither one of them wanted to lose out, the battle being fought for a reason that was sort of lost on one of them but massively apparent for the other. It was something that the raven-haired kunoichi wanted info on, as she hated being kept in the dark about something like this. A frown appearing on her face, Isaribi returned the girl's stare with her own. "It's because of you. That's why." She then pointed across at her opponent. "I'm jealous of you." Kin recoiled at the foul expression she received and the chimera's blatant response. "Huh? Why?" Huffing angrily, Isaribi focused all of her ire on the girl so as to make her next statement stick when spoken. "It's because you're so good-looking. You, with your long hair, perfect skin, pretty face, cool-looking clothing and strong personality, how can I ever match that?" This had the raven-haired girl recoil, a bewildered look overtaking her previous expression. I don't." Isaribi shook her head furiously and gritted her teeth. "I've seen the way you get along with Naruto-kun. I've seen the way he smiles at you and talks with you like your best friends. He likes you a lot." Seeing Kin back down prompted the accuser to continue on boldly. Taking a deep breath, the purple-haired diver narrowed her gaze. "And I know you like Naruto-kun a lot too." This accusation had the former Sound Genin stammer. "LL like him? Him? That blonde-haired, crazy, ramen-eating weirdo? Don't try to deny it." Isaribi shouted with a snarl at the end of her shout. "You can't lie to me. I know you like him. No matter how well you try to hide it, no matter how well you try to play it off, I can see it in your eyes. It's the same look I've seen on Tayuya, and it's the same look I give him whenever I'm with him, because he's the person who means the world to me." Her fingers curled over the head of the couch she was still perched on as she continued to spit her resentment towards the long-haired teen, as if she were an intruder. It wasn't long ago since I noticed the look in your eyes, and not a day goes by that it doesn't annoy me. Sputtering nonsensically, Kin looked down at the ground in shock. With her cheeks blazing red and water still dripping down her body, the kunoichi gulped, and at the same time sought out the words she wanted to speak, but I don't. She gritted her teeth and glared back up at the other girl. Why do you care so much? Naruto is already going out with you and Tayuya, so why do you think I'm such a threat? Why? Yeah. Why? Isaribi's scowl deepened, isn't it obvious? Look at me? The girl gestured to her person, allowing the kunoichi to get a glance at her bandage-covered form and her build before the chimera pointed in her direction. Now look at you. I don't have the body or the looks that you have. Hell, I don't think I'll ever have them. You could sweep Naruto-kun off his feet without even trying and keep him all to yourself. In the end he'll be so busy paying attention to you that he won't have the time or energy for me or anybody else. And where will that leave me? The girl growled that last part, but then calmed quickly and looked down at the floor with a look of sadness overcoming her. In that one instant, all of her fury ebbed away into nothing, leaving her solemn and depressed. I'll be all alone again, out in the cold. Blinking at the girl's switch in demeanor, Kin allowed her own harsh expression to falter as she looked the bandaged girl over. Allowing her arms to drop and the sight of the girl to be framed in her mind, the raven-haired kunoichi stepped out of her stance and looked back at her antagonist for the day. After taking a deep breath and mustering up the right words, she spoke, you know he won't do that. When she saw Isaribi look at her, Kin smiled. That blonde-haired knucklehead isn't the kind of person who would turn a blind eye to somebody he cares about, even a complete stranger. He took me in, didn't he? Me. Somebody he didn't even know, who didn't even belong to his village and was considered an enemy at the time. He could have left me there for dead, but he didn't. He carried me on his back, took me to safety and gave me a place I could call home. She chuckled at the end of that recount and turned her gaze towards the ground. He's a reckless, selfless freak, someone who wouldn't even think about leaving anybody behind, ever. Staring down at Kin for several seconds, taking the time to process her words and heartfelt statements, the purple-haired chimera slowly put on a smile and allowed a little laugh to escape her lips, before giving her competition an amused stare. Yeah. You have a crush on him all right? Giggling when she saw Kin blush to the roots of her hair and look away, Isaribi sighed and jumped off of the couch to land on her behind. Plopping down on the comfortable seat, the girl beamed at her rival and spoke, man. I'm such an idiot. Of course Naruto-kun's not like that. He'd never be like that. He's so selfless and carefree it's ridiculously hard not to fall for him. Murmuring uncomfortably and crossing her arms over her belly, Kin looked back at the chimera defiantly, don't take this the wrong way. I'm not in love with him or anything, it's just a little crush. That's all. Isaribi waved a hand at her and stood up, yeah, whatever you say, Ms. Exhibitioner. Hearing the kunoichi continue to sputter, the purple-haired teen threw her a smirk, just so we're clear, I'm still not going to let you win. Sure, I may have gotten a head start in this race, but that doesn't mean you can't jump a few places to catch up. You're still my rival as far as I'm concerned, and I don't intend to lose to you so easily. Sweat dropping at the statement, Kin stared back at the chimera grinning at her, you still want to fight over him even though you've already bagged him? That was a bit petty, going for the gold even though you've already won it. To be honest, the kunoichi wasn't interested in a competition. All she wanted to do was let this whole thing run its course as quietly as she could without drawing any attention to herself. Having to express your feelings to a boy you liked openly in contest wasn't something she was comfortable with doing. The thought of potentially going through with it brought a blush to her face. The reason I keep fighting with you is because I'm jealous of your good looks. Since I'll be having my operation in about a week or so, I plan on starting out fresh and molding myself into a better person, both inside and out. That means when my procedure is over and done with, I'll be gunning straight for you, Isaribi said while pointing a finger straight at the girl, causing Kin to lean back. And that means I won't be holding back a single punch. Batting her eyes at the declaration, the raven-haired kunoichi smirked back at her competitor and shook her head, I see. Damn, and here I was hoping we'd already resolved this. Not on your life, the chimera replied while sticking her chest out. Frowning at the fact that her bust was roughly the same as Kin's, even though the kunoichi's was slightly larger, Isaribi still managed to stick her nose in the air with pride. What? Are you scared? She teased with a grin. What? Kin frowned, no. Cue mischievous grin from Isaribi, alright then. If that's how it is, then why don't we make this a little more interesting? Let's say, whoever ends up betting Naruto-kun first wins this thing. At that, Kin's face lit up like a bulb and she gave the chimera an incredulous look, BB betting? Holy crap. Was Isaribi saying what she thought she was saying? The girl who was supposedly the most grounded in the household? Upon seeing the purple-haired diver nod her head affirmatively, steam started wafting off of the raven-haired girl's shoulders as she ran her words through her head several times. Betting Naruto Uzumaki? That was outrageous. This way we'll be able to race Tayuya-san to the finish line too, Isaribi exclaimed with a confident smile. For someone who was normally so giddy and bubbling around the jinchuriki of the apartment, she certainly had a spunky streak about her. Perhaps it came with the territory of being around the high number of abnormal people in this place. You may want to get your head in the game, because the competition is going to be fierce. She hadn't forgotten that there were other girls outside of their apartment that were interested in Naruto as well. There was Tenten just several blocks across town and that blonde-haired chick from Kumogakure. And if Isaribi's memory served her well, there was also that girl from Sunagakure that the boy had teased during his match with her in the exams. Taking stock of the other names involved and the obstacles standing in her path, the Chimera saw she had big challenges ahead of her. Before Kin could continue the conversation and say something in her defense, the two feuding teenagers then heard the front door to the apartment unlock and the sound of footsteps echo into their midst. The pair then turned to see Naruto and Tayuya step into view, one of them still covered in bandages and the other one looking a little beat up but still relatively okay. Being the first to appear, Tayuya led off with the usual lyrics. "Hey, girls. What's crack whoa?" The redhead began before immediately shuddering to a stop when she saw the other residents of the apartment looking back at her in surprise. The sight had the flute player blink a few times. Damn. Are we interrupting something? When Naruto stepped into view, he was completely oblivious to what was going on until a few seconds later. "Hey Isaribi-chan, Kin-chan, we're by a dash." He then had the present state of mind to recoil in shock and blush to the roots of his hair when he saw the current condition his dear friend Kin was in. Speechless, save for making a few incompressible choking sounds, not only did his hair stand on end, but his face lit up like a thermometer in 100-degree heat. While Isaribi initially didn't make anything of the blonde's confounding expression, Kin certainly did and looked down to see what Naruto was staring at and causing him to babble all those nonsensical words. It wasn't until a moment later she realized she was still buck naked, causing her own face to light up red, a cute gasp to escape her lips, followed by a glare that she threw the gawking Jinchuriki's way. Tayuya then watched with mild curiosity as Kin, with speed neither she nor Isaribi knew she possessed, practically teleported across the room towards Naruto and nailed him with a kick right in his face. Her foot slammed into his mug with an ear-splitting crack, the force of which knocked the blonde off his feet and into the ground. When his body inevitably hit the floorboards with a dull thud, the raven-haired girl lowered her smooth leg and crossed her arms over her chest, all the while glaring hatefully down at the boy now frothing at the mouth. "Pervert! Idiot! Lech! I can believe you!" Kin shouted at him before storming off, leaving the boy to writhe unconsciously on the floor. Hearing the door to the bathroom slam shut, Tayuya giggled and looked down at her boyfriend sprawled out across the woodwork, a smug grin on her face and hands resting on her hips. As Isaribi walked over to stand beside her, both girls trained their eyes on the comatose blonde and the foot imprint on his face. "It'd be really nice if they were just honest with each other," the redhead exclaimed, finding herself laughing at the end along with a thoroughly amused Isaribi. In truth, Tayuya was content with the fact that this whole walking in on a girl naked thing was now happening to somebody else for a change, and not her. By this point in time she'd already grown accustomed to her boyfriend walking in on her while she was either stepping out of the shower or undressing, which usually led to a lot of shit being thrown around the apartment. Having this happening to Kin for the past month was a welcome change of pace. Now all she had to do was wait for Naruto to come around and poke fun at him for his absent-mindedness. After that, they had something important they needed to discuss with everyone, and hopefully it wouldn't be too much of a problem. XXX. 3 days later. Following the events of the mission to the Land of Water, the people that had been involved in its course were quick to return to their everyday duties as shinobi for their village. While Choji and Hinata required a small amount of time to rest and recover from the battle with the Sound 4 member they'd run into on the island, both Naruto and Tayuya eagerly threw themselves into their work. With the amount of turmoil that had engulfed them on that errand and the trials they'd faced on that bit of rock, it was made absolutely clear to them that there was a lot of improvement they needed to make and a great number of gaps in their skills they needed to fill. This went double for the blonde-haired Jonin, who'd experienced the worst of it. The Jinchuriki literally had a laundry list of shit to fill out and a lot of friends he needed to speak with regarding his upcoming venture. There was no doubt in the minds of all those that had been involved that the job to the island hidden in the mist had been a perspective-changing experience, and the two Jonin members of the apartment were determined to do their best to work on improving their skills. The weeks following the Chunin exams had allowed them a big enough opportunity to learn what it was like to be a real elite shinobi of Konohagakure, but had only allowed them a small amount of time to develop their skills and their jutsu. Now they were more determined to allow larger portions of time for training, as not only did they expect to face even tougher challenges than the ones they'd just faced in the future, but enemies that were much stronger than the ones they'd already had the pleasure of doing battle with. Upon informing Kin and Isaribi of their intentions, the pair quickly started making plans for the next few months to follow, including training regimens and a timetable of work hours. This process was something that they also shared with their fellow teammates and colleagues, who promptly acknowledged their decisions and decided to make a few lifestyle changes of their own. So now, not only were the resident Jinchuriki and flute player adapting to their new positions accordingly, but so was Sasuke Uchiha, who had woken up super early this particular morning to get some extra hours of training in and to work on his individual fighting skills. After several sessions of hitting the stumps and nailing several boulders with his Chidori to build up his strength and stamina, the raven-haired prodigy eventually stopped practice and returned to a normal standing position in the center of the clearing. Brushing away the sweat that had collected on his brow and panting heavily from exhaustion, the one-eyed Uchiha quickly regarded the area he'd been using and looked about. Seeing the various trenches he'd plowed through the ground as well as the holes he'd punched into several surrounding boulders, the boy concluded right then and there that he'd had his fill of exercise for the day and, with the schedule he'd set for himself completed for this morning, slowly began to vacate the area. Pocketing his hands, Sasuke made his way across the field in the direction of the village, entering the woods at a slow and comfortable pace. Taking in the sights and sounds of the early morning forest surrounding him and the dew hanging off of the leaves and grass, the boy was all set for a relaxing day ahead, one that he planned to start off with a trip to the hot springs to clean himself up. However, the moment he left the open space of the clearing and started passing into the cool of the training ground surrounding redwoods, the raven-haired prodigy suddenly became aware of the fact that he was no longer alone. Stopping dead in his tracks and straightening up when his senses detected the presence of another, the Uchiha quickly followed the sounds of the gentle melody drifting through the air, where he then spotted a figure sitting underneath an oak just several yards away. Though something like this wouldn't normally have concerned the Uchiha, much less draw his attention toward in the first place, the person that had tripped his senses was not only sitting well within the boundaries of the training fields, but had apparently been there for some time and had come dangerously close to the clearing he'd been using to practice his jutsu. Because he'd been so focused on training and throwing his moves around the place, the boy had been unable to spot the figure hiding within the trees. But now that he'd stopped and had allowed his attention to drift outside of his work, he'd finally been able to pick up the cheerful humming being emitted by the girl, which had allowed him to spot her through the thick of the forest. Concerned that the stranger was in a hazardous part of the grounds and also curious as to what someone like that was doing all the way out here in the reserves, the seemingly stoic Chunin casually made his way over to them, expression unchanging and his pace set on labored. When he eventually moved in close enough to get a better view of the person sitting under the rays of light breaking through the canopy, Sasuke was eventually able to make out that the person was a girl around the same age as him with long brown hair and light brown eyes, one side straight while the other side had been braided, with a clip pulling back a front portion of her bangs. The girl was also wearing a pink outdoor kimono that had 2 pockets on the front, a pink sash, violet baggy pants and red mesh armor underneath her kimono that also went down her legs. She was also wearing a pair of orange sandals, which blended in well with the rest of her uniform and accentuated her feminine qualities. Taking in the intruder's appearance from a few feet away and noting how cute she was from the smile she wore and the gleam reflected in her eyes, Sasuke tilted his head when he saw that she was completely engrossed in the art book she had in her lap and was currently painting in. The fact that she was humming a cheerful tone and was resting against the trunk with a small box of equipment opened up next to her, showed just how invested the girl was in her work. She was clearly enjoying herself and the picture she was working on. Initially the Chunin believed she was just an ordinary girl that had wandered into the fields to do some artwork and soak in the scenery, somebody he wouldn't have paid even a second thought towards in a previous life. However, for some strange reason the academy prodigy just could not fathom, Sasuke found himself drawn towards this individual and interested in what this stranger was doing. The aura she emitted as she sat underneath that tree was just captivating, like something out of a dream. Honestly, it was confusing. Blinking as he listened to her sing and watched her paint, Sasuke remained standing quietly on the patch of grass he'd stopped on a couple meters out from the girl, his eagle-like eye watching her with his ever-serious contours outlining his cheeks and nose. Eventually, after a minute or two of standing and doing nothing, the prodigy then saw the girl look up and her beautiful brown eyes fix on him, an action that not only stopped her painting but also her humming. When she didn't recoil at the sight of him, the Uchiha figured she'd probably sensed him approach. Dismissing this as something ordinary, the boy instead engaged the girl in a silent showdown, the two teens staring across at one another with the former looking completely bored like he was trying to solve a Rubik's Cube in his head and the other looking back at said problem solver with the cutest look of inquisitiveness you'd ever see on a person. Moments later, the monotony was broken by the stranger breaking out one of her soft smiles, which she shared with the person standing on the edge of her canvas. "Hello there," the girl exclaimed brightly, greeting the prodigy with a nod. The Uchiha stared back. "Hello?" Glancing around when he thought he sensed a bird fly off, Sasuke then turned back and fixed his best, emotionless gaze on the teen, his eyebrows narrowing inquisitively. "What are you doing all the way out here? This isn't a place for civilians to be hanging around." Giggling at his question and the look he sent her way, the girl returned to her doodling, dipping her brush into the small box of paint opened up next to her and mixing it in the water sitting alongside it. "Isn't it obvious? I'm training." "Training? That was an interesting thing for an artist to call their activity. Practicing would have been a more preferred term to use." However, finding the topic of questioning her choice of words pointless, the raven-haired boy instead decided to follow up on her response with a second inquiry. "Are you a kunoichi?" "Close. A kunoichi in training," the girl replied with confidence, her enchanting smile remaining as she continued running her brush over the page. "Ever since I received my apprenticeship, I've been coming out here regularly to work on my skills. But unlike most kunoichi of Konohagakure, my abilities aren't what you would call conventional." Sasuke murmured, looking the girl over from head to toe again. On first glance, she didn't seem like anything extraordinary or out of this world, but that was from a non-subjective point of view. The girl looked pretty normal, wearing an ordinary style kimono with an ordinary visage and hairstyle. She also didn't look the part of someone who was proficient in combat. In fact, she looked pretty delicate and more suited for working in a flower stand than someone who took the lives of shinobi for a living. However, after the stuff he'd seen, the Uchiha wasn't going to start having doubts about what a person based on appearances was capable of. He'd made that mistake plenty of times in the past to know that that was a horrid way of thinking. Not to mention for the second time in the last few minutes, Sasuke couldn't help but notice just how pretty this girl was. The way she presented himself with that air of both femininity and confidence had his eyes fix on her form completely and watch as she continued to work on her book in silence. It was almost mind-boggling how alluring this person was to the Uchiha and how his attention just couldn't stray too far from her. As troubling as this was, the boy didn't openly question this feeling of magnetism and simply went with it. This trail of thought quickly led him back to what the girl had said to him earlier, that she was out here training. Wondering exactly what she meant by that, Sasuke followed up on his next inquiry with a low murmur and a nod. What kind of abilities are we talking about? Looking up at the boy for a moment, the strange girl allowed a wider smile to form on her face before, with a hint of grace and elegance, she set her brush aside, picked up her pad and showed her canvas to the Uchiha. When she turned the image towards him, the raven-haired genius was greatly surprised to see a picture of him standing there in that exact same spot he was now, surrounded by the exact same trees and bushes, and with a dozen bright blue butterflies surrounding him. The painting was in fact done so well that it almost looked like a photograph. However, due to the fact that the girl had actually painted it and that it had butterflies in it that were nowhere in sight told the boy that it wasn't a photograph at all. Nevertheless, the piece was still very impressive, something that had Sasuke nod his head in acknowledgement. Not bad. The girl in front of him then grinned. It wasn't a malicious one or one promising ill intent or anything like that. It was a smile that was both mischievous and eager. Wait for it. Raising an eyebrow, the patch-wearing Uchiha then looked around him curiously for a moment. It was then, while he was glancing about the clearing and watching the rays of sunlight from the rising sun above continue to break through the canopy, Sasuke suddenly saw a flicker of blue enter his peripheral vision and followed after it. All of a sudden, the boy found himself surrounded on all sides by a swarm of beautiful blue butterflies, their sparkling wings beating on the wind as they danced around the boy in concentric circles, at the same time sprinkling a trail of sparkling dust behind them that fell to the ground in a shower like a scene from a fantasy film. The sight of the gorgeous insects and the Uchiha standing in the center of the circle perfectly captured the picture the girl had painted, and Sasuke couldn't help but look back at it as the artist continued to watch him with a cheerful smile on her face. Blinking as he looked from the real-life butterflies fluttering around him to the canvas the girl was holding up, the Chunin then allowed a small smile to tug at the corner of his lip and graced the girl with a nod, acknowledging his surprise. Okay, you have my attention. Grin widening, the girl then propped the painting next to her so that it stood in clear sight of the Uchiha. Her canvas set, she then reached over to her small box of paint, dipped each of her fingers into each of the colors she'd mixed, and lifted her hand to the photo-finished painting, suspending her delicate digits over the Uchiha's oil form. Sasuke looked on curiously, seeing the girl smile at him excitedly. Upon making sure she had the genius's attention, the painter then ran her fingers over the page, wiping away the butterflies and, with a single stroke of her fingers, replaced them with a rainbow with cascading embers. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke saw the butterflies surrounding him explode in a shower of sparkles, a rainbow forming a ring around him before the remains of the insects fell to the ground in a spectacular shower of stars and specks. When the rain eventually ended, the remains of the butterflies vanished and so did the rainbow. Upon returning his good eye to the canvas the girl was holding, he saw that the rainbow and the embers she'd painted had vanished, leaving him standing in the middle of the woods. With a sigh, the girl closed up her book, not worrying in the slightest if her painting got smudged as it was already quick-dried by her chakra. It took several moments of quiet contemplation, but her audience was eventually able to identify the phenomenon that had just occurred, and the Uchiha looked across at the girl impassively. His single eye however revealed all the emotion the kunoichi in training needed to know. That was genjutsu, wasn't it? Yep, the brown-haired sorceress chirped with a beaming expression. Though I suck at ninjutsu and taijutsu, my skill in using genjutsu is top-notch and perhaps some of the best in the village. You could even say it's my one and only talent. Wrapping her hands around her art book, the teen held it close to her chest. It's an ability that's been passed down through my clan for generations. Years ago, my family had some of the greatest genjutsu specialists in the entire country, but now. Expression falling a bit, the girl averted her gaze and reflected combined feelings of forlorn and upset. Quickly getting what the girl was saying from her body language alone, Sasuke nodded his head in understanding and stepped forward. Hands in his pockets as per the usual routine, he stopped a couple of feet away and watched the painter hug her book to her like it was her lifeline. It doesn't matter. All of that stuff's in the past, so as long as I don't lose hope and keep working on my skills, I'm sure I'll be able to get back to my feet somehow, the painter said while smiling up at the raven-haired boy staring down at her. Relaxing again in her seat, the girl ran her hands through her hair and rested them on her neck, breathing a sigh as she considered the boy for a moment, before realization blinked across her face. You're Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you, the boy who fought against that Tsubaki girl during the Chunin exams? The prodigy, though cringing a bit at the memory, nodded back to the inquisitive kunoichi in training. Yeah, that's me. In all honesty, he was expecting this girl to fall head over heels for him like the rest of his fan base did, at the same time recalling his many outstanding academic records. This girl however only brought up his most recent accomplishment and immediately put his face to it. To call it any form of an achievement however was still questionable in the prodigy's eye. Tilting her head, the brown-haired girl smiled at him. You know, you could have beaten her if you'd hit her with a genjutsu first and took out her ability to become intangible. I think that's a skill that would be really useful to a guy like you, especially if you're planning on going up against opponents with a marked speed advantage. The teenager giggled when she saw the expression the genius threw her way, which had her shake her head and wave her hand flippantly. But, I think you're doing just fine on your own. With a cheeky smile still in play, the painter opened up her book again and turned over to a new page. Picking up her brush and running it through the paint she had lying next to her, the brown-haired girl prepared to go through the motions of creating art again, until she felt a light shadow fall over her. Turning to her side, she saw the Uchiha had come to lean against the trunk alongside her and was looking down at her with his one good eye with great intent. When their gazes met, the raven-haired prodigy smiled and nodded to her. Show me that again. Feeling a grin tug at her lips, the brown-haired girl returned to her canvas and, with lightning-fast speed and precision, began to paint across the paper. Watching as the kunoichi in training started to paint a waterfall setting with people in it at record-breaking speed, Sasuke remained quiet. As he watched her work, he tilted his head towards her and spoke. "By the way, I don't think I got your name." Hearing his words, the girl stopped painting for a moment and looked up at the boy. When she did, she pumped her chest out confidently and beamed, "Yakumo. Yakumo Kurama." Sasuke smiled at her, "Nice to meet you." Deciding to take a page out of Naruto's book for once, the raven-haired boy decided to stick around this girl for a little while longer. She seemed like an interesting character, not just because of her prowess in genjutsu that clearly rivaled Tayuya's while they were still genin, but also because there was something about her that had the boy drawn to her in a way. Though it may have been fatigue from his long morning of training talking, the raven-haired prodigy just couldn't be sure. Nevertheless, Sasuke chose to play on the instinct speaking back to him and planted himself in his spot to watch the girl perform for him. Hey, if he played his cards right, he might actually learn something from this girl. A little genjutsu in his arsenal could go a long way in his future. XXX. 2 days later. Hokage's office. "I got to hand it to ya kid, you really know how to play it close to the chest," Jiraiya mused with his arms folded as he watched his blonde-haired, Jonin apprentice standing on the other side of the office staring up at the framed photos of the previous Kage hanging off of the wall. Shaking his head when he saw the boy fail to look back at him, the white-haired hermit continued heedlessly, "Honestly, out of all the stories I've heard about you, your most recent adventure to the Land of Water has to be the most out of this world." For the past couple of hours, Naruto had been recounting the hair-raising events of his last mission to the Hokage and his current instructor word for word, giving them all the details on the enemies the team had faced and the course of each of their respective encounters. Even though he'd already submitted a report on the events, the village leader and the Sannin had still wanted to hear from him about the assignment in person, and had thus spent the entire morning listening to the boy as he talked about his fight with Guren, and the other people his friends had battled. After coming to the end of his story and leaving slightly troubled looks on the faces of the two audience members, things quickly quieted down, leading them all up to here. Considering that it technically was out of this world for about 15 minutes, according to what my teammates told me, I'm not surprised, Naruto replied, leaning in to take a closer look at his father's photo. Licking his fingers and running them through his hair as if adjusting them in a mirror when in actuality it was just his old man's portrait, the Jinchuriki then turned back to smirk at his teacher as well as the Hokage sitting behind his desk and smoking his pipe. "I'm pretty sure you've had your fair share of near-death experiences in the past, Ero Sennin." The white-haired man chuckled at this. "I can honestly say that there was one moment in my life that I can recall ever being brought to the brink of death, Gaki, and that was after I tried to do research on my dear teammate Tsunade." This response had Naruto stare at him for a moment in deadpan, which bundled up Jiraiya's words a bit before he turned his head away to cushion the return blow. "I guess it's one of the things you and I have in common, we were both nearly killed by a woman." Blinking as he gazed across at the Toad Sage, the blonde Jonin remained standing in place for a little while longer before a grim smile pulled across his lips. "Girls are scary." This comment had the other two men in the office nod in agreement. After a moment of silent contemplation and juggling the matter in his hands carefully, the Jinchuriki was once again addressed by the largest person in the office, with the wandering Sannin stepping off of the wall he was propped up against and directing his attention towards his student. "Speaking of girls, how is your gaggle of fans taking your leaving the village?" Naruto shrugged. "Most of them are cool about it. Tayuya was encouraging as usual, Tenten was happy, and Kin gave me a pat on the back like I was walking to the execution platform or something. She really was a funny girl, that one. Maybe she was still pissed at him for all the times he'd walked in on her naked and was just paying him back with interest. It certainly hit him where he lived, that was for sure. Most of my other friends were okay with it too and told me to give it my all, even Sasuke, for some weird reason." This then had Jiraiya grin. "You're kind of dodging one of the other members of your household, brat." "Oh yeah, one of the most important ones." There was no way his student would ever miss that girl in conversation, especially since he'd first met her on one of his most perilous adventures as a genin outside of Konohagakure. Cringing a little when the man pressured him, the Jinchuriki looked off for a moment and did his best to conceal his embarrassment behind a veil of discomfort. "Isaribi's still pissed at me about the whole going away for 3 whole years trip and doesn't even want to talk to me." It was strange. The girl had been really happy when he came home from his last A-rank mission and had been incredibly upset when she learned about how he'd nearly been killed on that mission. However, when he finally came about, expressed to his roommates his resolve to get stronger and broke to her the news of how he intended to leave for Yuki no Kuni in the next few days, things got a tad bit ugly. "I think she's upset that I'll be leaving before the week of her operation." I tried to explain the situation to her, but she wouldn't listen and stormed out. He could imagine that Isaribi was still at home, locked up in their room and sitting on the bed with her knees pulled up to her chest, and looking forlornly at the wall. "You're obviously the first person she wants to see when she finally gets out of the hospital and shows to the world the new girl she's become. Due to her current circumstances, I'm not surprised," the Sannin said with a smile pulling at his lips. "You are the one boy in her life who's had the most impact on her future and mindset as far as she's concerned, and you're one of the only people in this village she cares about the most." After saying this, Jiraiya turned away and closed his eyes in assurance. The two of you had similar beginnings and had led really rough lives, so it makes sense that she'd want to get your opinion first. In actuality, the 3 girls living in Naruto's apartment had all had rough starts. The fact that they all shared the same pains meant that they could connect on a more superficial level, making their relationships that much stronger than other people could hope to achieve. They found comfort in the other's presence and had a lot of common interests between one another. When you came down to it, it was both a sad and sweet tale. Ugh, this is really hard, Naruto groaned, at the same time throwing his hand out in exasperation. And I already told Koyuki that I would be in Yuki no Kuni by the end of the week. Why the hell did I set a date weeks in advance? People like that tended to hold you to your word and expected you to arrive on the hour you specified for them. The actress/princess of the land of spring/snow was no exception. She could be one hell of a firebrand when she wanted to be if her numerous troubles and escapes in the past were anything to go by. In all honesty, Naruto wasn't willing to test that maelstrom. Though there was a part of him that wanted to, he really wanted this whole partnership with the girl to work out and establish a good rapport between them. You could send out a message and postpone your arrival, let her know that you have important matters to attend to and that you'll be delayed by a few days, Hiruzen suggested from his seat, having listened closely to Naruto and Jiraiya's conversation and deciding to offer his own 2 cents on the issue. It's too late to make any changes now. The damage has already been done and any message I could send out to Koyuki will arrive by the end of the week. The channels it'd have to go through as well will be murder, the Jinchuriki replied with a sigh, at the same time scratching his head in resignation. I can only hope that I'll be able to make things right with Isaribi before I leave. I really don't want her to be angry at me, especially if I'm going to be away for 3 years. This hope had Jiraiya grinning from ear to ear as he approached the boy and patted him comfortingly on the shoulder. Ah, your first lover spat. That's so adorable. Naruto grumbled when he felt the man pat the spot above his arm like it were a blow to the body and scowled at his words. This isn't funny. Look kid, I'm sure that if you slowly explain the situation to Isaribi and let her know how you feel, I'm sure she'll understand. Just, give her another day to breathe and take it all in, and then afterwards I'm sure you'll be able to reason with her, the white-haired man counseled his student with a gentle smile in play and a tall stance. When he saw the boy turn to look up at him, he patted him once more on the shoulder and stepped away, just so he had room enough to breathe. Having fun and getting into fights is all part of a relationship. You of all people should know this by now. Yeah, no kidding, the blonde sighed before rubbing his scalp irritably. His many years of living with Tayuya have given him a lot of interesting experiences and tests. In fact, every single second he'd spent hanging out with his friends and the people closest to him had been one big lesson in life. He just had to make do with all of the things that came and went, and deal with it. There was no rewind button. I'll talk with Isaribi-chan afterwards. Hopefully she's had some time to calm down a little. That's the spirit, kid, Jiraiya chuckled, lightly jabbing him in the arm and seeing the blonde rub it from the slight pain that came with it. I'm sure I'll be able to teach you some really awesome stuff over the next couple of years. There's your old man's jutsu that he made himself, adding your element to it, some introductory sessions in Fuin Jutsu, and I'm sure I'll be able to polish up your Shunshin abilities while we're lollygagging about up north. As top-notch as it already was, Naruto insisted on working on his speed. Even though he was already proficient enough to fight on equal terms with a Jonin-level shinobi like Asuma or Gunma, he wanted to push it and take his abilities even further. Like this morning he'd gone out to the training field just to see if he could make some quick improvements to his footwork, but had really only worked on his stamina. His next few years out of the village should really boost his growth as a shinobi and make for an interesting chapter in his career. Naruto perked up at the thought of further training under his apprenticeship with the Sannin and grinned from ear to ear. Sweet. While I do hope you make this extended trip of yours a productive one, Naruto-kun, there are a couple of issues that I still wish to address with you first, just to make sure you're aware of everything that's going on. Hiruzen spoke up, cutting off the duo's growing excitement and drawing their attention over to him. Once he was assured the 2 shinobi in front had their eyes fixated on him, the elder laced his fingers together and rested his chin on top. Step 1, regarding the Akatsuki organization? I'm sure I don't need to remind you who they are. At that, the blonde's expression turned to one of absolute seriousness and focus. No, I think I've got it. Good, the third said while closing his eyes. According to your sleuth of a teacher, the group has currently broken up and gone into hiding, probably to start making preparations for whatever they have in store for the Biju. A great deal of events have occurred that's caused a great shakedown across the countries, so to put it into perspective for you, I do not believe you'll have to worry about them coming after you, at least not now. Naruto nodded in understanding and slipped his hands into his pockets, but I still intend to watch my back wherever I go. There's no way I'm going to let one of those Red Cloud guys get the drop on me like that Giran lady did on that island. The next time I run into someone of that caliber out on the field, I promise you that I'll be ready for them, Hokage Jiji. I'm glad to hear you say that, the village leader said while sparing a smile toward the eager young Jonin. After which, his smile reversed and he returned to the subject at hand. The next issue is in regards to the hidden group that's been causing a row around the other nations. Since your encounter with their team on the island and the disappearance of the coastal town Jiraiya had visited, activities involving the organization have dropped like a stone. I don't expect you'll be seeing them for a while either, but keep your eyes and ears open, and try not to draw any attention to yourself. These guys are tied with Akatsuki for first place on my list, Aji-san, Naruto stated, at the same time glancing across at his teacher listening in from the side. They not only injured my teammate, but they hurt Tayuya-chan, nearly killed Tsubaki-chan, and were involved with Dodo's gang when he tried to take complete control over Yuki no Kuni. Once I've improved my skills, strengthened my body and gotten more jutsu under my belt, I'm going after them, Orochimaru and Akatsuki. Jiraiya grinned when he said this and gave the boy an upward nod of warning. Careful brat. It almost sounds like you're declaring war on these guys. Damn right I am, Naruto replied while raising a determined fist to his master. If you're out to hurt other people, then you've got me coming after your ass. Try to harm any of the people close to me, like Tayuya-chan and Isaribi-chan, and you're on my shit list until further notice. Snickering at the boy's use of profanity in his spirited declarations, the wandering Sannin then looked up to see Hiruzen with his head in his hand and a half-amused, half-exasperated look on his face. I think I've got the encouragement part of his training regiment covered, old man. Indeed, the third replied while looking across at the practically glowing blonde with a smile. I can always count on this one for his confidence. Just be sure to keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't cause too much havoc up north. Will do, Jiraiya replied with a nod. Glancing between the two adults, the Jinchuriki crossed his arms and frowned back at the village leader. In any case, all of us have to be prepared for whoever these guys are. I already have Tsubaki-chan and her friends' support, and I also have Samui-chan and her teammates backing me up. Though it's not much, I really want to get everybody else involved so that they're not caught unawares or out in the open. You don't need to worry about the others, Naruto-kun, the Hokage assured while rolling his pipe between his lips. I'm sure that they have their own plans and responsibilities covered, and I can guarantee that they won't be slacking off either. Your teammates and companions have their own dreams and goals they're aspiring towards, so as long as you focus on the material on your end, then your friends and comrades will be able to take care of theirs. Konoha won't fall apart overnight, kid, Jiraiya added while nudging his student in the back. The shinobi in this village are strong. They'll be able to hold down the fort while you're away, so don't worry about anything disastrous taking place. Absorbing the reinforced statements from the two men he admired most, the blonde-haired Jonin sprouted a smile and nodded in understanding. Right. And don't forget, you've got Tsunade and the old man here to watch over things, not to mention your team leader Kakashi and your girlfriends. You do well not to underestimate them, the Toad Sage also stated while puffing his chest out. A snort came from the spiky-haired Hellraiser beside him. I wouldn't even dream of underestimating Tayuya-chan. She could guard this entire village with one arm and ear tied behind her back. The boy clearly had one thing in his favor, and that was his unwavering faith in the people in his life. Though he'd made it his mission to watch out for them and to make sure all of their spirits were kept up, the boy knew he could count on his friends above everything else. Since he was assured that the other teams from his year level and their instructors weren't going to let their skills go to waste or let anything happen to the village, Naruto could now commit all of his efforts and focus to his work. He had big plans for the future and a lot of ideas he wanted to get out, and Jiraiya was all set on helping him with his endeavor. Though he was a bright kid, possessing wild instincts comparable to that of a natural genius, he still needed help on the theoretical side of things and putting stuff on paper into practice. There were definitely a few things the boy needed help on, and the Toad Sannin was intent on giving him the guidance he required. With plans made and concerns addressed, Hiruzen was about to move on to his next order of business until he heard a knock on the door. All eyes in the room turning to the entrance, they suddenly saw the door open up and the Chunin runner for the day step into view. Oh, Kotetsu, what can I do for you? Sorry to disturb you, Hokage-sama, but the liaison from Sunagakure has arrived with the documents from the 4th Kazekage, the spiky-haired shinobi informed with a smile and a nod towards Naruto and Jiraiya. Perking up when he remembered he still had other business to address outside of this one, the village leader acknowledged the man's report with a wave. Very well, send them in. Bowing to the men in the room, the Chunin departed the office to collect the visitor from outside. After a couple of minutes of waiting and sitting around in silence, the door was once again opened and was soon followed by a familiar figure strolling into the picture. Had he not become adept at sensing his environment and reading movements ahead of time, Naruto would have recoiled in surprise at the sight of this person. But when the door closed behind the visitor from Sunagakure, the blonde-haired Jonin's immediate response was a wide smile and a shimmer in his gaze when he finally laid his eyes on the person he remembered from all those months. The last he saw of her was back during the Chunin exams. How many times was he going to recall that epic event? Tamari-chan? Naruto exclaimed, turning to face the door when the Sunakunoichi lined up before the three high-ranking individuals in the chamber. Since the tournament back in Yugakure, the girl had apparently gone through a few changes in her wardrobe. While her hair and general visage remained untouched, she was now sporting a long-sleeved purple blouse under a gray top, a dark blue skirt, and an elongated sash arranged into a bow. While her previous outfit had been something to wonder about, this one definitely caught the blonde's eye and held it at attention. It not only accentuated the girl's feminine side, but also her presence and her wild, fiery side that certainly made an impact on the field. Watching the girl close the door behind her and sashay her way in was perhaps one of the most attractive sights the Jinchuriki had ever seen. Acknowledging the Jonin's greeting with a smile, the girl walked up to him and stopped. Well, if it isn't Wonder Boy himself, the man who single-handedly defeated the goddess of lightning and Gaara of the unending desert. Adding that title at the end as both a joke and an honor to his most noteworthy achievements, the girl placed a hand on her hip and looked the boy over. Taking note of his vest, broken in by both combat and strife, sitting over an orange jacket zipped up with its trademark arrows on either side, the fan user grinned. It's good to see you again, Naruto. It's great to see you too, Temari-chan, the blonde replied gleefully while slipping his hands into his pockets. Man, it's been while. How are things back home? Same old, the golden-haired teen chuckled before raising a hand to count on her fingers. Scorching heat, sand everywhere, clear skies every single day. Oh yeah, and that's not even counting the missions we're getting on top of all of that. So you can say things are pretty sweet. The girl grinned at him smugly and dropped her arm back to her side. All of the jobs I've been getting have been pretty hardcore so far. I'll bet, Naruto chuckled before nodding upwards. Bandits? Scores. Border patrols? Routine. Package deliveries? The girl jabbed her thumb into her chest. You're looking at the #1 liaison between Konoha and Suna now. Damn, Naruto whistled before grinning. You should have dropped by to say hello. I would have taken you out and showed you around town. I tried a couple of times, but when I first went over to your apartment after asking for directions there, the raven-haired girl living in the flat said that you were out on a mission to Takegakure, Temari said, before raising a hand again in the midst of their dialogue. I tried again a second time, but Tayuya said that you'd been sent on a mission to the land of grass. Aw man, that sucks, the Jinchuriki groaned. Sorry about that. Temari waved a hand at him dismissively. Don't worry about it. If you were out, you were out. It was a shame your free periods didn't cross over with my trips over to this village, but I guess since you're a Jonin and a working member of the Elite Forces unit, it makes sense that you're constantly running errands all over the place. I bet it'll be same for me when I finally get the official nod. Well, hopefully it'll be soon. You're a wicked good kunoichi, Naruto said with absolute sincerity in his voice. Smiling at the blonde's words of praise and the honest smile he sent her way, the girl gently moved past him, being sure to make a show of walking across the office for the Jinchuriki when he looked over his shoulder to watch her stroll towards the Hokage. It was a sight that did not go amiss by Jiraiya, who looked over at his student with a wide grin and pride burning in his eyes. When the kunoichi from the hidden sand village eventually stopped in front of the village leader's desk, she bowed respectfully to the third. It's a pleasure to be here, Hokage-sama. The pleasure is all mine, Hiruzen greeted back with a smile. Welcome. Pulling his pipe out of his mouth and extinguishing it, he then set it on the desk in front of him and beamed at the girl when she rose up to full height and started rummaging through the pouch behind her. Am I to assume that this visit is in regards to the letters of inquiry from the Kazekage? Yes sir, the kunoichi replied before pulling out the above-mentioned items, holding up the scrolls and showing the crests emblazoned upon them. They come to the Hidden Leaf with my father's compliments. He hopes that these will help steer us towards improving trade relations between our two nations in the future. She then handed the documents over for the elder to take, which he did. Anything to help our neighbors to the west, the Hokage said, setting the articles down in front of him and rolling one of them open. As this was the mission scroll, the elder was sure to read through the usual spiel written as a formality to the process. After doing so, he then took up his pen, gave it the old John Hancock, stamped it, and handed it over to the young woman to relinquish from his grip. I'll be sure to read through these as quickly as possible, just to make sure that everything is in order, and write back to the Kazekage complete with my endorsement. Until then, feel free to hang around the village for as long as you like. Our allies from the Land of Wind are always welcome here in the Hidden Leaf. It's an honor, Hokage-sama, Temari replied with yet another bow, a smile forming on her face when she stood back up. I won't have to return to the village for a couple of days, so I'll be sure to enjoy all of the sights and sounds our fellow shinobi community has to offer. Thank you. With one final smile and nod from the old leader, Temari was then allowed to return to the Jinchuriki standing in the center of the room and waiting for her. When she eventually returned and met his gaze with her own, the girl showed him both her relief and her eagerness. Well, that was easy enough, and I didn't run into any bandits this time, the golden-haired girl chirped as she massaged her shoulder and rolled her arm about. Still, all of these long trips across the borders are murder on the body, especially when I have to lug this heavy thing around. She elbowed the giant metal fan she had folded up on her back. Maybe a trip to the hot springs will help cool you off. The warm water will do wonders for your muscles, Naruto suggested, at the same time putting on his most considerate face possible. I can escort you there myself if you like. Smooth, Jiraiya and Hiruzen thought, the former watching on from afar while the latter was pretending to be engrossed in his paperwork. The teen looked across at the blonde and his innocent-looking face for several seconds, before a small smile crept onto her lips, not planning on doing anything lewd, are you? What? I would never, Naruto feigned a look of shock and clutched his chest, at the same time striking a dramatic pose. I can't believe you would think I'd do something as indecent as to spy on you while you're taking a bath. That's Erosenin's department. He said this while pointing across at the Toad Sage, whom Temari looked towards just in time to see him stumble. Tick mark forming on his head, the elder glared back at the blonde still acting like he'd been stabbed through the heart with an arrow. Don't drag me into this, kid. I can make your life a living hell. I'd like to see you try, sensei, the blonde responded with a cocky smirk. Seeing the man glare back at him, Naruto chose to ignore him and returned his attention to Temari, who was watching the youngster's interaction with one of the most powerful men in the world with interest. Anyhow, now that you're here and I've got some free time on my hands, I'd really like to take you around town and show you the village. It's been a while since I last saw you guys and I'd really like to hear about what you've been up to this past month. Temari grinned and placed her hands on her hips. Sure. I've got nothing else to do until my return trip, so I'll let you take charge. Your treat though, right? Obviously the fan user was still a little thrown by the blonde not stopping by her village to visit her like he promised, or take her up on the rematch they promised each other. However, given the circumstances and considering Gaara's older sister would probably be here for a bit due to the nature of her assignment, Naruto allowed a smirk onto his face and tilted his head suggestively. Market Street, Hot Springs, dinner? Eyes shining at his quick response and proposal, Temari gave an affirmative nod and raised a fist to him. You're on. Satisfied, the Jinchuriki quickly created a shadow clone to stand in his place before grabbing Temari by the shoulder and vanishing in a shunshin, taking the older girl with him. The speed he disappeared at had Jiraiya blink, before his gaze led over to the open window directly beside the Hokage's desk, which he quickly theorized was the exit the two of them had taken. A chuckle escaped the hermit's lips as he thought back to the interaction between the pair. Well, there he goes with another girl under his arm. I wonder if this one will become part of his harem as well. As it stood, the sand girl seemed to have some sort of a showing respect and admiration for the boy to coincide with the friendship they'd formed between one another. That exam back in Yugakure had really allowed the blonde to expand his horizons and meet a whole bunch of interesting people from different villages, definitely something a shinobi aiming for the title of Hokage would do. It was a good strategy to have under his belt. Make love rather than make war. Finding a juicy idea and title behind that quote, the Toad Hermit pulled up his notepad and began scribbling across the page, in the meantime looking up to see the shadow clone Naruto had left behind approach the Hokage's desk to finish up their meeting in the original's place. Seeing the Jinchuriki copy hold up the paperwork that the village leader slid over to him to check out, Jiraiya allowed a smile to tug at the corner of his mouth and looked out the window towards the village beyond. Times are changing. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this new generation will bring to the table. Oh. Meanwhile, many miles away, deep within the confines of the enormous fortress belonging to the Shadow Organization, the man dressed in the white, high-collar coat and covered in bandages could be seen admiring his vast collection of toys lined up inside of his main chamber. Having had some of his equipment moved up to this level from his own personal laboratory so as to conduct his business in the comforts of his throne room, the leader of the secret group gazed into the enormous tanks of liquid attached to the half a dozen large machines similar to the ones that Orochimaru used to store the various specimens of animals he'd collected. However, unlike the snake Sannin, the items the syndicate leader had collected were not live creatures, body parts, or anything like that. Instead of bodies, the individual was busy running his hand over glass containing a green, radioactive-like substance with 5 different weapons floating inside each container. Each of these weapons was of a different shape and size, and each resembled one of the 5 treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. These included the Bashozen, Banana Palm Fan, Benihiseigo, Crimson Gourd, Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, Kokinjo, Golden Canopy Rope, and the Shikisaiken, 7-star Sword. However, judging from how they were in bits and pieces, and were floating in tanks of corrosive, chakra-looking liquid, they weren't the original weapons that once belonged to the Great Sage, nor were they in any usable states. Nevertheless, each of the tools apparently held a great significance to the man admiring them, who ran another finger over the glass containing the incomplete purifying pot before moving along towards several enormous slabs of stone he had standing alongside the machinery and lit up by excavation lights. These tall sections of rock resembled pieces of an ancient temple wall that had just been exhumed and pilfered, and each section was currently under the scrutiny of a hard-working Shino, who was at this very moment jotting things down in his personal notebook. They're coming together quite nicely, wouldn't you agree? The short leader exclaimed in regards to the tanks of fluid with an excited gleam in his eyes. The good doctor studying the ancient relics acknowledged his approaching boss with a friendly smile and glanced up towards the equipment containing said weaponry with an inquisitive gaze. I'd say so. Even though they're only carbon copies, if my calculations are correct, each one of these weapons should still be capable of dealing a great amount of destructive power and ability that the original tools forged by the great sage himself all those years ago were capable of. You should be happy. Pretty soon, you'll have an exact replica of each of the treasured tools added to your arsenal and implanted into your body. If you ask me, they should go quite well with the 3 Kekii Genkai you've already absorbed. The boss giggled ecstatically as he then looked upon the enormous slabs of stone standing alongside them and the writing etched upon each of their faces, which Shino was still in the process of deciphering. It's so nice of the scribes and historians of old to leave behind all of this information for us to find. You can learn so much from reading. Yeah. Especially from ancient texts, Shino added while gesturing towards the old pictures engraved upon the walls. The people back in those days made a lot of detailed accounts regarding the great sage's accomplishments, including the tools, weapons and chakra he once wielded to bring peace to the continent. I was also able to find a great deal of interesting material that existed before the Jubi even came into existence. These stone slabs we discovered in the bowels of this fortress and the Jello mines are particularly fascinating. Well, keep at it, and let me know if you find anything else of interest, the leader said before moving back towards his throne, leaving the good doctor to his work. With their understanding made, the man in white was about to take his seat for another few hours of quiet meditation. However, just as he was making his way up the stairs and into the light, he heard the door to his chamber open and footsteps enter his midst. When he turned to see who it was intruding upon his domain, he saw Ishidate, Karenbana and Kongo stroll into view. However, there was a bit of a difference about the 3 of them that was worth taking note of. While the leader of the 3 wandering ninja looked about the same as he was before and after the operation on his body and the trio were all still dressed in the same clothing, the other 2 members of their squad had gone through some incredible changes. Now slightly bigger than before with massive arms like a gorilla, the hulking form of the team's muscle, Kongo, was wearing an even more jacked-up armor once adorned by the shinobi from the country of snow, only this time he had various pipes leading from the front section and all the way to the back, being fed by some weird green liquid chakra. While this certainly gave the man a much more fearsome appearance, this was nothing compared to the kunoichi of his team. Karenbana had grown, in more ways than one. Not only was she now adult-looking as opposed to previous childlike appearance, but she'd also taken on a very shapely, firm figure, complete with large chest and long, flowing white hair, giving her the appearance of princess. This pretty much told everyone that her operation under the boss and Shino had been a complete success, a result that she was genuinely pleased with. Her regular robes had also been fitted to accommodate her new form and showed off a greater amount of cleavage than it had before. Out of the 3 mercenaries, the Kunoichi was definitely the standout figure of them all and the one that had gone through the most changes, inside and out. The only thing that wasn't different about her was her brilliant pink eyes and the childish grin she wore as she stood on the left of Ishidate in all her hot glory. The sight of his 2 bodyguards and his right-hand man had the leader on the steps of his throne raise a curious eyebrow. My friends. How may I help you? Sorry to disturb you, boss, but... The orange-haired second in command began while glancing over his shoulder. There's been a bit of a problem down in the prison section. Problem? Apparently one of our guests didn't like being cooped up in his cell 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and decided to go for a little walkabout of our fortress, Karanbana sung, her voice breathy as she flicked some hair over her shoulder to accentuate the long curve of her neck. We caught him trying to break into the armory and when he didn't surrender peacefully, we dragged him up here. Congo, grinning stupidly, allowed an excited snicker to escape his lips. He was fun to hit. The leader of the organization smiled through his mask. Well, hopefully you didn't hit him too hard. He then untucked his hand from under his long sleeve and waved towards the 3 commandingly. Bring him in. Bowing, the 2 bodyguards stepped aside, whereas Ishidate simply smirked and moved forward at his own leisure to stand by his master's side. As soon as he made his way up the steps to the throne, the sound of armor clacking and a person struggling filled the air, and the audience of villains, including Shino, soon watched as Temujin stepped into view dragging a boy about a year younger than him into the light. With his hand wrapped around the scruff of the prisoner's collar, the armored warrior unceremoniously threw the teen to the ground so that he knelt before the leader of the organization, who stood looking down at the figure with an intrigued crease in his brow. Panting and coughing from an obvious beating he'd received, the brown-haired individual rose up ever so slightly from his position and, under both the light from above and the stares of the powerful figures in the room, looked towards the leader weakly. With sharp, tired eyes, nose, and shaggy brown hair, complete with a scar moving down across his right eye, the boy in the ragged clothing and snake-scale patterned pants swayed on the spot as he was carefully scrutinized by his captors. The white-haired leader lifted his head slightly. What is your name? Panting and swallowing, the bruised-up and thoroughly exhausted youngster gritted his teeth and fixed his best glare on the leader. Dosu. Kinyuta Dosu. Well, Dosu, did you not find the accommodations we'd so kindly provided for you to your liking? The pale man asked with a curious tone in his voice. Huffing angrily, the teen glared back at the condescending-sounding individual and spat on the ground. Obviously. The cell you put me in smelled like ass. He was then promptly kicked across the face by Temujin, who managed to not only knock him to the ground but cause him to spit up blood from the force of the blow. Ack! The boy in armor glared down at the now fallen insubordinate prisoner through his piercing, blood-red eyes. Watch your tone. Coughing and groaning, the wounded teen glared hatefully up at the knight in armor and snarled, You're so lucky my hands are tied, otherwise I would be kicking the shit out of you right about now. Flinching, Temujin stepped over, grabbed Dosu by the hair and pulled him back up onto his knees. Earning a growl of pain from the runaway shinobi due to the manner in which he was being manhandled, the blonde knight then held him up to face his master before drawing the sword from his side. Spinning the weapon between his fingers expertly, the young warrior then brought the short blade to the prisoner's throat and held it there, its sharp end pressed up against his jugular. Do you have any last words before I dispatch you? Seething through a cringing expression, Dosu glared back at the kid threatening him and cursed his response, fuck you. Frowning, Temujin prepared to perform the coup de grace and end the youngster's existence once and for all. Wait. His leader's voice reaching his ears in an instant, Temujin looked up to see his boss's hand raised and glare set on both of them. Upon reading the man's gesture and processing his order at light speed, the youthful knight quickly relinquished his hold over the boy and stepped away, allowing Dosu to collapse forward and catch his breath. Glaring down at the pitiful excuse of a ninja, the teen in armor sheathed his primary weapon, pulled his cape around and stepped into the shadows, allowing his master to take the floor. Walking down the steps in a casual stride, the organization's leader smiled down at Dosu as he stared up at him, upon which he then brought both hands out and stopped just a few feet away from the kneeling youngster. Come, child. Let us reason together. He then gave the genin an admiring look and took on a conversational stance. It would be a regrettable waste, and nothing short of madness for a strong and fearsome young man such as you to be snuffed out, all because of a simple misunderstanding. There's much the two of us can share together. Breathing heavily, Dosu glowered, how do you figure? The man in bandages smiled as he beamed down at the teenager with full intent, you truly are a fascinating young shinobi. Even now you are defiant, in the face of your impending death. He then brought a hand up and placed it against his chest, and the presence of the future ruler of this world. It isn't wise to defy me, Dosu. In response, the sound ninja's stare hardened as he looked the man over. Seeing as how the supposed leader of the organization stood at about half the height of all the other figures in the room, it was really difficult to take him or any of his words seriously. His big talk seemed more like he was compensating for something, if his enormous fortress and guards didn't do that already. However, wanting to see if this man's bite was as big as his bark, the defiant young Dosu decided to push. And what if I'm unwise? Raising an eyebrow, the shadow group's leader inhaled deeply. Upon which, he then raised a hand again and gestured towards the door to his room. As soon as he did so, the gates opened up, and the sound of more footsteps and struggling entered the chamber. In response, Dosu looked about in alarm, wondering what the approaching commotion was, until a few more figures suddenly stepped into his midst seconds later, one of them being thrown down onto the ground in front of him while the others took to flanking the center. When he looked, the captured genin saw the three ninja that had brought him here, Ichi, Enai and San, step into view to stand on either side of their leader, while the person they deposited on the ground was someone who looked awfully familiar to the boy. Someone whom he'd only seen once in a meeting with Orochimaru? Taking a closer look at the individual, the genin balked in shock. Mizuki? Also brought to his knees and beaten all to hell, the white-haired former Chunin of Konohagakure and spy to the snake Sannin sat in front of the boy silently, bleeding heavily from the lip and looking completely busted up. When the man glanced up at the bewildered sound genin in front of him through a swollen eye, the form of the organization's leader suddenly fell upon the pair once more and caused Dosu to turn his attention back to his host as he made his presence known. The short man in white smiled. "Ah, so you know the shinobi from Konohagakure?" A chuckle soon followed this as the short man began to circle the two prisoners with a haunting step. "Well, not too long ago, I had my men rescue this poor soul from an extended stay in at a lowly prison cell on the other side of the Land of Fire, which kept him away from the sun and the comforts of his home. However, when I offered him a place on my forces and a chance to serve me as one of my soldiers, he selfishly turned me down." Smirking, the leader of the group did a full lap around the pair, before stopping directly behind Mizuki in plain sight of Dosu. As soon as his footsteps stopped, he cracked his neck and rolled his shoulder. "As I am a fair and honest ruler, and always follow the codes of conduct that I've established for myself, I always believe in giving man a second chance." However, without warning, the short man then grabbed either side of Mizuki's face so that his palms covered his ears. Then, as soon as he'd positioned his hands accordingly and began digging his fingers into the man's fear-struck face, in the blink of an eye and with a sickening crunch, the man in the white coat and bandages effortlessly crushed the Konoha shinobi's head between his palms, flattening it like a grape. It was a sight that Dosu bore witness to while kneeling directly in front of the man and could do nothing but watch in morbid horror as the Chunin's body went slack before dropping lifelessly to the ground in front of him, his crushed skull bleeding out all over the floor. Everybody else standing inside the chamber remained silent, with people like Ishidate grinning amusedly from ear to ear at his leader's gruesome demonstration of his strength. Wiping his hands with a cloth, the head honcho then dropped the handkerchief on top of Mizuki's corpse and stepped over it, before kneeling in front of the stricken Dosu and giving him an all-knowing smile. "A second chance is only one chance. I'm sure you understand this." When he saw the genin's face twist into one of defeat and frustration, the pale man gave him a moment to think and contemplate his next course of action, before speaking up again in a low voice. "If you are wondering, my subordinates do not fear me for my lash or my cruelty, but for my divine power." A smirk then tugged at his lips as he leaned forward and suspended his forehead just an inch or so away from Dosu's. He brought his hands up and placed them on either one of the child's shoulders in an almost comforting gesture before the final curtain was closed. The presence this person carried with him was absolutely crushing. The proximity the former sound genin was currently at with this man meant that he felt all of it, and Dosu knew right then and there that this was an individual whose strength rivaled and even surpassed that of Orochimaru's. However, just when he thought he was about to meet the same cruel fate as Mizuki before him, the man then said something to him that had the boy reeling. "Unlike your former master, I am generous and kind. I can make you rich and powerful beyond all measure," the leader whispered, causing the young male kneeling before him to look up at him in bewilderment, which brought an even wider grin to the man's lips. "I will make you a daimyo of my new world. When war inevitably comes to this continent, and war will most certainly come, I will see to it that you carry my battle standard to all four corners of the globe, and that all of your rivals, including your former master, will kneel at your feet and submit to your will, if you but pledge your allegiance to mine." Eyes shimmering in astonishment at the offer this man was making to him, Dosu then looked around at all of the other people standing around the chamber. His gaze first landing on Ichi, Enai and San, all of whom grinned menacingly in his direction, just as Ishidate, Karenbana and Kongo did. His gaze then turned to Temujin. From his spot on the ground he saw the blonde-haired knight glaring at him, as if the entire incident of the Chunin's head being crushed didn't affect him one bit. After taking in his surroundings and how proudly each of the leader's subordinates stood around him, the boy took a moment to swallow, look back around, and fix his gaze on the white-haired man in front of him. His dark eyes meeting the red ones of his hosts, and his mind quickly processing the apprenticeship the man was offering him, the genin breathed in deeply. "If I pledge my strength to you, all of it, will you make me powerful?" Nodding his head, the masked individual responded, "If I could make my subordinates from nothing into shinobi comparable in strength to men like Kakashi Hatake and Kisame Hoshigaki, then I can surely make you even more powerful than Orochimaru. That I can promise you, and anything else you desire, land, money, women, anything." There was not a trace of deception or hesitance in this man's voice. He was being completely honest, sincere and firm. Though there was really nothing for this leader to gain from taking him in, on the surface anyway, he was still offering him a chance to work for him as a servant and a soldier. As suspicious as this whole thing was, if there was a chance for him to avoid being thrown into jail again or being mercilessly crushed under this man's hand, then Dosu was going to take it. The fire in his eyes changing, the boy from Otogakure allowed his shoulders to relax and lowered his head determinedly. "Who are you?" When he saw the leader give him an inquisitive look, Dosu elaborated, "Because if people ask me, I will need to know the name of the master that I serve." Smiling, the boss rose to his feet before the boy and held his hands out in presentation. I am Hiriko, former villager of Konohagakure, former friend to the Sannin, and future ruler of this world. Nodding his head in acknowledgement to this information, the genin's scowl let up. I, Kinyuta Dosu, swear to serve you, Master Hiriko, from now until the end of my days. Without any fear or faltering in his words or actions, he lowered his head till his forehead made contact with the floor, a sight that brought smiles all around and a gleam to the eyes of the man standing before him. Satisfied with his answer, Hiriko nodded in acknowledgement to the boy's concession before gesturing towards Temujin, who did what his leader commanded of him and, upon moving over to Dosu, cut the binds around his hands. When the teen stood up and massaged his wrists of the ropes that once held them, the leader of the organization waved for him to follow and turned around with both air and poise in his motions. Come, let me show you something. Flanked by Ichi and San, Hiriko was quickly followed by the thoroughly exhausted Dosu, who in turn was promptly pursued by the ever-on-guard Temujin. With the Sound Genin trading furtive glances at the White Knight on his heels, he then had his focus pulled back to the leader of the organization as he moved them around the throne in the center of the chamber to the other end of it, where, with another wave of his hand, the man ordered the lights on the dark path ahead of him to be lit up. I apologize for the mess. I'm still having this place cleaned up, the man wrapped in bandages said while flippantly gesturing toward some scaffolding over by the window and wall, being rebuilt by a couple of shinobi in purple uniforms. When they passed them by, Hiriko continued speaking as the lights overhead were switched on one after the other. The people who once operated and inhabited this floating city were aligned to Sora no Kuni, Land of the Sky, the scourge of the shinobi nations. At one point they possessed a power capable of wiping out an entire country in the blink of an eye, but thanks to the quick actions of the 5 great shinobi nations, the Hidden Leaf in particular, their great civilization was destroyed in a single night. Had they conducted their actions better, the people of the Sky Nation would have surely wiped out all of the other countries during the Second Great Shinobi War, but instead suffered an attack that forced them to abandon this fortress village. They crashed it into the coast and left it all behind in less than a few hours, and now, after lying dormant for decades, its former inhabitants have finally managed to reclaim their long-forgotten homeland, along with us, their new allies and leaders. That makes us the members of the new Soragakure no Sato, village hidden in the sky. Dosu looked around through the dark as the man led on, also taking note that there were windows to the outside world all around him, showing the blue, cloudy sky beyond. Though he didn't know exactly where he was, he assumed he was somewhere where it was still daytime. The smell of the ocean drifting in from beyond the barricades didn't pass his notice either. The people left so quickly they couldn't decide what to take, what to leave, or what was important to them. This thought had Hiriko shake his head in amusement, and seeing this every day reminds me to focus only on the essentials. There's nothing superfluous in my life. When a thing becomes redundant, it is, poof, eliminated. They then stopped when the lights ahead lit up an enormous crate of some kind, an object that blocked off their path completely and set up upon an enormous podium surrounded by seals. However, when Dosu's eyes adjusted to the light and focused on the thing ahead of them, he saw that the entity was in fact an enormous box the size of a small house, with a demonic face on each of its 4 sides and enormous mouths that were currently closed. These faces were unlike any creature or being he'd ever seen before, and the sight of the black monolith had the Sound Genin take a step back in surprise. The size was one thing. The appearance of it was something else entirely, especially since the boy could feel a sickly aura of unpleasantness coming off of it. Paying no mind to the fearful Dosu and his impassive subordinates, Hiriko chuckled and stepped forward. Upon running a hand over the giant mask facing them, he then walked into the box and pressed his ear against it, patting it down as if it were his own child. The subordinates he had walking around the area stopped and watched him from a distance, with Karenbana, Kongo and a couple other shinobi looking on warily, before the white-haired shinobi glanced over his shoulder and towards his audience. Seeing their expressions, he gave a momentary snicker and turned to face Dosu standing in between Temujin, Ichi and San. Do you know what this is? Hiriko asked the curious onlookers before stepping down from the stage it was mounted on. It's called the Gokuraku no Hako, Box of Ultimate Bliss. I acquired it from the Hozukujo prison in Kusagakure when I learned that the staff in charge of the facility discovered it buried underneath the castle. They were attempting to extend the prison further into the island and unearthed it by accident. Being the only one who knows how to use it, I took it off of their hands and had it brought back here. The man gave a momentary shrug and looked back at the object happily. There was a bit of an argument between me and the councilman I was trying to negotiate with, but I eventually won them over with a little, aggressive persuasion. Dosu, staring up at the evil-looking box for several moments, gave it a quick look over before looking back at Hiriko. I think I've heard of this thing before. Isn't this the box that's supposed to grant the person who opens it any wish they desire? That is merely a myth concocted by people who were too desperate to put genuine efforts into their dreams, Hiriko stated with a smile on his face, as if this news didn't upset him one bit. Patting the side of the monolith, he then stepped away from it. The reality is that it is an artifact that corrupts whatever enters its confines and can transform enemies into allies. Centuries ago, this box was responsible for devastating the entire continent back during the time of the Sage of Six Paths and allowed the country today known as Kusagakure to take control. When the original medium eventually died after weeks of endless fighting, the box was sealed away by the great sage and never seen again, until now. Karenbana shivered as she looked upon it, whereas Ishidate continued to appear bored. That thing gives me the creeps. Well, it's supposed to, Hiriko replied while walking away from the item. The box is pure evil and damn near indestructible. The only way to destroy it is if you hurled it into the sun. What's more, it is inhabited by an exceptionally powerful entity known as Satori, Enlightenment, a winged beast that not only caused problems for the Sage of Six Paths when he was alive, it also wiped the entire map clean of the old regimes. This information had everyone in the room gawking, with the exception of Temujin and Ishidate. Hiriko on the other hand merely chuckled and looked at the box fondly. Just like the mines of Jelil, this box predates the time of the Ten Tails and the Sage of Six Paths, making it one of the most dangerous weapons on the face of the planet. It's quite the fascinating item. When he looked across the room, his smile increased tenfold. Once war comes to this continent, I'm going to use it to help reshape our world into the perfect utopia. It was a statement that brought a grin to Ishidate's smug face. I can't wait. Hiriko, turning his gaze back to the ever-quiet Dosu, gave the boy a considerate look before lifting his head inquisitively. So, now that I've flexed my muscles for you, are you still interested in staying, or do you wish to back out? Taking a moment to think about the opportunities presented to him and all of the stuff he'd seen here in this museum of power, the boy glanced once towards the box, back towards Temujin, before once again turning to Hiriko and grinning. I'll need a new uniform. Oh. Elsewhere? That afternoon? In a dark cave somewhere on the other side of the continent, hidden from sight of any and all prying eyes, 9 figures cloaked in shadow with red clouds outlined in white and emblazoned upon their outfits shimmered into view around a large chamber. Using the same projection system they always did whenever they were scattered to their respective locations, the group appeared all at once in hologram form, standing tall and facing one another equally, as if this were just a regular meeting. Once all of its members were accounted for, the conversation began. It's been a few months since all of us were assembled like this, the voice belonging to a one-eyed figure in the corner exclaimed in amusement. We really should do this more often. Too bad we still have one empty space, the tallest shadow carrying the massive sword on his back spoke up. I take it we still haven't been able to find anyone to replace our former comrade in arms. That much is obvious, the deep voice of a masked Kakuzu said while his green and red eyes pierced the blackness of the cave. Finding an adequate replacement for Orochimaru can wait, the voice of the group's leader cut in, a man with ripple-patterned eyes and spiky hair said while looking from one familiar face to the next, able to make out each of them from their distinctive outlines. His absence is of little consequence. However, while being one short a member doesn't upset our plans in the long run, the Sannin can still cause problems for us outside of our circle. I heard his men came awfully close to cornering the Sanbai in the Land of Water, along with the other group working in the shadows, the gravelly voice of the hunched-over figure interjected, his eyes glancing around at the others as he informed them of this news. It'll become incredibly difficult for us to capture the Biju if those troublemakers keep getting in our way. I suggest we take care of both of them before things get out of hand. We will worry about Orochimaru and the other group when the time comes, the group leader stated while narrowing his glare. We only have 3 years in which to prepare, and we all know what we need to do to be ready, right? His ripple-patterned eyes then cut towards the newest member standing alongside the imposing form of Kakuzu. Ms. Ora? The voice of a woman garbed in sheets of silk nodded her head as her sapphire blue eyes reached the other members. Yes. After a moment of silence, another person in the organization spoke up. This time it was the one with the carnivorous plant growing on either side of his head. Speaking of the rogue group, word on the street is that they've acquired a rather interesting little item, a Kekii Genkai that I'm sure we're all familiar with. Apparently, members of the hidden faction ambushed young Sasuke Uchiha outside of his village and plucked one of his Sharingan eyes right out of its socket. The deep voice of the black half of Zetsu spoke, the announcement bringing complete silence to the chamber and had all eyes in the area turned to him. A rather vexing development, wouldn't you agree, Itachi? At the mention of this, the figure with the red irises and black tomo circling the pupils visibly flinched and his fingers twitched underneath his sleeves. Even in the dark and projected in hologram form, it was a response the young Uchiha gave that did not go unnoticed by his partner. Kisame's shadow briefly glanced in the direction of his slightly shorter counterpart in interest, his eyes reflecting his curiosity before his attention was eventually returned to the center. Regardless, we cannot afford any distractions, the leader's voice echoed out again, his eyes narrowing on all of the group's members. Remember what we seek, everything, including the nine-tailed fox. Oh, Konohagakure? Later that night? I think we've had a rather productive day, wouldn't you agree? Naruto asked brightly as he carried his bag of shopping up the stairs to his apartment. With plastic filled with all sorts of goodies, including supplies and clothing, the boy was all set for his long journey ahead. This also went double for Temari, who'd gone out of her way to not only fill her bag with boxes of dango, but also a variety of other sweets she was interested in trying out. The smile on her face was more than enough to tell her Jinchuriki tour guide that she'd had a whopping good time today. No kidding, the golden-haired girl said as they began making their way towards his apartment door, at the same time shrugging her fan further up her back. Man, this village has a lot of great stuff. Even the sweet stands crap all over ours. The hot springs were pretty awesome too, but nowhere near as good as the ones we tried back in Yugikure, and not as big either. Yeah. You can't beat a village that's made soaking hot baths and saunas its main attractions, the spiky-haired Jonin remarked with an enthusiastic look in his eyes. Still, it's better than nothing, right? Yeah, Temari chuckled. You still get to enjoy the simple pleasures in life, and that's always important. For them, the day had been full of kicking back and relaxing from an exhaustive week of non-stop work and missions. Not only had the pair hit the shops and splurged on all of the latest items on sale, especially Naruto, who needed new stuff for his coming excursion, they'd also gone down to the springs for a dip. When they were there, the pair sat on either side of the divider and spent the next few hours chatting about stuff they hadn't managed to cover while they were walking around the streets and visiting the stores. Upon getting their fill of the hot waters and washing themselves down, they then headed out for tea, dinner, and then some more shopping. By the time they were done, the entire day had just flown by and night had soon settled over the Hidden Leaf. Needless to say, it had been a very enjoyable afternoon. When the pair eventually stopped outside of the flat and the Jinchuriki began rummaging around his pockets for his keys, Temari turned toward the young Jonin with a cheerful smile in play. "This village is a really nice place. I'm sure that my brothers would enjoy hanging around here for a few days if they came by to visit. Well, we are neighbors. Feel free to bring them around anytime you like. If you can't find a place to stay, then I can let you guys sleep over," Naruto replied while beaming at the girl. "I'll be sure to roll out a couple mattresses for you to crash on. We've got plenty to go around, and more than enough pillows and blankets to share." "Sure thing. Thanks a bunch," the golden-haired girl replied with a nod of gratitude. "Don't mention it," the Jinchuriki replied, the click of his lock ringing out before the door to his place swung open. Once the pair collected their stuff off of the floor, they moved on in, with the spiky-haired host grinning at his friend all the while. "It's what friends are for." Snickering slightly, the older teen nudged her way in before closing the entrance behind her with her foot, leaving them standing in the open corridor and the entrance to the boys' domain. "You're awfully forward if you're already thinking of us as friends." "Well, aren't we?" A shrug came from the fan wielder. "Casual acquaintances would probably be the more preferred term to use." "Ah, now that hurts," Naruto Fane whined, at the same time sniffing and ignoring the grin from the San Kunoichi when they kicked off their shoes and began making their way towards the kitchen area. "I give you nothing but love and you give me that in return. What's a guy got to do to worm his way into your heart? Oh, don't be such a winner. It's unbecoming a shinobi of your stature. Hey, when I'm off the clock and taking it easy, people can go jump in the lake. I'm sure you say the same thing to others when they see you chilling out and being yourself," Naruto said, making sure the girl was walking alongside him as they chatted and slowly strolled down his hallway. "I do hope that the person I was hanging out with the entire day was your usual self." "What? The tomboyish, hot-headed and spunky girl that likes picking fights with people?" Temari asked, stopping in her tracks while gesturing towards her face. When she saw the boy raise an eyebrow at her, the fan user chuckled and nodded affirmatively. "Get used to it, buddy, because there's more where that came from." "Don't worry. I think I've got that part well and truly covered," the blonde responded and smiled. "Man, I wish you could stick around for a little while longer. Hanging out with you is a blast." Cheeks reddening slightly at his little confession, Temari then elbowed him in the side as they slowly moved on. "Don't joke about stuff like that, you blonde-haired bastard. It's weird." "Hey, it's no joke. I mean it," Naruto said back. "You're a great person to chat with and we've got a ton of stuff in common. If you were a Konoha ninja, I'd drop by to see you every day of the week and take you out wherever you wanted to go." When he saw the girl adjust the stuff she was carrying uncomfortably and give him a warm smile in return for his sincerity, the Jinchuriki looked ahead of him again. "It's a shame that I'm heading out for a couple of years, otherwise I would make my days like this a regular thing with you." Brushing some hair back over her ear, Temari gave the boy a nod for luck. "Don't slack off, alright?" "I wouldn't dream of it," the Jinchuriki answered with a lift in his visage. "Tell your brothers ditto from me the next time you see them. I really like those two as well." When they eventually arrived at the entrance to the dining room/kitchen, the pair stopped in their tracks when they saw a stranger, a man in black garb, rummaging through their open fridge with his posterior sticking out. Temari blinked, quickly recognizing who that ass belonged to. Speak of the devil. Frowning, she strolled in, dumped her stuff on the table, and yanked her brother out from inside the cooling box. When she did, she saw that the marionette user had his mouth stuffed with an apple and was carrying a few other items in his arms. The surprised blink she received from the puppeteer told her that he'd not expected her to grab him from behind the way she did. "What gives, Kankuro? What the hell are you doing here in Konoha? More importantly, what the heck was he doing in Naruto's apartment?" Pulling out the apple, the brother shrugged and grinned. "Well, Dad said that he received a request from the Hidden Leaf to assist one of their squads in a mission to another country and sent us over here a few days ahead of schedule just to become acquainted with the people we'll be working with. Since Gaara was worried about you as well, he asked where you currently were in the main building and the Hokage pointed us to this address. We got in just a couple hours after you did." "Ugh, that guy," Temari groaned, slapping her forehead and shaking her head. "Well, whatever. Why the heck are you raiding Naruto's fridge? When they came knocking at my door, I said that he and his brother could make themselves at home, so they did." Another voice spoke up, drawing the trio's attention over to the living room entrance to see Tayuya standing there in her usual clothing, consisting of black shorts, khaki shirt and purple fur coat. Stretching out with her hands behind her head, the redhead grinned brightly. "I figured since you guys are allies and shit, we should do our best to try and get to know one another, so I invited them to stay for a while." She then glanced across at her boyfriend and grinned. "Hope that's alright with you, shithead." The Jinchuriki smiled and shrugged. "Yeah. No problem. I'm totally cool with this." He then noticed his other, purple-haired member of the apartment appear over Tayuya's shoulder and look in to see what all the commotion was about. Blinking, the blonde grinned in the Chimera's direction and greeted her. "Hey Isaribi-chan. You okay?" In response to his honest question, he saw the girl give a hearty humph, close her eyes, look away, and walk out of sight. A crestfallen expression making its appearance, Naruto then looked back at Tayuya to meet her gaze. "She's still mad at me, huh?" A slightly perturbed Tayuya nodded. "Yeah. Damn. Now there's just one other thing he needed to fix before his trip. Hopefully she wouldn't hold this grudge against him for too long. Breathing a sigh, the Jinchuriki braced to go try and talk to his other roommate and girlfriend, and see if they could come to a resolution. However, while he was about to move forward to place his stuff on the table and go after Isaribi, he suddenly felt a presence appear behind him and turned. When he did, he found himself face to face with the ring-eyed, stoic mug of the runner-up of the Chunin exams, Sabaku no Gaara, staring right back at him. Dressed in a new outfit just like his older siblings, consisting of a reddish-brownish long-sleeve GI and mesh armor on his wrists and legs, the ever-serious redhead stared unblinkingly at the blonde, who gazed right back at him in surprise before a smile eventually crept onto his face. When everybody else eventually noticed the sand user and the Jonin in orange facing each other down at the entrance to the kitchen, they all froze. "Hey, Gaara," Naruto chirped happily, his eyes twinkling with delight at the sight of the other familiar face. "Uzumaki Naruto?" The boy replied in an even, husky tone of voice. "How are you? Been doing all right?" The young man carrying the gourd nodded his head affirmatively. "I've been, well. How about you?" Wow. This conversation has already gone on a few seconds, and neither one of them has tried to kill or make any proclamations of the other's death yet. That was a plus. "I've been great," Naruto replied, tilting his head and nodding towards Tayuya over his shoulder. "We've been getting a lot of missions lately, so you can imagine how busy all of us have been. The last job we went on was tough as hell. That one nearly wound up costing me." "I see," Gaara murmured, glancing around at the others sharing the space and taking note of their deer-caught-in-the-headlights looks. Upon standing in the corridor and looking in for a few seconds longer in silence, he then glanced back around at the Jinchuriki with his unchanging expression and continued, "Did you have a good time with my sister?" A little bit wary of his question, the blonde-haired Jinchuriki nodded his head slowly. "Why yeah. Temari-chan and I had a good time." Boy, he sure hoped Gaara wasn't going to do anything irrational. While he was certain he could beat the guy again, he really didn't want to fight his fellow Jinchuriki again in the middle of his village. Otherwise, if push came to shove, they might just end up leveling half of the surrounding neighborhood. Nodding his head in understanding, Gaara looked back at him intently. "Good. Because if I'd found out that you'd hurt my sister in any way, I would not have hesitated to kill you." His expression then transformed into a glare, and that's not the other guy talking. "It's me. Understand?" Balking a little in surprise, Naruto's expression then softened when he sensed genuine concern in the boy's words. After all these months of work and strife, the blonde had wondered about his fellow Jinchuriki across the sands and how he was faring back home. In the time since they last met, the boy carrying the gourd had apparently gone through a great deal of change, both inside and out, and had really come around from the person he previously was. It was a revelation that had the blonde give himself a triumphant high five and grin widely. "Yeah. I get it, Gaara," the Jinchuriki nodded, not noticing the sweat starting to pour down the faces of the others behind him. Honestly, no one knew what was going to happen between these two. After what they'd seen back in the tournament, they figured both of them would have the biggest score to settle with one another. Even though they were making nice now, the conversation still had all of the residents on edge. However, when they expected the sand user to start lashing out at the blonde that had pounded the crap out of him in the final round of the competition, the boy instead turned side on and nodded towards the spiky-haired Jonin in acknowledgement. "If it's not too much trouble, would you like to talk?" At first a little bit caught off guard by the question, a smile returned to Naruto's lips when he figured that question was the boy's way of asking if he wanted to hang out, which the blonde immediately knew the answer to. "Sure." Quickly jogging into the kitchen and setting his stuff down on the table next to Temari's, he then rushed back over to the redhead, whom he led towards the front door. When everyone heard the entrance to the apartment open and close, life slowly drifted back over them and the group of youngsters was allowed to breathe again. Gasping for air and clutching her chest in shock, Tayuya looked across to where the pair had previously been standing, before looking back over at the confounded Temari and Kankuro. "Did your little brother just stick up for you?" The golden-haired fan user gulped, apparently. Having a Jinchuriki, the powerful sand-bending Gaara no less, play the protective sibling card against one of the strongest ninja of their generation inside of their apartment? Damn. That was simply terrifying. XXX. A couple days later. It was early in the morning. The streets were quiet and empty, and only a few lights in the streets were still burning away as the sun had yet to rise over the distant hills to wake the villagers from their peaceful slumbers. However, while everybody else lay comfortably in their beds dreaming about pink elephants and whatnot, they were completely unaware of the commotion going on over by the main entrance to their community, and the group of shinobi that stood in line there to see off one of their closest neighbors and comrades. Under the veil of the fading night and the insects chirping away to the end of their hours, Naruto stood quietly alongside Jiraiya adjusting the large backpack over his shoulder, while a small contingent of his friends waited to wish him luck. After all, this would probably be the last time in 3 years any of them would see the blonde-haired firebrand and vice versa, so the Jinchuriki was determined to make this farewell count. Apparently the others wanted to as well, which was why they'd all gathered out here in the waking hours of the day before any of them were required to be up, to give him their best. Upon shouldering his bag and adjusting the other addition at his side, Crow's sword, which the Jinchuriki had retrieved from his desk of collectibles before exiting his apartment to take with him on his journey, Naruto made sure all his items were accounted for before grinning across at the people in front of him. Formed up in an orderly row, he was able to make out Kakashi, Irika, a beaming Tayuya, Isaribi, Kin, Sakura, a begrudgingly awake Sasuke, and the Sand siblings, surprisingly enough. While he didn't really ask for them to be up, they'd all still decided to come down see him off on their own accord, which brought a brilliant smile to the boy's face as he looked at each and every one of them excitedly. Well guys, this is it. Good luck out there, Naruto, Kakashi said, stepping forward along with Iruka to give the boy a fond farewell. With his hands in his pockets, the silver-haired Jonin beamed at his former student and acknowledged him with a noticeable smile. Be sure to brush your teeth, study hard and eat your green vegetables. These words immediately had the blonde scowl. What are you, my mum? Come on, Kakashi-sensei. The gray-haired man chuckled and gave him his characteristic eye grin. I'm just looking out for my former student, is all. Tilting his head, the man then regarded the Jinchuriki seriously for a moment before pulling a hand out of his pocket and holding it at his side. You, Sasuke and Sakura have all grown so much since you became my team. I watched you train together, grow stronger, and become good friends, and in all that time, there was not a single moment where you three didn't surprise me. That's why the next I expect to see you, I want all three of you to come together again, so that I can fight with each of you, for old time's sake. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man, looking him over for a solid few seconds before grinning. Is that a challenge I hear, Kakashi-sensei? Wow. That was a first. He never expected his lackluster of teacher to challenge anyone to a fight. Normally it was Guy that did that. However, seeing as how they were master and student, former in technical terms, it made sense the man was making an effort in this regard. Consider it as me putting my name down in advance, Kakashi replied, beaming down at the boy for several more moments before raising a hand to him. So, what do you say? Grinning from ear to ear, the blonde wasted no time in taking the man's hand and shaking it. Of course. When I come back, I promise to take you up on that challenge, sensei. As soon as he shared his gentleman's agreement and farewell with his former instructor and team leader, the blonde then turned his attention to Iruka, whom he saw grin and raise a hand to him as well. Take care of yourself, Naruto. And stay out of trouble, the Scarface Chunin said, giving the boy a respectful brace when he took his palm in his and sharing with his most memorable student a brotherly smile. I mean it. Sure thing, Iruka-sensei. Once he'd finished shaking hands with the first man he'd ever considered one of the closest people in his life, the blonde then moved on to the next person, Kin, who grinned brightly when the blonde came to stand before her with his hands on his hips and a smile on his face. The raven-haired girl shook her head at his posture and playfully punched him in the chest, nearly winding him at how quickly she did so. Come back in one piece, Blondie. Because if I hear you'd gone and gotten yourself killed chasing? I don't know, Yetis or something, I'm going to laugh. Naruto chuckled at her exclamation and quickly conceded, I wouldn't dream of it. He shared with the Kunoichi a respectful fist bump, one which the girl held for several seconds longer than it should have lasted, before pulling away with a tint of red on her face. It was a sight that did not go amiss by the others, except for the Jinchuriki, who simply nodded kindly to the girl and moved on to the next person in line. Sakura-chan. Beaming at the boy facing her, the Kunoichi stepped forward and gave him a hug, which he returned thusly and released her moments later, allowing the Kunoichi to step back for some space. Train hard, okay, Naruto. Because the next time you see me, I'm going to be strong enough to knock even your lights out. Hehe. No problem. I look forward to seeing how you turn out, Naruto responded, sharing a fond smile with the girl he considered one of his best friends before looking across at his other one. When he saw Sasuke standing outside of the formation, staring off with his arms folded and a serious look on his face, the Jinchuriki allowed a snicker to escape his lips and grinned at the raven-haired prodigy, keeping to himself, as per the usual routine. Hey, Sasuke. Sorry to disappoint you. I was really looking forward to having another bout with the last of the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, a smirk tugged at the corner of the raven-haired boy's mouth before a chuckle left him. Humph, don't worry about it, dope. Just don't go slacking off over the next 3 years. The one-eyed Chunin then looked up towards his rival and gave him his most competitive stare, because the next time we fight, you and I will need an entire country for an arena. Naruto let out a laugh and nodded. Heh, we'll see. He then saluted the genius with a thumbs up, train hard. When he received a nod of acknowledgement in return, he glanced across to the Sand siblings and moved over to stand in front of them. When he did, he looked from one familiar face to the next and extended his hand. It was great to see you guys again. Sorry I have to leave so soon. Heh, no problem, Kankuro chuckled, clapping wrists with the blonde. We expect to see you real soon. When they shook, he nodded to the boy a well-deserved, good luck. When the blonde disengaged and stepped over to Temari, the girl beamed at him and he smiled right back. They then raised a hand to shake with one another, but then started an awkward dance with their counterpart as they had no idea whether a handshake, a fist bump, a wave or whatever was good enough. The rest of the audience then watched on in amusement as Naruto and Temari switched between either trying to shake the other person's hand to opening up with a hug, until they both stepped back and scratched their heads. Looking thoroughly embarrassed, Temari shook her head and stepped forward. What the hell? She then gave the blonde a hug and accepted the one from the Jonin in return, before she stepped away and grinned at her fellow wind user. Keep in touch. Will do, Naruto said, relinquishing his hold of the girl and leaving her to tuck her hair behind her ear as she watched him with interest. When the boy came to stand in front of Gaara, a rather edgy silence fell between them until the Kyuubi's host greeted him with a smile. It was great seeing you again, Gaara. Blinking, the redhead then gave him the smallest of smiles, the first genuine one his siblings had ever seen on him, before the boy raised his hand to the Jonin. You too. Good luck. Glancing down at his fellow Jinchuriki's hand, Naruto quickly blinked into realization and grinned. He willingly took the teen's hand in his own and braced it in respect. There was no shake. Just an exchange of respect. After which, the two released and the shinobi in orange could address the other friends he had waiting in the wings. Upon moving on, Naruto soon found himself facing Isaribi, well, trying to at least, because the moment he stepped in front of her, he saw the girl turn her head away and shut her eyes defiantly. The Jinchuriki balked when he tried to move in to embrace her, but instead saw the chimera step away, keeping her gaze off of him while rubbing her arm anxiously. His hands dropping in defeat, the blonde breathed a small sigh and gave the girl a sad smile. I'm really looking forward to seeing you when I get back, Isaribi-chan, and the woman that you've become. I promise to write and let you know how I'm doing. Hearing the sincerity and hurt in his voice had the girl stiffen in response. When she peeked around to see the blonde's shimmering eyes fixed on her and the warm expression he projected her way, the diver found her defenses slowly crumbling like a castle in the sand. Then, after a minute of suspense and hearing strangled sounds begin to escape the purple-haired girl's lips, the trembling Isaribi eventually conceded and leapt forward, embracing the boy in a tight hug that surprised everyone at how sudden it was. Even Naruto stumbled away when the girl crashed into him and hugged him with all she had. Nuzzling the boy's shoulder, Isaribi looked up with tears brimming in her eyes and a sniffle in her words, "Don't be gone for too long. Naruto-kun." Smiling, the Jinchuriki quickly embraced her, moving his head around to see her red eyes twinkling in front of him. Eventually, after several seconds of pause, the purple-haired girl moved forward to kiss him on the lips, a moment that lasted for less than a minute, before the team moved away and allowed Naruto to move to the last person that was there. When Naruto and Tayuya faced each other, silence reigned. Staring at one another for several seconds and looking them over, the blonde eventually shrugged his backpack up and grinned at the girl, who smirked right back and placed her hands on her hips. "See you soon?" "Yeah," the redhead replied, nodding her head firmly. At first the groups of shinobi surrounding them were wondering whether the two were going to do it or not. From the way they were looking at one another and regarding the other's presence, it was almost like best friends facing off in a competition. However, after several moments of waiting in suspense and seeing the pair smirk, the inevitable happened, and the two embraced one another in a kiss, which had the other girls around them blushing to the roots of their hair and Jiraiya, Kakashi and Irika looking on in amusement. For a full minute they stayed like that, with Naruto adding a lift to the girl in the midst of the kiss, before they broke away. When the redhead hugged him, they brought their lips to the other's ear for one final word. "Don't keep me waiting, shithead," Tayuya whispered. "Believe me, I won't, Databeo," Naruto replied, a chuckle at the end of his goodbye that the flute player giggled at. Oh, how much he was going to miss that. When they pulled away, they stared into the other's eyes for one last time before the boy braced both his sword and his bag, and turned away. Joining Jiraiya under the shadow of the wide-open gates to the world beyond their borders, he nodded to the man that he was ready to go and, with one more look back at his friends watching them, and the village of Konohagakure sitting directly behind them, the two of them set off. However, while walking towards the gates and drinking in the area surrounding the wall, Naruto suddenly stopped when he saw a figure watching him from underneath the shade of a nearby tree. Looking to the side of the road, Naruto blinked in surprise when he saw Tenten's head pop into view, a smile on her face as she gazed across at him before, without warning, running out to meet him in the middle of the road. Her appearance surprised everyone, and even had Jiraiya stop and look back when he realized his student wasn't following him. Waiting patiently at a distance, the groups then saw the older girl stop in front of Naruto, lean in to peck him on the lips, before stepping back with her hands behind her and her eyes shimmering with hope. When the pair shared one last smile, the Jinchuriki carried on, quickly falling in step with Jiraiya and passing under the massive archway that was Konoha's main entrance. For several minutes, the group watched as Jiraiya and Naruto's forms shrunk away into the distance. Then, just as the sun was starting to rise up over the distant forests, they were gone. As soon as they'd lost sight of the master and student duo, Kakashi, Irika, Sasuke, and the Sand siblings left their places on the road and headed back into the village. When they left, the only people who remained behind were Tayuya, Tenten, Isaribi, and Sakura. Kicking at the ground with her hands behind her, the kunoichi of Team Guy giggled and began walking back for home, passing by Isaribi, who also started for her apartment with a grin in play and a spring in her step. When the girls started to depart, Sakura also took her leave, allowing Tayuya to bathe under the rising sun on her own, and leaving her the last of Naruto's companions watching the gate he'd left through. With the wind licking at her hair and ruffling her clothes, the flute player then noticed off to the side of the path that Tenten hadn't been the only kunoichi to come see the blonde off in secret, as she suddenly spotted Hinata peering around from behind a tree. When she saw the fond smile the Hyuga wore and eventually saw the girl step out into the open, the red-haired musician grinned widely and turned back to the highway, slipping her hands into her pockets and puffing her chest out. "You'd better not disappoint me when you get back, shithead," Tayuya thought, eyes burning with a fiery determination she was sure would make her boyfriend's heart soar, "because I'll be going for the win too." She was determined to make herself into one hell of a knockout before the blonde got back, and not just as a strong kunoichi. Thinking about how she was going to get that boy's jaw to drop at the sight of her, brought an even wider grin to the girl's face as she let out a boisterous laugh. After which she turned heel and headed for home. Oh yeah. She was definitely looking forward to seeing him after 3 years. Those kinds of surprises were always the best. Oh. Later that night? "No regrets, kid?" Jiraiya asked as he sprawled out on the bed of the ship's cabin they were sharing for the ride up north. Looking across at his apprentice to see the young Jonin plop down on his mattress and kick his feet up had the traveling Sannin smile, "I'm sure you're going to miss them." Ah, it's fine, Naruto replied, not even bothering to change into any pajamas as he laid there with his hands behind his head and a grin of his own in play. It's only 3 years. It's not that long. Well, I got to warn you, 3 years is still a very long time, the wanderer exclaimed while pulling out his notebook and beginning to doodle in it. As the waves rocked the boat gently from side to side as it cruised through the ocean towards the land of spring at a reasonable speed, the Toad Sage gave Naruto one last glance before continuing to speak. Anything can happen, right? I mean, look at all the stuff you'd gotten into in the past year. The blonde had pretty much done everything. He'd graduated from the academy, become a genin of Konohagakure, survived an assassination attempt, went on his first official mission outside of the village, rescued an entire nation from a corrupt, billionaire shipping magnate, met a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, fought a member of Akatsuki, participated in the Chunin exams, won the tournament segment, got promoted to Jonin, rescued a princess from her greedy uncle, met a whole bunch of Jinchuriki, fought a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and survived a brush with death. What's more, he'd also learned the name of the Biju inside of him. Speaking of which, the fox gave an audible grunt as he rested his head on top of his arms in the usual position, lying in the dank, depressing sewer that was the pocket dimension inside of his host. If you ask me, it was a bit of a drag. Ah, shut up, furball. What was that? Jiraiya looked up in surprise, wondering where that had come from. Oh? No. Not you, Erosenin. I was talking to Kurama, Naruto replied while shaking his head and pointing down at his gut. Breathing a sigh of relief as he then rested his hand on his stomach, the Jinchuriki looked up towards the ceiling of their cabin and shrugged. Things are going to be so much different from now on. I can feel it. Staring back at the young upstart across the way, the Sannin gave him another smile and responded in kind, well, at least you have one thing to look forward to, and that's seeing the smoking hot babes your girlfriends are going to become. A distasteful look coming to the Jinchuriki's face, the blonde glared back at his instructor with an annoyed scowl and a tick mark throbbing on his forehead. Watch it, Erosenin. Do you want me to give you another professional evaluation of your harem? Jiraiya asked in a mischievous tone of voice while wagging his eyebrows at his student. No thanks, Naruto grumbled while rolling over so that he was glaring out the porthole and over the ocean. Damn it. Why did his teacher have to be so weird? The fact that they were so similar in character didn't help the situation either. Oh come on. Why are you getting all prudish all of a sudden? The Sannin asked with an ever-widening grin. Just imagine it, you're Tayuya, a few years older, with a supermodel-like build and clapped out in a super-revealing outfit, and you're Isaribi, pressing her chest up against hers in a passionate embrace. Man, how I wish I could be in your shoes right about now. Those girls are going to turn out fine. A trickle of blood running down from Naruto's nose when his mind eventually came up with an image of a 16-17-year-old Tayuya in a swimsuit making out with a 16-17-year-old Isaribi. The blonde quickly shook himself out of his daze and wiped his face clean. Eventually, the revelation of his predicament quickly dawned on him, which ended in the blonde glaring back at the still giggling Jiraiya writing a ton of notes at light speed down in his book. Oh Kami, are you going to be like this the entire trip, Erosenin? The wandering hermit chuckled evilly, shutting his book and glancing over at the blonde lying in the other bed. Well, not the entire trip, but enough to subtly implant all of my magnificent thought processes into your impressionable young mind. Oh, come on. And, seeing as how we're here right now, just the two of us, let's start you off with a quick introductory session in romance. Please. Naruto all but cried out in despair. Cue an amused snicker from Jiraiya, who was now really looking forward to tormenting his young apprentice for the next few hours. Now, a single room with just the two of you in it is especially romantic. Don't say things like that, Erosenin. I'm in the same cabin as you. Chapter 41, Shippuden Prologue, Unsettling Future. Naruto. Drifting. An unsettling future. Flash forward. Through the haze and the ethereal glow of the room, resting in the center of a large, cathedral-like chamber on top of a wide platform that served as the control center to this ancient structure, the badly beaten, bruised, cut up and burnt form of one Naruto Uzumaki could be seen lying bleeding out against the metal railings. Ragged breaths leaving his lungs as he gazed up towards the ceiling with a half-lidded gaze, the boy watched as the bolts of green lightning being emitted by the enormous collection of irradiated green rock above him danced through the airspace, the flashes causing him to flinch from the brightness before looking down at himself. Coughing up more fluid that had become caught in his throat, the boy brought his hand up and ran it over one of the massive puncture wounds in his gut. Ignoring the black metal control rods also sticking out of his right shoulder and ribs, as he'd been simultaneously impaled by them by his opponent, the Jonin then brought his fingers up and looked down at them, where he immediately saw the telltale signs of a familiar, red liquid dripping off of each of his digits and smeared across his palm. It was a sight that had him cringe and groan in a nauseous manner. Ugh. Yeah. That's my blood. That's my blood, the boy muttered over and over again before looking away from the gaping wound in his side, fearing that he would lose it if he stared at it for any longer. That's a lot of my blood. With his sage mode gone as well as his adrenaline rush, the former Jinchuriki could now feel every broken bone, cut, torn muscle and damage that had been inflicted upon him throughout the ridiculously long battle he'd just fought. After the punishment he'd had to take and dish out in return to the one responsible for his current condition, it was not surprising. The opponent he'd gone up against and the power they possessed had pushed him to his absolute limits, resulting in a war between the two shinobi that had shaken the very foundations of the continent itself. He was pretty sure that from the sheer amounts of wanton destruction they'd managed to bring, every single map detailing the mainland of the 5 great shinobi nations was going to have to be redrawn from scratch before anyone was allowed to travel across it again. They'd practically split an entire country and several islands off from the continent, leveled entire mountain ranges, burned entire forests, and reshaped countless regions and valleys. To put it in layman's terms, it had been hell. The only plus side was that very few villages had been caught up in the middle of their scuffle, if you would like to call it that. And now, with the outcome finally decided and his battle over and done with, the young man could now concentrate on his next big problem, and that was maintaining consciousness until the very end of this ordeal. Hell, he didn't even care that the air was starting to grow stale from lack of oxygen. Looking to his left, Naruto saw that his fingers were wrapped tightly around the steel bar that was attached to the still miraculously intact control panel of the fortress's core. Remembering exactly where he was and why he was holding the damn thing in the first place, the boy gave an exhausted nod and a callous laugh, before rolling his head around to grin across the way. Heh. So it's finally come down to this, has it? The Jonin mused to himself, looking over the side of the walkway he was bleeding out on and down toward the fortress core below. Damn, what a way to go. All around him, the jello mines that made up the entire heart of the flying city he was in were bubbling, crackling, wafting hot green steam, and sending splashes of shit everywhere as the entire structure that once stood as the symbol of terror and oppression against their world continued to dissolve from the inside out. With the glow of the rocks increasing tenfold and continuing to fluctuate like he was on some wild acid trip, it wouldn't be long before the entire body of chakra-imbued crystals went off. Watching the normal stone walls surrounding him split and crack as the splashes of radioactive mineral transforming into thick liquid began washing up against the barriers in waves, Naruto breathed a heavy sigh as he took one last look at the entire inside of the enemy's enormous fort and perhaps his last conscious glimpse of the world before this whole place went up in smoke. The way the jello vein was popping, sizzling and sending jets of magma like slurry all the way to the roof of the gargantuan chamber the size of a small village, made it look like he was lying in the heart of an active volcano about to erupt. It was sheer madness. However, knowing full well that this was not a volcano, the blonde figured that he would have to make do with his current circumstances and prepared for his final exit from the stage. Because, as far as he was concerned, this was his grand finale. Looking to his left, the Jinchuriki saw one of the jello jewels manufactured by his opponent lying on the damaged floor right next to him. This being the very heart of that man's organization, it made sense there would be some relics deposited here and there, and after the chaos that had befallen this place it didn't surprise him one bit that some items would have been left forgotten. Curious as he always was, the young adult then reached over and picked up the stone, a split second before a rush of chakra from the crystal shot through him and it began to glow in response to the mines around it. Gazing at the twinkling mineral for several long seconds, the former Jinchuriki then gave a light-hearted chuckle and turned back to stare ahead of him, allowing his arm to drop and rest at his side. I wish I had more time, Naruto confessed, his grin fading into a sad smile as his shimmering, tired gaze fixed on the stem of the jello vein in the middle of the enemy's stronghold. Watching the dazzling display of lights burning off of the massive pillar in silence and feeling the heat of the winds wrap around his face, the blonde acknowledged the tower with a single, stiff nod and, with a clear voice, he spoke to the air. Fu-chan. Tenten? Mari. Isaribi-chan. Kin-chan. Samui-chan. Sakura. Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei? Kurama. Cheyenne, everyone, Naruto spoke, his voice echoing throughout the chamber as the green magma beneath him began to eat away at the platform supports, and all around him the metal railings and stone began to melt. As the collapsing floor edged towards him, the brickwork falling away one after the other, the blonde raised his fist one last time and held it up, a smile reappearing on his face as he faced his crumbling world with a determined flare in his eyes. Tayuya-chan. I'll be right there. Wait for me. As soon as his words bounced off of the walls, the boy took a deep breath, shut his eyes and gave one last, joyous grin, a split second before the jello magma bubbling in the enormous pit beneath him exploded upwards in the form of a massive geyser, while the vein itself collapsed into the boiling lake, dropping thousands of tons of rock and steel into the chamber, and flooding it in under 2 seconds flat. Then, with the volcano that was its center disintegrating in a single moment, the entire fortress hanging in orbit above the planet's surface, emitting rays of green light like it was the sun itself, went off in an explosion that dwarfed the entire moon itself. The blast was so massive and in such close proximity of the world, its shockwave was enough to shake the entire continent, and was watched from below by the whole population. The Shinobi Alliance in particular, braced against the invisible waves that hit them from above, causing several mountains weakened by the titans that had battled it out during the course of the war to collapse on themselves. At the same time, the clouds and the blue canvas that made up the sky above were blown away, giving a clear view of the cosmos beyond and the green and orange explosion of 1,000 suns in the foreground. It was a spectacular sight. However, in spite of the fantastic explosion, the people on the ground below, particularly members of the Shinobi Alliance, who'd heard the blonde-haired Jinchuriki's final words through the fortress's broadcasting capabilities, shed tears of sadness in his wake. Sakura and Sasuke reflected feelings of loss and despair, the tailed beasts lowered their heads, a tear-strung Kurama shut his eyes and scrunched his face in frustration, Minato embraced a distraught Kushina, Kakashi closed both his eyes in anguish, Samui, Fu, Isaribi and Kin shed tears of heartache and grief, and Tayuya, brought to her hands and knees with tears of her own rolling freely down her face, the girl, overcome with pain and sadness, gritted her teeth tightly and fisted her fingers in the ground. Then, with her body trembling like a leaf, the musician reeled forward and unleashed a wail that echoed across the entire valley. Naruto. Her cry echoed onto the distant horizon where, many miles away in a whole other country, standing on the balcony of a large castle overlooking a far-off village, the figure of a beautiful, blonde-haired young woman with lavender eyes and dressed in the robes of a priestess could be seen gazing up into the sky and towards the explosion ripping across the planet's atmosphere. The flames of the blast continued to spread safely out of reach of the world, which had initially been the intended target, and as they started to fade away, the princess witnessing the war from her home clenched a hand tightly as tears began to cascade down her cheeks as well. The waterworks inevitably giving way to sniffles, the girl leant over and placed her hand over her mouth, holding back cries and sobs, before looking up with an expression reflecting loss and sorrow. No. Naruto-kun. Silence. End flash forward. XXX. Present. With a jerk and a gasp, the eyes of a blonde-haired young woman around 17 years of age, lying in an enormous bedroom chamber with temple-like features emblazoned upon all the surrounding fixtures, flew open to the dark of her quarters. As soon as they did, the pale lavender irises representing the windows to her soul suddenly flared up with a bluish-purplish glow, and a pattern resembling sacred geometric markings formed around her pupils, and began to rotate like a kaleidoscope. As the teenage girl continued to lay there under the fabric of her blanket with a stunned look on her beautiful face and sweat dripping out of her pores, she ignored the chime of the tiny bell she had tied to the pillow directly beside her, and allowed the images of whatever vision for the future was currently playing out inside of her head to continue on. As she lay there with her body tense and gaze unflinching, the blonde priestess witnessed a great many things taking place all at once. She saw their world falling apart, mountains collapsing, the ocean roaring, the sky splitting open as 1,000 storms clashed all at once, and two shinobi battling each other across this hellish plain, causing the various calamities with every attack they launched. It was like watching a battle between otherworldly entities. However, as the long battle between the two powerful shinobi dragged on, her vision was continuously fixed upon a single person, and that was the blonde-haired male clashing head-to-head with the white-haired demon of destruction and the abomination of the Sage of Six Paths, getting a good look at his face, a rugged, handsome visage with sapphire blue eyes, whisker-marked cheeks and spiky locks waving on the wind. The vision she was having soon reached its climax and saw the young man smite his foe inside a far-off, fortress chamber high up in the sky, before the castle itself rose into space where it inevitably exploded safely out of reach of their home. What on earth is this? As the vision was replayed over and over again, she witnessed the death of the blonde-haired warrior for a second time, giving one last grin to the world before he was engulfed in flames, his remains being cast into the void of space as the city went up in a brilliant flash of light. Knowing exactly what this vision entailed, what it meant and why it was playing out for her, the girl remained where she was, lying in a state of comatose shock, clenching her pillow to her as she continued to process the images in her mind. Even when the glow in her eyes ceased and the vision of the future faded from her mind, the young woman remained in place, breathing raggedly, sweating and speechless, with her shocked face buried in the confines of her pillow. Her body still reeling from shock, the priestess ceased her trembling and curled her fingers into a fist. Whatever future she'd just witnessed, whatever fate she'd just seen of the person within it, not only did it encompass the entirety of the world and every living soul in it, but it also involved her. The result of it unconsciously brought a tear to her eye, which trickled down the side of her face to land on her pillow and fade into the fabric. Who is this person? The blonde-haired hero who she was apparently connected to? Whoever he was, she was certain she would be meeting him soon. With her gaze fixed upon the distant wall of her chamber across the way, silence once again reigned upon her domain.